must be dead, and yet I still think. So, therefore, I am Cogito ergo sum.
What? Hello and welcome to the Conversation.
Hello and welcome to
Hey, and
my second attempt at this. I think I know what I'm going to title the YouTube upload, but for now that's all you're getting. Hi. Yeah, another 6 hours if this sees the light of day. I'm not breaking up my recording into 20 to 30 minute chunks this time. I know my justification last time was that if Audacity crashed on me, then I wouldn't lose hours of recording at once, but it didn't give me any problems last time, so
yeah, I'm really scared of it.
So that makes this a good idea.
I know I said I was going to go quick, but it's already
Yeah,
plane tickets last week, and I've been putting off doing that.
Okay, I get, well,
Like, I wish I had people to do this for.
okay, let's get into this. I have,
Making travel arrangements.
like last time, I have a lot of time to kill. I plan to do so in a more constructive way this time.
Because I don't know what I'm capable of, so
But
it's
still,
I feel better
for instance, last time I did not listen to most of the commentary episodes that I'm now talking over, and had only watched 2 of the Platonic developer commentary videos that were the topic of conversation. I have now, my plan was to listen to both episodes and watch all the dev commentaries before recording this. I have now watched all the dev commentaries. I've now actually played Yooka-Laylee, which will probably help. 100%ed both Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair. I don't think the latter will be super relevant, but it's something. I have listened to the first of the developer commentaries, or the first of the conversation episodes on the dev commentaries, and I'm a little way into the second one. But it is something I did not learn from last time, was to start recording at something that would work out for me, because it is now about 4:30 a.m. Yeah, I have also, like last time, I'm doing this to take advantage of the fact that I have the house to myself for a weekend. Just because the fact that someone could come in and ask, hey, what are you doing? Why are you talking? You're supposed to be the quiet weirdo. Is enough to deter me from entire creative projects, if that's what you can call this. Alright, I'm already losing track of the tangent I went on that I interrupted a previous thought to go down. This is going to be better. Okay. I feel guilty about last time.
Everything we do is like
I know that is dumb, because the entire, like, if I do this right, it will be dumb. It will, in fact, possibly be dumber than what I did last time, which was eventually just fall into a void of my own consciousness, and it eventually just kind of became about me. And the idea that it was a commentary over your episodes became a technicality as I, as I copped to while recording that. But still, the point of the challenge was to commentate over your commentaries. You were probably expecting more than 15 minutes time out of 6 hours total spent on actually addressing things that you had said.
I have no idea if he speaks English.
I know I made that an intentional gag.
He does.
Again, I realize
That is a good reason.
this is a dumb thing to beat myself up about, but and I'm not
It's getting annoying.
I'm not gonna ask that you have me choose another episode topic or any I don't know. I mean, you could do that. You shouldn't. Up front, please don't offer me that. That was a cool thing to get to do, and I really enjoyed that episode. I actually re-listened to it recently, and early on, Mitchell pointed out that calling it my commentary a commentary at all was a stretch, because I almost never alluded to anything you were talking about, because I wasn't listening. For several reasons, I hadn't listened to it before and trying to concentrate while I was trying to talk. The few times I tried to do it was getting me nowhere. And I know he didn't, he said in the same breath that he really enjoyed what I did, that it was such a journey. But I still feel bad about it, so I'm just gonna do this. And I have again lost track of something I was saying earlier.
We'll get to that when we get to it, as well as Conker's other bad day.
Okay, as far as things I've listened to at least this first episode. I know that you don't get properly on topic for 40 minutes, so I feel okay about spending close to 10 minutes now. I haven't addressed a single word you've said, but with this, when I get this whole preamble out of the way, I am going to actually stay on topic. I think, right now, for this first 40 minutes, you are not commentating over their commentaries.
I don't know why this is
So,
to be honest.
you are talking about the show. So, I can talk about what I'm doing for this part, for possibly up to 40 minutes. I don't have to feel bad about that. I can lay out my strategy here. So, I'm listening over my phone on my headphones like I did last time, but I also have the YouTube upload of the part 1 commentaries episode pulled up, and I have the captions on and the video muted. Obviously, it won't pick up on the mic. But I can read along, read and talk at the same time if I can split my attention enough for that to be effective. I guess we'll see how well I can pull that off. And I have your voices in my ears, turned down quiet so that it doesn't get overwhelming for me, but if I need to shift my attention over to listening to you guys for a second, I can do so. Turn up the volume on my headphones some, and then turn them back down when I need to. So I've thought out the setup this time, and I'm not going to constantly stop the recording to break it up into chunks. So what I'm saying will actually line up with your voices playing underneath mine. So that's something. Well, okay. I guess this is because you're broaching the subject now. See, I can pick up on that sort of thing because I have the text in front of me. So I can go ahead and start. You're talking about the, the history of audio commentaries, which the chat has some reaction to. See, I have listened ahead. Yeah, this... Well, okay, to step back a little bit, talk some more strategy. I did, at several points during the last one of these, step back and say, okay, I know I'm making a gag out of going off topic, but I should, even then I felt guilty, I should bring the conversation back around to Yooka-Laylee when I can. Problem with that was just kind of talking generally about Yooka-Laylee and not your commentaries or Platonic's commentaries. I listened to a small amount of both of those. I'm sure I brought them up at least in passing. But again, even getting more on topic as far as actually talking about Yooka-Laylee goes, that's not on topic as to what the challenge was, to commentate over your commentaries. So, with this, I am endeavoring to talk first and foremost, not about the game, not even about Platonic talking about the game, but on you talking about both of those. I want the brunt of this to be talking about the 2 conversation episodes, with talking about Platonic's commentaries as subsidiary to that, and then talking about, the game itself as a hopefully distant third, and with any luck not straying off topic beyond those 3 for 6.5 hours. So we'll see how that goes. By the way, well, okay. Oh, I remember. Jesus Christ, this really is turning out like the last one. Okay.
More content in the world.
In the process of saying that sentence, I've forgotten what track. God damn it. Oh God. Okay. I've got it. I was gonna say, the reason I have listened to the first of the commentary conversation episodes, but not most of the second one yet, is because I had the weekend to myself. My plan was to have watched all Platonic commentaries and listened to both conversations, like before the sun set today, basically, and then I could spend 6 hours doing all of this recording in one go again, like last time. That didn't work out. I am only just starting at past 4 in the morning. So what I decided to do was to record this commentary on the first commentary right after listening to the first commentary, and then, unless I have more endurance than I think, have at least a short night's sleep, listen to the other episode tomorrow morning, and then record that right after, and then maybe I can avoid that hour kind of towards the tail end of the last commentary of mine, where I was basically just lying down and whispering into my microphone incoherently.
I couldn't find a handy
So yeah,
shorthand
okay.
URL for it.
I think
find one.
that's
Even Platonic's
all
YouTube
I
channel
have
doesn't
to
seem
say
have,
about
a shorthand like youtube.com/Platonic Games.
my
Didn't
macro
work.
strategy
So,
for this
since they
for
don't have
now.
one, I've set one up
How long
for
has it been
you.
now?
For your convenience,
It's been
can be
a
found
little
at
over 15 minutes, so
dkvine.com/,
good.
here are the Yooka-Laylee
Okay,
developer commentaries, since Platonic
on
doesn't
the
have
subject
a
of
shorthand
commentaries,
URL for it.
hey,
But apologies if they do, and we missed it.
which is
Once again, that's
pretty long since past where you are talking about, but that's okay. You will still go another 25 minutes, I know, before getting to the first video. Yeah, you talk about, I probably shouldn't address you directly, Hyland Mitchell, like I did last time. I'm just going to say they. I'm going to treat this like it is something for some kind of broader audience to listen to. I mean, my last one got more than 100 views in total. Let me check that real quick. How many total views did that wind up getting? Certainly more than I anticipated. I think I spent half the runtime last time saying that nobody but Heil would listen. 159 views. Yeah, that's you know, a drop in the bucket as far as internet content goes, but that, like, 159 people at least clicked on it. I would hope. I know that, you know, Heil and Mitchell listened to about, you know, a couple hours apiece, and some other people did. Red Crested Breagle, just like last month, I think, DM'd me on Twitter saying, "Hey, I listened to that whole thing. I enjoyed it," which was very nice of him. Why am I talking about this? Okay, yeah. I'm going to switch tracks. It's going to be, in the interest of me commenting on the commentary, it's not just going to be me talking to a hypothetical Heil. I am going to, okay, I'm going to stop explaining this. Heil and Mitchell are talking about E3. Okay, I can ignore this. DVD commentary. Yeah, well, one thing right off the bat, probably should have been paying attention so I could address more specific things on this topic, but one thing I remember is Heil positing that it was streaming that killed the DVD commentary, and that it was ubiquitous before that. And Mitchell was kind of, you know, hadn't really thought of the timeline, kind of agreed to that. I mean, I have no sort of broader scale insider knowledge, but I remember there was this, when DVDs first came out, and they had the ability to include things like commentaries that were just not technologically possible for VHS tapes. There was a time where, like, everything had, not everything, you know, I used the word ubiquitous a little while ago, and even that's a pretty absolute term to use for something like that. Of course, not everything. I'm sure there were some pretty big movies getting released on DVD at the time that just lacked those kinds of features. But yeah, for a while, that was the order of the day, behind the scenes stuff, and that seemed like such a the expectations for Yooka-Laylee were huge, and I knew they were out of control during the Kickstarter. It's if we want to bring this back to video games, it's like things that we just sort of come to expect over time that we didn't used to in our media. Like in video games. The idea outside, like in the NES days, unless it was a JRPG like Final Fantasy, the idea of a game lasting you, weeks or months at a time, for reasons other than the fact that it was really hard and you would have to replay the same sections a lot, and if you lost all your lives, odds are you would have to start the entire game over, and you would have to play through the whole thing in one set of lives and keep on playing until you were practiced enough that you could pull that off, and that's where you get your longevity. And now it's like in the indie sphere, games like that still exist to a certain extent. I mean, heck, the roguelike genre, even though it doesn't use lives, is kind of the same idea. You get more and more practice. Even though it's randomized, you learn enough about the inner workings of the game that you can eventually complete a run, and you just keep on trying more and more runs until you finally get there. But as far as where mainstream stuff go, we're in the age of the big AAA open world games, where that's the default game, the way platformers used to be, or shooters after that.
But also kind of not.
And it's,
I remember when Yooka-Laylee first came
there's
out,
things like that where it's like, okay, we can't really, now that that particular genie is out of Pandora's box, to mix my sayings, we can't go back to that. We can't go back to the way it was before. And yet, there's so much about the way games used to be that are just not standard anymore, and they're noteworthy when they show up. Like when Mario Odyssey came out during 2017, around the same time as Star Wars Battlefront 2, tying everything to loot boxes, and then to have Mario Odyssey having cosmetics that you actually unlock as part of the game and are fun, and they're not just a means of monetization.
Things I would like to talk about, and it came up,
a decade,
as I intended it to, but the culture around it was,
let's say a decade and a half before, that state of affairs would have been unthinkable. Of course you unlock fun costumes, or even in games without costumes, just whatever. Cheat codes, that's a big thing. All these things that used to just be fun extras in the game, and now are almost never just fun extras. They're locked behind paywalls or just not included at all. And how weird it is that we have these certain aspects of our media that used to be so baked into the medium and just aren't now. And that's kind of DVD commentaries. When DVDs first came around and you could suddenly do this, it was all the rage, and everyone was doing it, and it didn't for a little bit, because it was suddenly possible, it didn't seem to occur to anyone involved, well, why are we doing this? Of course we're doing this. People are gonna love this, and certainly they got a lot of love. I don't know from how many people. I think it was more niche than the conversation on the topic made it out to be, because there was this certain point of history that doesn't come up in this episode, this weird cross-section between the reign of DVD commentaries and now the streaming era, where that's basically dead, where they would release movie DVDs in different editions. So you can get just the single disc with just the movie on it and basically nothing else. Or you can pay extra and you can get a 2-disc version that has a bunch of behind-the-scenes featurettes on the second disc and a commentary on the first, because you're paying extra to show that you want that sort of thing. And so I think that
I'm not going to complain. We complain a lot.
The advent of streaming was not the cause. I really think it was more of the nail in the coffin, where, again, technology shifted, but this time in a way where commentaries implementing them would be, in theory, I mean, you know, you can, when you're on Netflix, you can switch languages. Like, the infrastructure is there to do commentaries. I mean, and I don't really use streaming services outside of Netflix, but I assume selectable languages is pretty standard. But yeah, I think if, you know, just reading the tea leaves, but I'm gonna say that when they gave people the option to choose between paying extra to get, you know, more out of your movie, or just going for the base experience, if you want to kind of put it in more video gamey terms again, I feel like they kind of read the market data from that, like, oh, okay, enthusiasts like all this extra stuff, and, you know, Peter Jackson pushed on. He made an extended version of King Kong, and the special edition release of that movie emulated the Lord of the Rings extended editions very heavily, which I was completely into. I say all this to say, like, I love all of that stuff so much. I think I would not be surprised to learn that over the course of owning Lord of the Rings extended on DVD, that I watched the behind-the-scenes stuff more than the movies themselves. In the end, interacting with the community, but yeah, Peter Jackson, there were some holdouts, but yeah, it just, and that's a real shame. And that's why stuff like this, these Platonic dev commentaries, are such a, like, when you need to, because this stuff still exists in some form. Like, they do, you know, on Blu-ray, there's still, it kind of depends on the movie. Like, I remember The Dark Knight even. Like, that was such a huge movie. Not just like how it did, but like the influence it has, like how ingrained in pop culture it is. Like, more than a decade later, people just like quote it as part of like everyday vocabulary. It's just like shorthand. Like, you know what someone means when they say, you know, you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Blank is the thing we deserve, but not the thing we need right now. Whatever. All that stuff like that. And the special features on that movie were just like, there were a few like 10-minute featurettes and then like nothing. And that stuff has kind of moved to, it reminds me of the Oops All Tangents episodes on the X-Files that you guys did. How they did like this sort of promo thing to hype up the revival, and stuck it on YouTube, like, and you guys posited that they kind of did that in their old mindset, and then we're thinking, well, wait, this doesn't have a place on TV, throw it up on YouTube. And so you get behind the scenes stuff, like from, you know, the guys behind The Thing, where it's like an in-house accompaniment to the movie or the game for that matter, because this happens with games too. But it'll be short, it'll be fairly surface level, and it won't be incorporated into the finished product itself. You have to go on the internet and find it.
So yeah, like she's done the most to publicly drive the Platonic brand between the Switch.
Man, you're talking about daily right now. I should be talking about this. I'll wrap this up. And in saying that, I've lost my place again. Frick. How long have I been speaking now? I realize I'm distracting myself more by bringing that up. It's been half an hour. My throat is starting to hurt. Good thing I'm separating it between 2 days this time. But yeah, you get that kind of in-house stuff, but it is definitely not what it used to be, even if you know where to look for it. The more in-depth stuff tends to be like a third party, like, you know, some sort of outfit that specializes in providing behind the scenes stuff, and they meet up with the people involved and collaborate with them, and then they put it out. Like the YouTube channel NoClip has like hours long behind the, you know, the making of blank, Doom, Horizon Zero Dawn, whatever. That stuff, like, that's important, and it's great that it does still exist in some form in a more in-depth way than what the current infrastructure is currently providing. So to see Platonic, even, you know, this does kind of fall into what I was just complaining about, because it's on their YouTube channel. To my knowledge, I'm sure someone else must have done something like this. But to my knowledge, the only studio that made a habit of like robust developer commentary contained within the game itself was Valve, when they used to be a game studio. In Portal and Portal 2, like, you could activate commentary mode and you just play the game as normal, but there would be little floating things to interact with. When you selected them, the different developers would talk about the different aspects of whatever area you were in, so that you could actually like experience the commentary while playing it, while getting to look around, check out all these things for yourself as you're hearing the creatives talk about it.
Should we talk about the individuals in this?
Experience it firsthand for yourself, as it's talking about the way you would be watching a movie as you're listening to a movie commentary. Like, that's the way. And like, a little bit like,
well, we're starting talking about the first episode.
oh my god, now Mitchell's talking about being 40 minutes in and you're just getting to the first episode, so I actually do need to wrap this up.
Yeah, in the live stream, people were complaining. I believe Angry
It's
complained in the live stream chat that, oh no, Hyle's getting into the
how is
okay. Fuck, I'm out.
How is this not standard? This is, as games get taken more and more seriously as art, this stuff only becomes more important and should be of higher priority. And I don't know, I hope that at some point in the future we get to the point that like actual priority is placed on these things, and that we can see a return of that for movies in a proper way. I don't know. Okay, so that's my commentary on commentaries, but here will be my commentary on the commentary that is the commentary Platonic was talking about the menus on the title screen, I actually, so I mentioned I've actually played Yooka-Laylee myself now. I should specify that that was like a week ago, which is good for the purposes of this, because it's all fresh in my brain. Excuse me. Ideally, I would have played it shortly after it came out, and then several times since then, so that it could all burn itself into my memory, but I don't know. I think this is the second best thing, sure. So yeah, in the Platonic commentary, they experimented a little on the main menu with the little talking character heads next to the menu options to see if they were randomized or not. And they found, I think that, well, okay, I mentioned I had recently played it myself to say that because I had seen that first episode of their commentaries that they did, when I played it, I fooled around with it a little because I remembered that. I had that in my head to like check to see if they were truly randomized. And I want to say that no, each like sub-menu had its own set of character heads. So it kind of gave the impression that it was randomized because they kept changing as you move through the menus, but like the main menu would always have the same ones next to each option, and all the different sub-menus also had the same ones. Yeah. I don't remember whether, because later on in the episode, the subject of like things they thought that they had implemented but were bugged and just never got noticed or addressed in time before the game shipped and weren't a high enough priority during the patching process because they were dealing with other things. Yeah, I wonder if it would be weird if they had like code in place to randomize the character heads on the menu and it was bugged and didn't work, and yet there were still set ones that still varied depending on the submenu you were in. I don't know. I'm gonna chalk that up to the people recording that first episode just were mistaken, the same way I initially kind of was about them being randomized, and that they were meant to be set from the get-go. So anyway, currently the subject being discussed is Vendy. And well, Heil just mentioned that Vendy has grown on him, which is funny in retrospect that he would have to specify that Vendy has grown on him now that Vendy takes up about 20% of the space within his brain, judging by his tweets. Yeah, this was listening to this first episode, and I'm sure the second episode of the conversation commentaries on the commentaries. That's gonna go old. Seeing the progression, because there are things that Heil and Mitchell mention about Yooka-Laylee, because this is before we found out about Impossible Lair. Certainly before we got to play it. And what a big deal that was for Platonic, for the Yooka-Laylee brand, IP, whatever. Yooka-Laylee as a property. There we go. Yeah, it's weird. It's not weird. It's interesting and neat. Going back and seeing just less than 2 years ago how different the discourse was, and an earlier topic of conversation that I talked over was talking about how in the 2 years since Yooka-Laylee came out, between then and the recording of this commentary, how the discourse around it had shifted, how it kind of quieted down, gotten smaller as the quote-unquote outsiders kind of, shifted their attention to other things, leaving Yooka-Laylee with a, devoted little niche. And yeah, that too is shifted again. Why did I talk about this? Is it Vendy? Yeah, as a general thing, it is fun and interesting to look back at these episodes and see how just the discourse within the sphere of the conversation has shifted between now and back then, and also between when the commentary episodes were recorded and when, the various episodes of Yooka-Laylee just after it had come out. Because what I also did was, this past week, get to catch up on all the conversations talking about the individual worlds of Yooka-Laylee, because I hadn't listened to them before because I wanted to play the game first.
About what they've done.
Yeah, lots of potential stuff for me to juggle, and because those Yooka-Laylee episodes are also part of the conversation, I don't have to feel bad talking, maybe going back and addressing something, but also just an opinion Hyle had on some aspect of the game that, through the course of conversing on the topic with Mitchell in these episodes, went through some form of adjustments. The YouTube captions, I can't rewind to make sure, but I'm pretty sure the YouTube captions just recognized the word Kremlin. It didn't, autocorrect it to Kremlin, or Gremlin, maybe? Anything like that. I'm pretty sure they just said Kremlin. Is that like... I wonder. I know this is an automated YouTube voice recognition thing, so it shouldn't recognize words like that. I know someone didn't go in manually and type out a transcript. Would that have happened before K. Rool got added to Smash? Would that have made enough of a difference in the relevance of the made-up name Kremlin? The YouTube captions can recognize it.
Now, that's cool.
Anyway,
I love
that's
great. But
not really me talking about the commentary. So, what are you talking about now? You were talking about Vendy earlier. I barely talked about that. I was going to extend that topic of conversation to Kev Bayless, but I guess I'll have several other opportunities to do that, because he comes up more than once. Or maybe I won't. Maybe there'll be other things to talk about. Right now you're talking about Gavin Price again. I'm sure that'll come up a lot. Talking about right now how Hyle's saying he's going to call him Gav instead of Gavin Price, because that's how he's referred to in the video. Yeah, that... hats off to you guys, Hyle and Mitchell, for, keeping tabs on all the different people talking, saying what, because... I don't know. Obviously you were taking notes for the recording of the... I addressed you directly again. Supposed to be keeping this... Hyle, for all you outside listeners, mentioned... Christ. Where was I?
I'm sorry, I do. And luckily, it seems they have my back on this. So, I feel better about being a terrible...
Don't get off.
as a result.
Oh no, it's breaking down.
Great, I'm glad you do.
I know. It's all about self-acceptance.
Yeah, Hyle mentioned at some point during this that he was taking notes for the recording of the episode while watching Playtalk's commentaries. The second time he was watching through them because he wasn't taking notes the first time. So he was keeping, you know,
Yeah,
he had that
like he
to kind of keep track of everyone. He could
thought it would work.
notate as he went, and take down everyone's names and positions at the beginning. But yeah, I could, apart from a few people with like distinct voices, for the most part, there were like 4 total voices watching through all the commentaries. There was Daly's voice, there was Gary's voice, there were Gavin, Price, Andy Robinson, and I want to say Hamish. Yeah, it was him. All their voices sounded the same to me, and in several of the episodes they were 2, or maybe even at one point all 3 of them were on the same episode. So when that sound of voice came up, I had no idea who was saying it. And then the 4th category of voice was basically everyone else. When I heard a voice that sounded a little bit older,
I am looking at it.
I would be like, okay, that's, I think, Steve Mails or Chris Sutherland. But then that I have no clue. So yeah, it's funny. Well, I don't know. You're now talking. You're now well on. I keep saying you, God. There now. I'm talking about Trouser. They're well past Bendy or Kev Bayless. I should be talking about this. I really like Trouser. Heil mentions that, with all due respect to, I forget who came up with the alternate design for Trouser. It wasn't Steve Mails. Yeah, I can't tell the voices apart, so I can't put a name to the speaker on all of this. But one of them talked about how Trouser at one point was conceptualized, at least by them, as miswearing the pair of pants to kind of visually indicate how, you know, putting on airs he was, that he was not nearly as useful or important as he kind of made himself out to be. Heil was a big old dickhead concerning that, and he is wrong, and a big old dickhead for that. That is a great concept for Trouser. The post-it note drawing, you know, is not the best, and I think he is unfairly conflating that with the concept. I should probably stop speaking in the present tense for all of this too, because these were recorded coming up on 2 years ago now. But yeah, when I was listening to the Platonic commentaries and like that whole section came up, you know, they didn't show the post-it note drawing until a later episode. I was just kind of picturing Trouser's design as it appears in game, like his model, the way the, you know, because as Heil pointed out, the quote-unquote snake that is Trouser in the post-it note drawing looked more like a tapeworm or something. Didn't look like Trouser, other than the fact that it was a snake with some pants on. When I listened to the Platonic commentary, I was just picturing Trouser as the design we know him, just without the lower half of his body looped around back up into the other leg of the pants. I was imagining just him wearing the pants differently, basically. That would, like, Trouser, God. Trouser confounds me. I know I made a thing about how I'm going to try to talk about Yooka-Laylee third, and the conversation episodes first, and Platonic's commentary second. Now I'm just talking about Yooka-Laylee, but I think he's my favorite character design in the DKU. Like, like a snake. because a key, like, I never would have thought this. Like, there's that whole bit in the Platonic commentary about how they didn't finalize Trouser's name until some point to development, you know, to give Steve Mills some pain because he got in trouble with his wife over it. Like, I would have just assumed that the dick joke came first, and they designed the character around that. Like, oh, let's have a character named after a trouser snake. Okay, what do we make the character look like? Okay, a snake wearing some pants. Oh, he'll loop around into... Like, but that wasn't the starting point. Like, that just, like, was divine providence that like, pun worked out so well with the character's design. Like, like, either story would boggle my mind that, like, the character design and the dick joke would come together so perfectly, but, like, that they happened independently. Ah, God. I love Trouser. Okay. But yeah, Trouser... You know, I say that about Trouser being my favorite character design, and yet I feel like I would have been just as happy if they had gone with he's just wearing one leg of the pants and he's inadvertently making himself look like an idiot thing. Like, both of those are so good. God, like, this is the thing. Like what you point out about in the episode, like how much the addition of these commentaries makes you appreciate the game more. And yeah, like, just things like that. God. Okay. So now I'm kind of caught up. What are they discussing now?
Yeah, there's a recurring thing in these videos where someone will ask,
Ah, yes, I'm talking about Gavin Price. I told you I'd get to him. Talking about how he seemingly has a long-term plan, like Marvel style, what's going to happen across this shared universe property. You know, yeah, that's really interesting. This is great commentary. I'm trying to... So disclosure, I played... I thought I tried to play Yooka-Laylee last year at some point, and got halfway through Glitterglaze Glacier, and then it kind of lost me, and I put it down. I'd had my fun, intending... I had had my fun as in I was done with it. Like, I had fun during those several hours it took me to get there. Fully intending to, you know, come back to it the next day, and it just never happened. There's so many games where I've done that. And then time passed, and Impossible Lair came out, and some months down the line, I bought that, gave it multiple playthroughs, absolutely adored it, and then only just this past week played the first Yooka-Laylee, and again during that time at some point I watched the first two of the Platonic commentary videos, and yeah, even just that, I think that played a key role in me being able to stick with the game this time. They go into it a little bit later, talking about Tribal Stack Tropics, but the context of, like, the little bit that Heil points out is probably the best bit of the Tribal Stack Tropics commentary, where they kind of break down how the actual budgeting shook out as far as what percentage of the Kickstarter funds were allocated where, and contextualizing how even if they had gotten, like, the full 2.7 million pounds or whatever it was. Even if they'd gotten all that, that's still a small budget for a game, especially a 3D game, not an indie 2D platformer. Like, just that change in genres requires so much more resources. Even if they'd gotten that, like, Yooka-Laylee would have been an accomplishment, and the fact that it wound up being significantly less than that after Kickstarter's cut, after taxes, after unforeseen things outside the scope of, like, resources put into the game itself, like the trademark thing. So yeah, just those 2 videos worth of added context, like, I really think that played a key role in, like, Yooka-Laylee getting its hooks in me this time. Yeah, these things are so valuable. I talked about Gavin Price for a second, and now the conversation has moved on. Well, I brought up Impossible Layer, trying to retroactively be like, okay, what little seeds did they plant in Yooka-Laylee that Impossible Layer paid off? I'm sure there were plenty, but because I played Impossible Layer first, I would have to go back and play that again to understand all the references to the first game. Then they would stick in my memory. I have been recording for just about an hour. That's cool. Doesn't feel like an hour, except in my throat. My throat hurts. I am not going to devote as much of my commentary on the process of doing a commentary. That took up a lot the last time, where I got stuck inside my own brain, and that became a big point of conversation, as well as the physical pain of my throat and thirst and exhaustion, whatever. So I know by saying I did that last time and not doing it this time, I am further delaying talking about the subject at hand. But I think I've done an okay job this time at actually providing substantive commentary on the various commentaries involved. So we're not off the rails yet. That's good. What are they talking about now? They're talking about nuts and bolts, about self-deprecation. Yeah, Heil kind of indirectly takes a jab at Chad here, talking about how
we're just sensitive Americans, Mitchell. That's all we are.
you know, the kind of drama that unfolded within Banjo/Rare fandom during the time of Nuts and Bolts. Like, oh my god, does Rare hate Banjo for these jokes making fun of the Banjo series? And now, I say now, back then, when Yooka-Laylee was still coming out, oh my god, does Platonic hate Rare? Which was litigated a lot on The Conversation when it came to, you know, the episodes about Yooka-Laylee. So Heil says you gotta let Platonic do this like they are sort of, I mean, he doesn't say any of this directly, but in the past, another point of contention between him and Chad on the subject of Yooka-Laylee was how to view Platonic. Like, Heil would always make the argument that Platonic was, as he put it, an off-campus division of Rare, and Chad took issue with that because it disrespected Platonic's autonomy. Yeah, I definitely. When I was listening, when I listened to those episodes, you know, before this year, whenever I originally listened to them, and let's be honest, re-listened to them, I'm obsessive about The Conversation.
I remember.
I fell on Chad's side
wanting
more.
there to be,
Like, I didn't want to be
more
so
of a
quick
sense
to
of,
say that,
like, I should be able
oh,
to push
Platonic
some
is
buttons
rare.
to go forward more, just to push harder. And I
Having
remember
now
that
played
being kind of
Yooka-Laylee,
hard
I
to
don't
get
know
used
if
to.
that's it, if, you know,
It
listening to
definitely
their
is a thing,
commentaries
getting
was
used
it.
to it. I think part of the dichotomy
Or just whatever. I
understanding when it comes to swimming versus
think that
walking
both
around is that walking around really does
viewpoints are
feel a lot
valid.
and then swimming
Like, the idea of Platonic is almost
as
as like another rare team in the way that they used to be divided into teams back when the pre-HD development process allowed for that sort of thing more.
man, I don't know when they're gonna go.
Where they're kind of a rare team that focus on smaller, more throwbacky experiences, while main rare makes CFDs and Everwild and things like that. Even though they are, you know, technically separate entities. I don't know. Like I don't want to say in spirit, because you can justify any bullshit you want by saying, well, in spirit, this is the case. But it does kind of feel that way. That, like, Platonic is an extension of Rare. And having listened to their commentaries, I don't think that it is like downplaying the unique work they've done and, you know, their individuality as an entity to kind of take that attitude towards them. I kind of feel like they would like view that as complimentary. I don't profess to speak for them or know their feelings on the issue, but I don't know. It's nice to not feel like that would be a point of contention, I guess. So now they're talking, and there's so many things that I've talked over that I probably could have said some stuff on. I guess that, in the interest of commentating on the commentary, that's something that stuck out to me. While playing Yooka-Laylee, I always had that thought in the back of the mind, like, hey, I'm gonna be able to listen to the conversation episodes after I'm done with this. I actually started listening to the episodes before I finished the game, because they were on the worlds that I had already completed. So yeah, I would just start on the conversation in between bouts of playing the game. When I was done with it for the day, I would just put on the episodes. So even when I had to step away from Yooka-Laylee, I never had to step away from Yooka-Laylee. It was a great few days. But during the process of playing, I was thinking, like, ooh, what are they going to say about this thing? Kind of viewing the game through that lens, having that in mind. And a lot of times, the thing that I thought would be a big topic of conversation, I didn't mean for that pun, I actually just mispronounced the word conversation. Anyway, for instance, getting to Galleon Galaxy, like a little bit after I saw the ship, I thought, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure this is the same, like, model geometry of pirate ship that they used for the Batship Crazy. Heil is going to have this whole unified theory of, like, where the Batship Crazy came from, based on the fact that, you know, this world is seemingly a source of that same type of ship. Like, oh, maybe, you know, here's this magical book full of pirate ships right next to Shipwreck Creek. Like, this is where the ship came from. There was this whole unseen series of events that led to a ship from the book escaping from the book and from Ivory Towers and crash landing just outside of it, and that's how it got there. And oh,
no inherent
Heil.
connection between jigsaw pieces.
Oh, he didn't talk about it.
Notes, or like little Furby creatures.
So yeah,
I like all of those
in a similar way to how there are things that, and even going back to movie commentaries, like listening to commentary on Lord of the Rings or whatever, like, oh, I can't wait to see what they have to say about this scene or this little background detail that I noticed and liked or whatever. And it just doesn't get addressed. They're talking about something else, or they just have other things to prioritize, whatever. In that same way, in this commentary episode of the conversation on Platonic commentary, I'm really sorry, I don't mean to belabor that. Like, it's genuinely confusing to talk about Heil. I say that as if I'm under any obligation to have made a 6-hour recording in the first place and then to have made a do-over of that to try to stay more on topic. This is only my fault, but yeah, there's always going to be something in a commentary. Likewise for the Platonic stuff. There were a lot, you know, each one was an hour to an hour 20 minutes long, other than the first one, which was shorter. But even in that time, there were places they didn't go because they were playing through the game as they went. They could only, like, show the progression that they could actually do within the span and scope of the video. There were only certain team members there for each one. Like, there were questions being asked on Twitter that Daily was reading out that no one knew the answer to. And I was thinking, like, there's a parallel universe where the member of staff who has an answer to that question happens to be sitting in on this episode and gives a fascinating story. And obviously they can't just, they have to spend their studio hours actually, not that these commentaries are not work, but they can't just, like, set aside a day for every video to just, like, play through each world absolutely methodically and have every single member of staff present and adding their thoughts on every single thing. There's always going to be something you miss, just like I am missing things by going on and on about the select few topics I'm latching onto as I go on. Platonic missed things, the conversation missed things about Platonic's videos, and I'm missing things about the conversation. So, commentaries. Pretend that had some kind of grand unifying point. Right now the topic is on the rolling move, where Heil and Mitchell are discussing not Platonic's commentaries. They're discussing Yooka-Laylee. Again, talking about my listening to this episode with the foreknowledge that I was going to be recording this and the priorities that I would keep in mind. I had it in mind that I was going to focus not on Platonic's commentaries or the game, first and foremost, but the conversation, talking about those things. But a lot of times this becomes an episode, you know, kind of a unofficial, like for Tropical Freeze, they went through it world by world. You know, the first episode was called Tropical Freeze First Impressions. Likewise for Yooka-Laylee. And then Tropical Freeze eventually had a final impressions episode that kind of wrapped everything up. And Yooka-Laylee never got that, and most of the games that have gotten quote-unquote first impressions episodes have not been revisited. you know, or this isn't a criticism. A lot of times these were like cameo games that probably got their full episode's worth of discussion the first time around, didn't need a final thoughts episode. But yeah, these kind of act like a unofficial Yooka-Laylee final impressions two-part episode, which first of all maybe puts less of an onus on me to stay so narrowly on track as much as I am prioritizing. I'm gonna try to do it anyway. But yeah, the commentary episodes on the Platonic commentaries are devote a lot of time to just discussing the game.
And one more interesting tidbit about
kind of using the topics Platonic brings up as a jumping off point to discuss Yooka-Laylee some more, which is fine. The focus on commentating on the commentary itself is mine. Yeah, and also it gives Mitchell some more chance to expand upon his thoughts that he got to share in the Capital Casino episode that he guested on, which is great. I really like Mitchell as a conversation co-host.
After the whole literature thing, there's a lot going on with and so you just see him everywhere. I guess
there's no way to say this without insulting everyone else who's ever been a co-host. But in the post-Chad seasons, I want to say that he's my favorite co-host on the episodes that he comes on.
Yeah, there is a lot of skeleton nonsense.
Yeah,
which makes it feel
like I said the previous recording, I love all the different people that Hal brings in to trade off co-hosting duties between now.
People be dying in Hyrule Towers.
I hope that
more than that. This has befuddled me since I first played the game. Why there?
Sorry, I'm focusing on what they're saying.
Human remains throughout. I demand more Platonic, please.
This is one more thing that made me think about like something that just seemed so obvious to have.
I guess. I'm so sorry for pausing so long there. Mitchell was talking a little bit slow. I take back what I said about him.
Then I thought, like, what did Banjo-Kazooie have? And
he was talking slow. I was trying to get a beat on their topic of conversation to ensure that I wasn't talking over something, that I had something substantive to say. This is okay to talk over, even though it's interesting stuff, because Mitchell's a really good co-host, and he brings up interesting topics and keeps the pace up. Like I started to say, I hope any other DK Vine staffers or non-staffers who have been semi-regular co-hosts feel insulted by my saying that about Mitchell. Really love all you guys and what you bring to the show. But Mitchell hits a certain groove where with some of these, my god, I'm gonna criticize this show I love that I know Heil and probably at least a few other people on staff who have been co-hosts will listen to. Okay, I'm feeling bad again. Okay, I can make a criticism of the last few seasons. Sometimes the show falls into a dynamic of Heil speaking at length about the topic of the episode and occasionally pausing to let the co-host chime in with their thoughts. And then that basically repeats over the course of 5 hours. Where it feels a little less like a conversation where there's like a back and forth,
So I feel like in between each video would be a good time
where
to live
the
stream
co-hosts
that. So we
may
have a correction. Apparently it was DK
chime in more of their own accord, where it's more
Administrator Jeff Onan
regular,
shit about the DVD
again,
commentary discussion,
not just people taking turns sharing their thoughts on a topic. And it's never just that. It's always a conversation.
See you at E3.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
But
See, when we spoon together in the
for
same
Mitchell
bed,
and,
I will be whispering
you know, it's certainly not just Mitchell. Lots of the other co-hosts bring a similar sort of energy to it, where it is like a constant trade-off between who's speaking, everyone, I say everyone, both Heil and the co-host of the given week. Man, I'm getting lost. I think you know what I'm saying, even though I've only kind of half completed a sentence during this whole section. Please don't be insulted, anyone. Man, I kind of touched on this when it started, and I talked about what my reward for this might be. I shouldn't get rewarded, like, not even, like, I'm not even being, like, self-deprecating. Like, I shouldn't ask for something as reward for doing this again. I already got a topic, an episode of the conversation to myself, basically.
So, for example, in the stack, it's the reptile roll.
I don't know. If you want to, Heil, I guess I will address you directly for a moment. If you want to take this as my audition for possibly becoming a guest host myself at some point in the future, that feels so presumptuous to say. I don't know. There have been people who've listened and called in for years that eventually got to be on the show. Maybe me too someday. Not as a direct reward for this, but like, I don't know. Maybe as a... Anyway, if you want to take this that way, to kind of assess my capabilities to record discussion on things, okay. I don't know if, as I started to say earlier, I don't have, like, I don't know what I could even ask for if I was even going to ask for something, which I'm not. So yeah, don't worry about it. I hope you don't feel bad. And Mitchell, like I pointed out, Mitchell pointed out that I didn't really answer the challenge of commentating on the commentary, and that I felt bad about it. I really hope, Mitchell, if you're listening to this, that you didn't, like, feel guilty about that. That was not on you. As I said at the time, you said you really enjoyed it. Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of slipping back into being really self-conscious like I was last time. I'm gonna go back to... Man, I have the episode transcript in front of me, the YouTube captions, and I have it playing quietly in my ears. And I'm still just kind of staring off into space most of the time, and only occasionally checking back on what's being said.
Yeah, what could be happening? Ooh.
Well, Mitchell just lost track of what he was saying.
What was I talking about, actually?
Well, we're going to get into this, because they bring up all these points throughout the video.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Mitchell's talking about Platonic kind of copying to their mistakes or shortcomings with the Yooka-Laylee. I mean, it was interesting looking through the comments of the Platonic commentaries. It feels kind of like half of them were like, wow, it's like people expressing their appreciation for them being upfront about the ways, because Yooka-Laylee was among the more controversial game releases of its year, which is kind of weird because, as I mentioned before, 2017 was the year of Battlefront 2, the year of the loot box, or that whole situation, like 3 years since. And monetization in games has still not clawed its way back up to the point where it was as bad as it was in 2017. There was so much controversy in 2017, and yet, even though Yooka-Laylee, you know, as far as like unethical business practices were concerned, like the stuff that really matters, not just a game disappointing you, like it didn't really fall prey to any of that stuff. Like even, because kind of people bring up the Mighty Number 9 comparison a lot. Like even people who kind of see Yooka-Laylee in the same light, like you don't get that same where like people are like, was this a big scam? Like Yooka-Laylee got raked over the coals pretty hard by a lot of people when it came out, but it never got to that point, which is really good. Like people were, some people like vehemently hated it, but they weren't like Platonic stole people's money. The controversy was all, you know, about the game itself, not the business practices surrounding it or any other kind of more, you know, potentially serious thing, which is good. And yet, despite all that, it was one of the more controversial releases of that year. I mean, I don't think that is like overstepping a boundary to say, like, especially since I pointed out that there were games that were doing like legitimately like harmful things at that time. But anyway, all this to say that like Yooka-Laylee like kicked up a discussion, shall we say, and like obviously the type of people that are going to be in Platonic's comment section are the people that were not the most angry or disappointed or whatever, like the people who are fans of Platonic as a studio who've stuck around long enough to still care enough to like watch and listen to Platonic's commentaries about the game, and all of them were like almost relieved that like, okay, Platonic like gets the issues and they're upfront about it, and like this is really cool. This makes me really excited for their future. Like they've got it together.
Good first levels. I don't know.
The episode conversation is well moved past this topic at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. Like with Donkey Kong, it makes sense because he is a gorilla.
But yeah, at this point, it's kind of.
But I really don't know how that's extrapolated.
I'm coming to the subject of Platonic's commentaries close to 2 years late, so I'm not saying anything interesting at this point by bringing up, wow, they're so upfront about this and so like insightful and understanding about you know, their slip-ups. But yeah, and I guess I can come at this now with the perspective of post-Impossible Lair, and yeah. The only worry I have for Platonic as a studio is that Impossible Lair almost certainly did not do as much for them financially as the first game. Like I'm paranoid about like I think just earlier today I was looking through all the Impossible Lair trailers on YouTube and how like few views they all have as like an indication of like, oh my god, if only a fraction of the 20,000 people that watched the launch day trailer actually went out and bought the game, like I really that's the thing I'm somewhat worried about. I've not, you know, I don't have any insight as to what's going on inside Platonic right now. Of course, if they were like in a financial crisis, they wouldn't be broadcasting it.
Almost.
It doesn't seem like they're like in trouble right now, and I very much hope that's the case, because Impossible Lair, God, they have it so together as far as just like an outlet that creates games right now.
Maybe of the game.
And yeah.
In Tribal Stack Tropics, it really works.
So,
yeah, and it's a little bit,
topic now.
Just a little bit of the
Banjo-Kazooie versus Banjo-Tooie. I don't know whether maybe this comment came up just a little while ago and I talked over it, or whether it's just about to be said, or whether that's not until like way later in this video or what. I want to say it's in this section, but at one point, I think it's Mitchell who says that in a lot of ways Yooka-Laylee kind of like in the sliding spectrum. Oh my god, he's saying it right now. This is great. By the way, the YouTube captions, even though they recognize the word Kremling, are spelling Heil as Kyle. They did that too at the beginning. Well, anyway. Yeah, he's saying it right now. Yooka-Laylee, I'll directly quote, Yooka-Laylee is maybe in a more extreme Tooie than even than Tooie itself, and if you put the three games on a spectrum, that Tooie would kind of become the middle ground between the small, tight, focused level design and just like general scale and pacing of Banjo-Kazooie, and the sprawlingness of Yooka-Laylee, and Tooie is in the middle, which is really interesting because this was a frequent topic of conversation in the Conversation leading up to Yooka-Laylee's launch. Like, what design approach are they coming at Yooka-Laylee from? Is it going to be more like Kazooie or Tooie? The reasoning was that they're going to skew closer to Kazooie. Kind of the, not just the reasoning, but kind of the fear, especially in Chad's case, that they would play to Kazooie fans over Tooie fans because that's the, you know, the more important game that more people played back in the day and have nostalgia for, and that the Tooie-ish elements would be more sidelined or an afterthought or whatever. And you know, another podcast I listened to by several game journalists, the Podquisition, one of the co-hosts, Laura Dale, who is a Banjo-Kazooie fan, when Yooka-Laylee came out, she was one of the more negative reviews. She said that one of her complaints was that it was more like Banjo-Tooie, which she never liked as much. Yeah, it's weird that, well, not weird, because I totally get where he's coming from, but it's interesting that Mitchell, 2 years after the fact, would say that Yooka-Laylee out-Tooie's Tooie, where when the whole world expansion mechanic, the only reason that exists is because Playtonic is aware that there's that divide within Banjo fandom, and that they wanted to cater to both parties, so the Kazooie fans could keep the worlds unexpanded and the Tooie fans could expand them, you know, right away, most of the time, if not all the time, at the tribal stack. Sorry. So that individual, you know, veterans of the Playtonic, the legacy Rare staff that are now at Playtonic of their work could tailor the experience to their tastes going in. But yeah, Yooka-Laylee in that regard was conceived itself as an in-between between Kazooie and Tooie, and as has been discussed on and off the conversation, it kind of panned out differently. For my own opinion, speaking briefly about just my own thoughts on Yooka-Laylee for a second, the individual worlds expand in different ways. So obviously this effect varies from world to world, but for the most part, like, you can't, if you want to complete the game, if you want to beat capital B, you can't have your pure Banjo-Kazooie experience leave all the worlds small. Galleon Galaxy has literally 3 pages that you can get before you can expand the world, or before you have to expand the world to get any more. And even if that weren't the case, there would not be, there's 145 pages in total, if I remember correctly. And roughly half of those are behind the expanded worlds. Like, if you left all the worlds unexpanded, you would get at most half of that number, which is not 100. It's like 70, 72 or 3. Yeah. 72 or 3. You'd still need to expand bare minimum 2 of the worlds and collect all the pages in them to get to capital B. And even if they had just lowered the requirement of pages you need to fight capital B, unless you really, like, lowballed it, like I wanted to say 50, but even that might be too big a number, because you'd have to get 10 pages from each world. Although there would also be the ones in Highbury Towers to collect, so, I don't know, maybe 50 would work. But yeah, you would have to really lowball the number of required pages to unlock the final boss fight, to let people have the smaller scale experience. And even if they had done that, like, you have the problem where, this was a fairly big topic in the first conversation after the game came out on Tribal Stack, where there would be these weird dead ends, or like, you climbed the one tower that in the expanded world leads to Rampo, but you just kind of reach the summit before where Rampo would be, and there's some quills there and you can't reach them, and you're like, wait, what? What is this? Why did I climb this thing? Why can't I reach those quills? Where the design did not mesh. Where leaving the world small doesn't give you a full Banjo-Kazooie level, because there are those weird, just like, unfinished things, weird dead ends, whatever. Like Glitter Glaze, again, is varies from world to world. Glitter Glaze, unexpanded, feels like a full level, because the expanded world is just the Isometric Palace. So, like, Glitter Glaze unexpanded, you don't have that problem. You just don't go into those 2 ice key doors. But the rest of the level is complete and cohesive. Oh man, do I have any more to say about that? I guess not. Yooka-Laylee is kind of a middle ground between Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, and kind of out Tooie's Tooie. There we go. I might have devoted more time and energy to wrapping that up satisfyingly, but I noticed that Mitchell's talking about the butterflies, and this is a topic that I really want to address. I was really surprised to hear Mitchell say that he was iffy on the idea of the butterflies having different utility depending on how you collect them, because I figured that was the sort of thing he would be all on board with, as like a guy with an eye for design, like playing with collectibles in a collectathon, like the manner of collecting them matters and not just that you collect them. But he had the complaint that it's weird from an in-universe perspective that
when I think about it too hard.
Yuka touching the butterflies is apparently not him eating them, because he has a separate action for eating them, and how that's enough to make him, at the very least, question its inclusion, despite, you know.
There's some peg lower than.
And you know, even from a gameplay perspective, he brings up a good point that, like, it's easy to accidentally touch a butterfly just by, like, spinning into a box or something, or an enemy with a butterfly in it, and you just pick it up as soon as it comes out. And if you need a health pickup, well, then having the different methods of collection being delineated like that adds a source of frustration if you accidentally collect it a different way than you wanted to. But yeah, the fact that his go-to hesitance towards the idea was an in-universe thing, I didn't anticipate that. I don't know, maybe I underestimated Mitchell's proclivity for DK Vine weirdness, obsession with, you know, finding in-universe explanations for everything. What I can say, Mitchell, if you are listening to this part, is that obviously when Yuka touches the butterfly, instead of tonguing it, he is grabbing it out of the air and rubbing it into his armpits, and that imbues its power into him, whereas eating it is just eating it, and so that heals him, like Banjo eating the honeycomb, as you pointed out in your example, or Mario grabbing and pocketing the coin. Obviously, he's not eating the butterfly when you touch it. Obviously. Okay. What are they talking about now?
Aspect of it that is now slightly better.
Okay, well, I'm glad
I'm not
Oh
completely
no.
against either. I think
I'm only halfway through.
You know,
I wanted to mouse over the little
great.
YouTube video box and discovered that I was
to collect all the different
an hour and like 50 minutes in.
Once you did that, why did you have to do that? Why was that fun? What
My throat hurts. Okay, not gonna dwell on that.
I think you can. There's always this kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, hey, this isn't a very fruitful avenue for discussion, but Hyle's talking about the Platonic's discussion of Trouser not having a building to himself.
Originally there was a caravan he'd be in, but
and now in a post-Impossible Layer world, hey, he got a house. You know, it doesn't play the same function in the Impossible Layer overworld that like Mumbo's Hut or a Trouser equivalent in Yooka-Laylee, if they had implemented it, would have been. Is just in one spot, and when he appears throughout the overworld normally, it's just him by himself again, by the gates. But yeah, they did kind of pay off that desire to give Trouser a house, and then they took pleasure in wresting it from his coils in probably one of the best jokes of the game. Yeah, retrospective enjoyment on all this stuff. Well, talking about Lobo, I listened to this just only a few hours ago, it feels like. That I was like downstairs making myself some food with my headphones on, listening to this for the first time. Anyway, I need to learn to stop redirecting the conversation to myself and my own experiences listening. I don't know. I guess that's sort of what I'm here to convey. But Hyle's talking about the process of writing dialogue for Lobo.
And you seem very positive about your dialogue, so I wouldn't worry about it so much.
Yeah, I have not played Lobo, nor has anyone.
That pleases me to no end.
So, I don't have really anything to say about that. Well, okay, back to the subject of Trouser's house, or just a structure for him to inhabit. I had the thought that, like, because so much of Platonic's commentaries were like, oh yeah, these are all the little touches that we, like, build this asset, like, intending to put in later, and we just didn't have the time or the budget, or, you know, something else changed that made that otherwise not really feasible, whatever. All these little things are like, oh, that's why that kind of weird thing, you know, Rampo, for example, they mentioned, I don't think Kyle and Mitchell brought up, but during the design of the Rampo fight, they were going to have a phase where the sides of the ramp shot out fire. Phase 1 was going to be rolling logs, Phase 2 was going to be fire coming from the sides, and then Phase 3 would combine them. And they went a different way for the final version of the fight, where it was just increasing the difficulty of the arrangements of logs that would roll down. But yeah, just things like that, like, wait, what? But listen to the commentaries and suddenly it all makes sense, and you can, number one, understand stuff like that feel like sloppy or not thought out more, like they were thought out. You know, you gain an appreciation for, you know, you give them more slack, which I think is fair. Like, on the one hand, it is entirely within our right to judge the product that we bought at face value. This actually dovetails into what I think Kyle is discussing right now. Yeah, I gotta circle back around to this in a little bit when I finish talking about Drowser.
When a game is as polished, looks as polished, and plays as polished as something like Yooka-Laylee,
but yeah, there are all these little touches that they wanted to put in. You,
games that they made with Nintendo,
you know, maybe listening to the commentaries lets you feel more charitably towards the final product than you would without that context. Maybe not, but either way, it's you still get an appreciation of the game knowing little things like that. To jump forward some, like the fact that they modeled the helicopter transformation in Capital Casino, or the pirate ship transformation in Galleon Galaxy with 3 cannons. The seats in the helicopter with the 3 cannons in the ship were going to have gameplay ramifications, and they just, like, went a different way during development and didn't have the time, budget, resources, yada yada, to change the models to accommodate for the change.
Of that studio, but really, I think there's
okay, so the point that I'm getting at with this whole line of conversation is that I thought about, in the Capital Casino commentary,
we'll get the kind of
oh god, I forget who.
that are just coming out all the time in the 2D platforming sphere right now with, like,
Andy.
Celeste, Super Meat Boy.
Surely it wouldn't have been Andy Robinson that wrote the Rextro music. But I want to say it was one of the 3 with Andy Robinson's voice. Andy, Gavin, or Hamish. I guess one of them wrote Rextro's theme just, like, during a long commute one day. And that is why that made it into the game, and if not for that one thing, that wouldn't have been in there, probably. Like, the idea of Rextro's arcade having music, like, that could have just never been thought of. But that's such a great touch. Like, you're wandering around the levels, maybe you're lost, but then suddenly you hear that music, and, you know, Rextro's nearby, and maybe you would have walked past him if you hadn't heard the music and stopped and tilted the camera around to see the arcade machine. And that's so helpful, just for, apart from being a little really catchy little fun piece of music, it like serves a gameplay purpose. It helps orient you in the world. And so hearing about the little touches that Playtonic wanted to do, like, made me think to things like that, and like, which I wouldn't have even thought to like remark upon if I wasn't thinking about the absence of things like that in other areas of the game. Like, it helps me appreciate the little touches they were able to do, both like ones that help gameplay and then just like little fun aesthetic / world building, whatever details in the world.
I've been thinking a lot about Donkey Kong 64. 20th anniversary
yeah,
coming up.
like,
When it went on the virtual console
again,
years back,
the Playtonic commentaries like are really something special as far as interfacing with the game. I don't know. So going back to what I alluded to then, Hyle and Mitchell talking about the reception that Yooka-Laylee got. Hyle brings up Donkey Kong 64. To quote what I'm reading on the screen right now, Donkey Kong 64 is only a bad game when you compare it to other games in the genre, but when you play it by itself, it's not a bad game. It has flaws, absolutely, but it's not like this piece of trash. It has polish, it has aspects I really like, and we've never really had an out-and-out just terrible, atrocious game in our little Rare fandom. I'm going to stop just reading what's coming up right now. But he's bringing up Josh's video on Sonic 06 and how that put DK64 into perspective for him. And how Hyle's perspective is kind of shifted to be like,
wait a second, like, I'm so hard on Donkey Kong 64.
Well, as he's saying, sometimes our measuring stick is a little bit too tall when we're picking apart these games. For some fans, the world is not enough. You've been giving everything on a silver platter, and they're still going to find a way to nitpick it. I look at the criticisms leveled at Yooka-Laylee. Kickstarter, okay, I'm just going to stop now. He brings up that, like, the fact that Yooka-Laylee, in spite of everything, came out as solid as it did, where people were able to have complaints as minute as they did, is kind of indicative of what ultimate quality the game is. Like, that's the things that they're focusing on, as opposed to a Sonic 06 where it is like a non-functional product, like the sort of thing that should probably be subject to a product recall. It's not finished, it doesn't function as it was intended to. And so sort of intimating that as long as the game functions and is playable, that it is not bad. Not to put words in Hyle's mouth. That's kind of how it comes off. I know he's trying to, you know,
I still don't know if I would go that far to say it's
because he has made no secret of the fact in the past that he feels a lot of regret for shaping DK Vine towards a reflexively cynical output stemming from, you know, the quote-unquote dark age. Like, having positivity as the default outlook is healthier. Like, full stop. There's the whole Conan example that has been a constant refrain on the conversation. You know, don't be a cynic. Yada yada. And Mitchell is kind of challenging him on this right now, which, returning briefly to the subject of what I like about what Mitchell brings to the show, he disagrees with Heil
about this thing that isn't
somewhat
really
a lot,
explicitly to
and is
your
not
life,
shy about voicing it. Like,
keeping
if I were,
in check, and
I put myself in the place of like,
add a
ooh,
level of reasonability.
listening to a given conversation episode, if
if
that was me in the co-host spot, and Heil brought up this point, what would I say? Ooh. Like, sometimes he'll say something that my gut instinct to say, well, what? No? But then within my brain, I kind of reframe whatever he said, like, well, here's another thing he might have meant by that that's more in line with that, with what I think. And so if I got to co-host an episode, I would probably just go along with. But when Mitchell, as with Chad during his tenure, when Heil says something that, at least on face value, doesn't line up with their opinions, they'll contest it. And that's great for conversation.
My main thing there is also, I've been saying this for years,
like what's Mitchell saying right now?
Is only necessarily even valid at a micro level when you are looking at
this is a long, kind of convoluted sentence that Mitchell is saying that is not giving me much context as to what he is referring to by any of it. Video game is just purely good or bad is beyond my ability. I can't. Okay, yeah, that's a lost cause. Well, going back to my own thoughts on the topic.
I don't include a score.
Yeah, scores are bullshit. It's just, it's all made up.
Well, okay, actually, this is kind of perfect. Heil's bringing up the GameSpot review of Tropical Freeze and the issue he has taken with that ever since it was written. And I believe when Impossible Layer came out, he briefly alluded to a certain outlet that shall not be named that had a previous instance of giving a certain other DK Vine beloved 2D platformer of somewhat recent years a poor review, and saying that they, in the Impossible Layer episode, that clearly they were fishing for controversy by, you know, I don't want that to be the go-to attitude. Bordering on sweatshops, and it just makes me really want to give a hug to everybody involved, even in a game like, I'm being critical again. So, Heil, if you're listening, I love you. People should be allowed to dislike a game to whatever extent they want for whatever reason. That's their opinion. Opinions are inherently valid. We're different. This is all subjective. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe... I'm sure there is at least one instance in history where someone has claimed opinions that are not theirs to intentionally fish for controversy in a review. I don't think, unless it seems like really clear, that should be the go-to explanation. Like GameStop. I may have even gone back and checked, like after Heil implied that that's what they were doing with Impossible Layer and with Tropical Freeze years earlier. Almost certainly those reviews were not written by the same guy. And I don't think the editorial staff at GameStop have an edict, hey, trash Donkey Kong and other rare or rare adjacent games for clicks. I don't think anything close to that is happening. Probably two different people played those games and happened to not care for them, and I think that's fine.
platforms.
I don't think the conversation should extend beyond that.
Interpretation of that scene never even took into account
don't
that it could
think
be a reuse of assets.
that
I always had assumed,
we should belabor
why are they there?
all the reasons that the reception that Yooka-Laylee got was unfair.
That's where they are.
A lot of people were disappointed.
Open up the idea in my mind
Man,
that maybe
my tone of voice sounds so like
on
lecture-y.
one of those like far islands, floating islands,
Not luxury,
that you
lecture-y.
can't get to and they can't get off of as a result. So they're kind of in prison.
Like, I don't want to be too harsh.
There's no discernible path back at the moment.
And you know,
If that's
I've
the case,
had my
well, you can have that
struggles
for
with
free.
this,
It's not
like,
platonic. I don't care. Have it.
like, you know, in the old conversation
That's a
episodes
possibility. There's a
when
way out of that
Chad and
little
Hyle would casually,
error
like,
there.
insult
And they also have
Metroid.
discussion about the grand tomes and if they're
Like,
real locations
stuff like
or
that
worlds
could, like, ruin my entire day
books.
sometimes.
And Gab is
Like,
super
I
good about it, but,
am
seems to
prone
have an
to
idea
handling
that
this sort of
it's
thing
very-
in a bad
but,
way.
yeah, my idea and understanding is always that
Like, I don't
for
want to
books
talk
that
down.
run to life,
Like,
the
I'm
world
part of the
exists
problem.
in the book, like a
Like,
portal,
and I've
a
been
dimensional
snooty and
bucket,
dismissive
but,
of people
it only exists
who've
in
not
the
held my
dimensional,
opinions
whatever's leading out into
or
the,
cast
hybrid
judgments
tower.
upon them
Yes.
or like
That's
assumed
my assumption too.
reasons
It would
beyond
go against
they just came at it from a different
worlds
perspective
Kazooie
than
are,
me.
where Kazooie- they seem to be real world
This topic has
pieces
long
that
since passed in the
Rosie has
episode.
portals to,
I'm gonna leave it there.
where these books,
Right.
the
Maybe
worlds
I-
are the books in this case.
Maybe I should have just let it skate by.
Which I feel like is cleaner.
Hey,
Of course, yeah.
welcome
If there's
to
anything-
Fun Times. What's happening?
How could a character that's like written into the book ever leave and then go into a different book that's written? But I think just because of the way Yooka and Laylee go between books,
Talking about the Knights of
it
Camelot.
works out.
The old DK Vine standby. It's
Another Kev Bayless design.
Yeah.
Bring up the Knights of Camelot
Yeah.
again. So Kev Bayless was behind the design of
Kev Bayless seems to be
and
behind
Gab, this is where he talks
all
about
of the
having
most
a game
off-putting
concept for
characters
the
in the
Knights of
game.
Camelot, and he has a document that exists, and he's not
Which
sharing it, but,
is
apparently all of their attributes,
odd.
like having an archer, for example,
Because, as Hyle points out, I don't know if it's in this video, I think it was
which I don't know how well
during one of
the
the
Camelot game would do,
impressions
how
videos of one of the Yooka-Laylee worlds, that this is the man who designed Diddy Kong.
weirdo pigs who think it's a
Actually, it might have been
It would have to be
in this episode, like maybe
of game that appeals to a lot of people
Yeah.
one of, like in one of the, in the Tribal Stack Tropics probably video. Maybe Platonic mentioned that's Vendy.
You know, maybe they'll show up in Fortnite one day. That seems to be pretty popular.
Well, there was that earlier bit where I mentioned that Hyle said, I'm coming around on Vendy.
And Thanos is definitely popular, so
And now
yeah,
he
so little
just loves her
interesting
unconditionally
discussion
and wants to
about,
marry her.
How Yooka-Laylee it was made, and they
So
bring up
maybe,
the,
like, this was him
hallway
just
that
first
exists
learning of that?
in
I don't
the
know.
Rambo
Maybe he
temple,
was
but
just
it's Rambo, but it just
commenting
used
on
to
that
be
because it was
dead
brought
end.
up, but like,
There's nothing there.
the creator of Diddy Kong, the designer of Diddy Kong,
Stephen Hurst said
also
that
designed
put it in
the more
game
off-putting ones like
for the
Vendy and the
designers
Knights of
to try
Camelot.
something, but they never did, and Hamish Lockwood admits
I guess
that
I don't
he
have
didn't
too
even
much
know
to
it was
say
there.
about that specifically. I could
That kind of thing that I
speak
think
to
might
the fact
improve
that
in the
there's a
future.
lot of
The team is
Yes,
more locked
yes,
in.
yeah.
And
design incongruity, like just in terms of visual design, character design, whatever,
A little
like
bit
as
of
far as
miscommunication that cracks
all
me
the
up,
different
because
characters
I
go,
just love that
and this is
whole way.
something that has
Other
been
little
talked to death on the
design
conversation.
curiosities about Yooka-Laylee
You know,
that I
the
really put
Hyle's
down, and it
go-to
sounds like it's the result of
metaphor
people working on one thing, and
has
then
been
not
like
really
the
being
rare
the
like
person who was
garage jam
okay,
session.
was gonna take over and make some use of
Like
it.
Yooka-Laylee is
They
just
talk
like
about
everyone,
the
all these rare vets
buzz
throwing in their own
transformation of
distinctive
flower
styles,
and how
just into like a,
rude,
I guess not even a melting pot because it doesn't really melt together because you can still clearly tell, you know, which musical tracks Grant Kirkhope did and which David Wise did, and which characters were designed by whom and all this stuff.
in what context that is.
And I
I did make a video on our YouTube
would
channel
have
that made it much more
appreciated
explicit. I hope that was true
some
for the
more.
original version, but I can't say for sure.
I'm fine with the music. I think Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Layer both do a good job of like delineating
they just
whose musical tracks go where. an Impossible Lair, David Wise, and Playtonic's two in-house composers, kind of emulating Wise's style, emulating Donkey Kong music, basically. All that's level music. Grant Kirkhope does the overworld music and is in the minority, and the first Yooka-Laylee, it's the inverse. Grant Kirkhope is the main guy, and David Wise is when you need to change the music up for a boss fight or a cartouche section. So that, like, there's an ethos to how the disparate elements are implemented that, you know, gives the work shape. And stuff like all these different characters, and, you know, this is kind of, to some extent, unavoidable, like, other than just taking out all the non-Steve Mails designed characters and leaving your world barren of characters. Unless you just have one guy just doing every single character, you kind of can't get around this. Like, you could maybe have one artist design all the world-specific characters for one world. Like, each of the 5 worlds gets a different guy. Or at least, you know, if there's 3 guys total doing character designs, 2 of them get true worlds and 1 of them gets 1. And so all the characters within a world are visually consistent. They're not all just kind of mashed together, Dr. Puzz. But, like, even then, Steve Mails designed Yooka-Laylee, and they have to walk up to and interact with Dr. Puzz, with Rextro, with Vendy, with Inept, all these characters that are just kind of designed differently with a different approach in them. Like, even if you demarcated where the characters show up, you'd still run into that. So maybe I'm making too big a deal out of it. But yeah, on the note of giving my thoughts on Yooka-Laylee, that I couldn't quite view it as the all-in rare jam session where the disparateness of the aesthetics were so undisguised that it circles back around to working. Didn't quite get there. That's fine. Okay, I'm glad I wrapped that train of thought up there, because this is, again, I'm kind of just inputting my own opinion into what they're talking about and not talking about their discussion. Whatever. I was talking about the one hidden quill in Tribal Stack, the one that's around the corner from Shovel Knight, and he really takes issue with this in a way that he tends to be more accepting of when it comes to, like, when he's more particular about, you know, as he says in this episode, like, the real, you know, he really has fun with playing their games, but the real draw is world building and characters and humor and all this stuff. He's more particular about that sort of thing. When it comes to the gameplay, he's more prone to just kind of, if he likes everything else the game is doing, he will usually just kind of go with the flow. But not this quill. I like that, like, Heil goes on this short diatribe about, like, okay, I'm not a gameplay guy, but this is, like, legitimately bad game design, hiding this quill here. And Mitchell's like, oh, I found it. I didn't have a problem. And that was me. It was nice getting that kind of alternate perspective, like, not even just because it happened to line up with my own. Yeah, I don't, like, that's not a super duper devious hiding place.
doing things like that in the future, especially post Super Mario.
Like, just the other day, how I recorded a DK Vine Done Slow episode on Yooka-Laylee, where he was in Tribal Stack Tropics. He brought up that quill. It was like, okay, that's a step too far. For the record, Platonic agrees with Heil on this. Like, yeah, we probably shouldn't have done that.
It kind of makes me smirk a little bit too. So
it's interesting that,
like, that's a good place to hide something. Like, most players will run past it, but it is like literally just around the corner. You don't have to do some kind of crazy jump to reach there or anything.
I had a much harder time.
Like, all you have to do is think, oh wait, I can go over there. Is there going to be something there? Oh, there is. The problem in my view is that it was a quill. I want the quills to kind of work like the notes in Banjo-Kazooie, where, as Mitchell brings up, they're not there to be a challenge to find and collect. They're there to drive player movement through the level design in the way that the developers want. My issue with the quill there is not the hiding place, but the fact that it was a quill. If that was pirate treasure, or even like the Mollycool or Rexro token, not in the first world. In the first world, they should be easier to find than that. But like something where the task of exploring thoroughly and noticing it and getting it is the challenge, because it was a common complaint about Yooka-Laylee that the quills were not laid out like Banjo, that they were just kind of scattered randomly around or like tucked away. I found that that was the exception more than the rule. I thought that most of the quills were laid out in a way that did guide you through the levels.
I know I need to get everything, so the reward is like,
or at least like half, I don't know, because they would kind of put them on top of like tall rocks, like on the boundaries of levels and stuff fairly often, where there's no reason to go there other than to get the quills.
Because they can just be anywhere. But Odyssey.
But yeah,
I almost say Odyssey's worse about that specific.
I feel like people.
It's weird that
I know I just said respect people's opinions, no matter how much they differ from your own. Even if, like, you think that their reasoning, like, doesn't hold up. Like, well, that's... Even if it doesn't stand up to scrutiny, that's the experience they had. Anyway, I just kind of slipped back into justifying that. Even saying all that, I know I'm kind of saying, well, that criticism's wrong. But from my own personal subjective perspective, that was not as big a problem as it was made out to be. And the comparison to Mario Odyssey came up, which is really interesting. That's a good... Like, Mitchell brought up the purple coins in Odyssey, and how those were hidden much more deviously than that quill, and Odyssey got glowing reviews. And, you know... I'm sure Heil's immediate thought would be Mario automatically gets a pass because it's Mario, which I'm not. I'm just coming off so harsh. No, that is definitely true to an extent. Sorry. Like, that is just a thing. Like, when something is canonized in the culture, is like, this is a capitalized great work. Like, you're not as scrutinous on some things that you would maybe take issue with and stuff that doesn't have that pedigree. But in Mario Odyssey, the purple coins are hidden, yeah, a lot more deviously than that quill. Like, the whole... Like, Mario Odyssey trains you to constantly do things like check around every single corner. Like, the worlds are designed so well to hide things in, to just like, you wouldn't think to turn the camera around at this point and look there, and they'll always hide something. And that's like, that's the whole gameplay rhythm, is like being insightful enough to like notice things about the world. And I think what makes it work in, like, I don't think that people give a pass to that sort of thing in Odyssey because it's Mario and criticize it in Yooka-Laylee, you know,
Okay.
that it's a double standard. What makes the difference for me is that in Mario Odyssey there's a specific type of collectible, the purple coins, where that is the thing.
Yeah, I like Grandpa.
Like, if there was a whole... I brought up the Molecules and the Rextro tokens, how, like, those are meant to be hidden. Those would line up with that hiding place from a design perspective. And of course you only have one of those in each level, so hiding either one of them there would maybe be too much. But like, if there was a whole like other type of collectible that was more numerous, like the purple coins, where you can, you know, again, there was the little nook, the little like dead-end hallway leading up to Rampo, rather on the way up to Rampo, that Platonic pointed out is like, the level designer put that in there for someone to hide something in, and they just didn't, because the person who might have done that did not notice that that was there. Man, what was I saying? Yeah, if they're...
But is he the whole ramp? I don't believe so.
Like, there are multiple spots in all the levels that would have been great little hiding places. And the majority of them just kind of go unused, and a few of them, you know, there's the one Capital Casino token, or chip rather, that's underneath a ramp. And it's the only, like, one like it. Like, if there was an entire separate collectible, where, like, that was the type of scenarios that that collectible was made for, that made you search out the levels in a different way for the different types of collectibles, the way Mario Odyssey does, then just little things like that would bring the design together more. I've talked about my game design opinions on Yooka-Laylee a lot, and not... It's sort of been about the commentary. It's fine.
I guess Rampo isn't dead. He just got knocked
Whew.
because you can
Where am I at?
a little bit afterward.
2 hours and 13 minutes. I have slightly less than an hour left. I am definitely feeling good about my decision to start recording when I did and not power through both conversations and only then record, so I can give my throat a rest. I probably should have got a water bottle that was more than a quarter of the way full before I started recording. And because I'm not pausing every now and again, so that my commentary can actually match up with the commentary on the commentary, I can't go up and get some water. If I run out of this one, it'll be fine. I'm very sweaty. They smell gross. It's fine. What are they talking about?
And that internal logic has always been a hallmark of Rare and now Platonic. And it, trust me,
I believe Hyle is commenting on the anecdote of... Well, I'm only an hour-ish from the end. I don't think they're still on Tribal Stack. Maybe they are. Tribal Stack and Glitter Glaze Glacier are the only full worlds they talk about. The preceding portions of the episode are either a prelude to discussing the commentaries directly, or the intro episode, which is on basically the intro parts of the overworld and not the specific levels. So I suppose they're still on Tribal Stack, which is neat that they're able to supply so much time and attention to this one topic. talking about the floating platforms, how Platonic felt the need to add propellers underneath them because of feedback they got from us weirdos, basically.
I think Tribal Stack Tropic still kind of has some of it going on, but then Glitter Glacier and
yeah, it was
are so much more natural.
interesting.
It seems weird to call
I've
that more natural.
become more interested as of the last few years in like the tech side of games.
Natural parts of our world.
Not that I have more than a rudimentary understanding of any of it, but like
work and
the technical wizardry, as much as that term kind of conveys my own ignorance on this subject, because of course it's not wizardry.
that does benefit.
Real people have to put real time and thought down in the trenches on how to work through these things that just come off as usually we don't even notice or think about when we're playing the games. Like when something is not the way we want to be, we chalk it up to the developers didn't think of a way to make the game better. It's like more often than not, no, they thought of it, they just like could not do it. It was too hard to program, or it was too intensive on the hardware or whatever. And like the little detail, the propellers on the underside of the platforms, like they mentioned that was a small headache for them. Like, you know, you always have to do a balancing act of
character can't walk past a certain area.
like you make one piece of geometry more detailed to satisfy obsessive weirdos by putting propellers that have to be animated to constantly rotate underneath platforms. And like
That's why I like Sea of Thieves' explanation.
if they've gotten the rest of the world to a certain level of fidelity, like they might have to tweak the assets they've implemented, or like do some under the hood optimization work or whatever to like be able to add things like that and not like drop the frame rate to a degree that like people would be unhappy with, and they got to deal with multiple pieces of hardware, including the much less powerful Switch and like all number of different PC configurations that people playing the game on Steam or Mac or Linux might have. Did you know that Yooka-Laylee's on Mac and Linux? Like I didn't until the other day. Like they put that thing on PC, Mac, Linux, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch. 6 platforms. Like I brought up Mighty Number 9 earlier. That was one of that game's main downfalls, was they promised to port it to too many things, and like they had to develop and like create assets for and bug fix and like all this stuff, like with the fact that there would have to be versions that ran on the 3DS in mind for a game that was principally targeting PS4, and also had to accommodate it for last gen consoles like Wii U. It came out on Wii U. The 3DS and Vita versions never wound up happening, but like people look at that game and how like ugly it is. They're like, how do they think that looks good? And it's like, well, I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they're more aware than anyone that like it has problems with its presentation, but it's just like they place their chips down on their ability to do something and having to account for like all these things besides making the game as pretty as possible. And just it didn't shake out for them. Like it's like examples like that should make us appreciate the fact that that's not the norm all the more.
That's funny. Let's make pig nights.
Which I'm kind of echoing what Hyle was saying, like,
I don't know. I wasn't there. Alright.
be glad when you get a game that functions, which I kind of took issue with. But like, I still think it's fair to, even if a game is not broken, to say, well, even though it functions, it works, it's playable, I didn't have any fun with it for whatever reasons, for reasons that to others
Gary Talbot,
they don't
animator,
see
Dean Wilson,
those
background
problems
artist,
at all or
and
agree with them,
designer.
or if they do, see
And
them
so
as just
entering Glitter
nitpicks.
Glaze Glacier, the
Like one
glide
person's
ability
nitpicks
is
are
a
another
browser
man's
move that you have to use to
evil
advance.
treasure.
However, this
That
mandate
works.
from Gavin took a while to be implemented by Dean, and you can actually still
What are
use
nitpicks to
Glitter
some
without
can like be game ruining for others. It just depends on your priorities and how much certain things
Yeah.
which,
annoy you,
I
or
was able to do too, like,
you know,
right away.
a lot of the things Heil talks about that like make the game for him are things that other people will not notice, or if they do, couldn't fathom why like someone would pay more than a passing thought to them. I was talking about something different before I got back on that.
It made it more, I don't know, sandboxy
Yeah,
as a result, rather than like everything is deliberate and rigid.
It's valid to criticize games for more or less whatever reason. If your reasoning is it has women and people of color and LGBT people in it, then okay, that is an opinion, but it's an opinion that is legitimately harmful. Then you can call that out.
This is just an extension of
There are
Yooka-Laylee being so
there are opinions
They-
that
by the
are
end of
not
the game,
valid.
or really even just like halfway through the game, they can do
But like
so
short
many
of that.
things that affect their
Anyway.
mobility and their ability to just
Despite all
get,
that,
higher up or faster
it
or anything you need to be.
is definitely healthy to pay all these factors, how hard it is to make games, in mind, and to have that context to keep that in mind, to pay mental tribute to all the potential mitigating circumstances.
Is maybe only 3%. I'm sure that's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
But it does, I think, speak to just even at a base how able Yooka and Laylee are just everywhere.
Yeah, and that
I hope I'm living up to my mission statement with this. I still feel like I'm missing so much. I'm looking away from the screen a lot, like I mentioned before. I'm sure entire topics have passed me right by just because I was looking away while talking so I wouldn't lose focus. So what are they saying now? They're on Glitter Glaze Glacier. I guess they only just got there because Heil was talking about how it took inspiration from the aesthetic of Frozen.
Yeah. Obviously, Glitter Glaze Glacier was inspired by the movie Frozen, which we've always known about because Dean Wilson's
Now talking about Cameo.
would
So
always
now I'm at the
watch it
point where
on
I'm...
loop. But he was also influenced
I
by
kind
the
of
first game he worked on at
wrapped up
Rare,
my
and
thought with the
Cameo,
intention of bringing
which I
myself
hadn't
back
really
up to
made
speed
that
and
visual
where the
connection
episode
until
is, but
this video, and
I have come back in at the point where
Cameo influence. And Cameo is not
I'm
a
unfortunately
game
kind of
I'm really
bereft
that well
of things to
versed
say
in,
other than,
but
oh,
I still
Cameo.
appreciate, like,
I haven't played that game, so I wouldn't realize the influence.
I don't know if I ever consciously made that
Um,
connection, but after
That's kind
you
of...
said that, like, of course, it's an obvious.
Wow.
The castles
Mitchell mentioned
very
that
similar.
Cameo is his favorite post-buyout Rare game, which Heil characterized as a bold statement to make, which I found slightly funny because for him that game is, well, at the time of, no, not at the time of this recording. For a very long time for him that game would have been Ghoulies. I guess Sea of Thieves has now supplanted it. And that is substantially less bold to say than Ghoulies because Sea of Thieves has gone on to find great success. But yeah, it's funny that Heil would kind of reflexively go, oh, Cameo, interesting choice. Not that he was even like making fun of Mitchell for it. But I don't know. Just I don't know how well Cameo sold. Surely it sold better than Grab by the Ghoulies. Just because the conversation, even though that they don't pay as much heed to Cameo, I don't recall them ever bringing up Cameo having upsettingly low sales figures. like Ghoulies did. My goodness.
Every time they say it, you would probably find yourself in a hospital or a morgue.
Yeah, sorry for
it becomes a running joke that Dean
my
Wilson
throat is sore. I'm like,
the orange point lighting,
my breath is catching in my throat. I'm
dramatic,
burping. I don't know.
stand apart from tribal stack tropics,
It's
which is the whole
interrupting
reason
what I'm
they
saying.
did
That's
a
what I
snow
meant when I said
world
whatever I just said. Oh my god, or
fantasy
whatever.
world right after the sunny tropical jungle world.
It works.
What's
all
going
of
on
the
now?
levels end up having a really distinct color palette, and that
Hyle is saying that the aesthetic of Glitter Glaze is probably the most impressive in the game.
level look as cold and wintry as it does.
And I honestly like the look of Glitter Glaze Glacier. I think might be the best in the game. I think just visually,
I would
impressive. I don't know if I'll actually stand by that.
tentatively give that edge to
Yeah, I don't know. It has
Galleon Galaxy.
rich tapestry of colors and contrast that I
well,
really enjoy. So
I could expand upon that topic, but that's just me talking more about Yooka-Laylee.
Where they give Gary Talbot some ribbing for being absolutely rubbish at games.
But yeah, it's interesting that Hyle would say that. I listened a little bit into the, I might have mentioned this before, I listened about half an hour's way into the next episode, in between, like, basically while I was doing stuff to prepare for recording this, like, eating some food so that I could function. It's now 6:47 in the morning. Well, anyway.
So I'm kind of glad there is somebody who is actually working at Playtonic and who worked on Yooka-Laylee that is also not
I listened a little way into the next episode. I heard something that would have been relevant to mention there, but I'm gonna save it.
All play a level of The Legend
Yeah,
of Zelda
it'll be better to save it. Right now, Mitchell is telling Hyle that he sucks at video games, which I really enjoyed.
I appreciate that.
And then felt somewhat bad for enjoying, because I don't recall Hyle ever making a point of saying that he's bad at games prior to this. But then that's kind of become a refrain in the year and a half-ish since this episode came up, where like every time he'll make a little self-deprecating crack at himself. Like, I think the episode, not the episode after this, because that's the other commentary episode that I haven't listened to, but whatever the one after that was, I want to say that pretty soon after this, he was kind of mentally still there, and he's kind of, that seems to have taken up residence within his brain since then. That maybe that bothered him a little, because he makes a joke about how, like, oh, the thing to say would have been, there, Hyle, you don't suck at games. When I'm being self-deprecating, it's one thing, but when you come out and corroborate it and give an example from E3, that hits different. Oh, I love their dynamic. Alright, they're talking about Isometric Palace. This comes up probably in a little bit, but the fact that in Platonic's commentaries they mention that like one of the, because also the other day I looked back at the Yooka-Laylee Kickstarter, read that whole page, just to kind of get some, and this was after I had played the game, get some perspective on like how they framed the game at the time, the sort of like mission statement they made about it. Like looking at the stretch goals, I was like, oh, they hit the goal for orchestrated music. I didn't even realize the music in the game was orchestrated. That's neat. And then later I learned that it was not. They had to, that wound up being financially unfeasible for them. There was like a deal that they had going that fell through. So they unfortunately released a statement after the game's launch like, I guess the plan at some point was just to get that orchestrated and added into the game after the fact, and it just, like, never wound up happening, and they just put out a backer update that said, hey, yeah, we're canceling this, we're sorry. I actually learned about that from, I don't think I Google searched, like, Yooka-Laylee orchestrated soundtrack or anything. I think I just kind of happened to chance across it, but there was, like, a forum thread somewhere, Recetera, that was it, talking about that backer update, and it was kind of nice to see everyone in that thread was super understanding about it. You know, that's not even, like, you know, DK Vine, like, somewhere that's populated exclusively by Platonic fans. Like, it's kind of just a broader gaming forum, but people were very cool about it. It was neat. And also, like, half the posts were just like, Impossible Leg is really good. Anyway. Isometric Palace, Platonic mentioned that I brought up the looking at the Kickstarter because one of the higher not stretch goals, pledge tiers was having a hand in helping Platonic design the game. And in the commentaries they brought up that Isometric Palace, they didn't bring this up in any of the other videos, so potentially this was limited to Isometric Palace. Equally likely, if not more, this just happened to be the only case of them bringing backer input on board, and it happened elsewhere, but they just didn't mention it. But yeah, it's interesting. If Isometric Palace was the only point where that was incorporated, like Kyle pointed out, how he's had his issues with, like, how well Isometric Palace meshes with the rest of Glitter Glaze Glacier and the rest of the game, where it, like, just kind of becomes a different genre, sort of, for a good stretch. Like, I hope those backers did not feel disappointed that the parts that they were brought on board to help with were the least banjo-y parts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, like,
again,
feel
like, every possibility that was just one incident of many where those people got to contribute. Hopefully, if it was limited to that, then those people, none of them felt let down.
There's a couple different reasons for that, and some fix, which we'll get into. But
anyway,
yeah, I think now, looking back, Glitter Glaze Glacier might be my favorite world. That or Capital Kushiro.
Well, this is interesting.
Yeah,
the topic is Hal talking about how his opinions have changed and will probably continue to change, and how that's a good thing. Not entrenching yourself for the sake of, I don't know, stubbornness, not wanting to admit your first impressions of something were wrong, which is a topic that comes up a lot throughout the conversation. The internet need to not be seen as ever being wrong about anything. So how that kind of mentality is fed into something else he's talked about a lot, which is how games don't really go back and get reassessed the way the music does, or even movies.
They were able to design help design one of the rooms in Isometric Palace, and they got their name on a plaque. And
I mean, yeah, like, I'm trying to think of examples that would run counter to that, but it really does seem like, well, games get reassessed in that games that were a super big deal when they came out because they were technologically groundbreaking, often reassessed as, oh, that doesn't hold up. You don't really see the inverse.
I read that as
and
a
I
hint the first time I played it, so I thought, like,
don't know if
would have a hint in the
like, there are probably some games that,
Solstice. I
you know,
figure out
again, this is just
the solstice and that.
subjective. People should have certain types of opinions, which is not really a good mindset, but
And their last name is Solstice. What?
games that quote-unquote should get reassessed, or I guess games that stood a chance of being that could be reassessed if that was more of a thing in the gaming culture sphere. So that plays some part, but I think just the fact that games are so tied to technology more than even, film, that are so technology driven now, with this age of visual effects driven blockbusters and,
I think that goes around. Putting
movies with budgets in like the single digit millions of dollars. There's that, and there's movies in the hundreds of millions of dollars budget, and there's not nearly as much in between as there once was. It's the exact same thing with games. Most games used to be middle shelf releases. The ones with the highest budgets and the ones with the lowest budgets are in the minority, and now it's that middle swath of the spectrum has almost disappeared, and it's either your game has a big budget or your game has a tiny budget. So the fact that games are so tied to technology, I don't think that games getting reassessed is almost entirely not in those games' favor, is a symptom of, gaming discourse's immaturity or whatever. To some extent, sure, but to an equally big, if not greater extent, because of the nature of games and how they differ from other mediums.
They could just be like doing taxes, doing adult things. And I still feel like teens only.
I guess that's not really commentating on the commentary. That's just kind of giving my opinion on a subject they brought up. Hal just used the word sex vapors. He was talking about teenagers fucking in a car outside of his house. I wish I'd known that story sooner. I don't know why, but exciting things happening in the life and times of Kyle Russell.
Even from the inside of a car.
The term sex vapors I have never heard before, but I really like it.
A little bit.
Let's see, Hyle's bringing up a question. Yes, this is something, and I just brought up that I kind of just talked about Yooka-Laylee. Not even Yooka-Laylee, just general video game discourse. I just admonished myself for that. But the whole topic of the whole topic of how bosses in Yooka, and by extension the Banjo series, mostly Banjo Tooie, Banjo-Kazooie didn't really have bosses outside of Grunty. Conga does not count. Nipper does not count. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. They are level obstacles that happen to also be characters. They are not boss fights. Yeah. Conga's a thing you shoot some eggs at. Nipper's a thing you... It's just there to test your knowledge of, like, the egg shooting move and the Kazooie... I don't remember the name. I should. When professing to be an authority on this subject. They're not bosses. Banjo-Tooie had bosses. I love Banjo-Tooie's bosses. I made you fuckers record a whole episode about my favorite of Banjo-Tooie's bosses, and I regret nothing. But yeah, I never, like, both listening to Platonic's commentaries, but especially listening to Mitchell kind of break it down, like how a boss fight is used, how common wisdom is to use a boss fight as a test for the player that they're
So at the end of it, we'll put
they
the
have
boss,
gotten a
you can,
grip on a certain mechanic that the boss uses, or just general proficiency at the game.
Whether that be a tool you
And the
have,
fact
or not
that
in the world, or just a kind of
the bosses in Yuka and Tui, by extension, are all optional and are not,
then there is no reason to put them at the end.
because they're optional, or maybe the fact they're optional is a symptom of this, that they're placed in such a way that you can fight them whenever you want, and so they're not, you know, to bring up the Mario Odyssey comparison again, it's weird, like I'm hardly the first person to point out that Odyssey feels like it takes as much inspiration from Banjo-Kazooie as it does Mario 64 and Sunshine. But yeah, there's a lot of weird parallels between Odyssey and Yooka-Laylee. Because Odyssey, if you're listening to this, Heil, like maybe this will give you more of an interest in someday playing Odyssey. Or for anyone else listening, like maybe you didn't think of it in these terms before, I don't know, but like Odyssey has the world expansion mechanic, effectively. Like there are several different versions of each level, and like they're linked to like story sections. Like you first get into a level and there's like something kind of urgent going on, and you have to go and solve it, and then the world like kind of calms down, and like the characters and even just like the level geometry stuff, that fundamental changes like depending on the amount of progress you make, at what point of the game you're in, and whether like you're playing the level for the first time or coming back to it later to mop up more collectibles. But like the levels start out smaller and more constrained. Like they kind of, but they still feel they don't, you're not running into these weird dead ends and stuff like you do in Yooka-Laylee pre-expanding a given world. Like, you know, obvious, and you know, this isn't me insulting Yooka-Laylee. Like, we're talking development teams of extraordinarily different sizes working with extraordinarily different resources at their disposal. Like, Odyssey has a lot more to throw around when it comes to realizing these sorts of ideas. But typically, like, when you fight a boss in Odyssey, it's at the end of, like, that initial phase in the world. Like, before it opens up a bit more and lets you take things at more your own pace. So it kinda, and, like, it works really well. And, like, the bosses in that game are mostly really great. And they still succeed in, like, testing you, again, because they're mandatory and because they're at the end of, like, a structured level where you're being taught certain mechanics and all this stuff. Like, they kind of function as more traditional bosses within the context of, like, a collectathon. It's so clever, the design there. And, like, hey, a Platonic, like, I wonder if that's one of the things that, one of them mentioned in the Tribal Stack Tropics episode, like, wow, Mario Odyssey, there are so many lessons to take away from that game that we could put in a sequel. I wonder if, like, they took notice of that specific thing too. Like, that'd be so cool.
Are real cards. They're real characters, and when they were.
But yeah, Mitchell's point about how, like, the bosses in Yuka and Banjo-Tooie are handled fundamentally differently because they aren't the end of, like, a structured thing, that they're just another task in the world for you to do at your leisure. Or not at all, if you don't want to. Or, as Platonic said in their commentaries, to, like, do them, to, like, prioritize them. If you, like, don't want to grind through a bunch of other tasks that you don't find fun in order to get to the fun boss fight. And that's really, like I mentioned how well Odyssey does it, but, like, that approach, I don't like the bosses in Yuka as much as Odyssey. I really like a couple of them. But yeah, just that whole approach to bosses
Yeah.
is like weirdly novel, and they still really make it work. It's kind of
wrote in to ask about the googly
like it's something you can
eyes and how
completely
they
not think about, but
googly
like
eye enemies that hop around and make
props.
what they do in this world. And by the way,
That
Lake is a member of the DK Vine community.
You know,
At least they
people criticize the bosses in
follow us on
Yooka-Laylee,
Facebook,
but
'cause I interact with them all the time. And it's
like they don't even
super
think
amusing
to
me to see all of the recognizable
criticize how
names
they're
that pop
implemented,
up
because it
in
doesn't occur to them, because it really is just so
the
like up to the
smallness
player
of
to
the community
fight them or
sometimes.
not.
It makes me feel warm and snuggly
Um,
inside.
Yeah.
Karn,
Props.
who has since left
So what,
Platonic, coding enemies,
are
and
they
the,
saying
the
now?
googly eyes, they're
I
easy
need to
animate because
come up with a more
anything that you
interesting
over
thing to
was
say when
animated
I am
with the same squish and bounce.
paying back attention to the
And,
conversation.
of course, it's a meta
Getting
reference
close to the end,
to rare style of sticking
but I gotta stop
googly
saying
eyes
that too.
and calling them a unique character, but this time they just made it a literal in-universe mechanic.
I believe they are talking
And
about the
Another thing like the corplets that can appear
googly
everywhere,
eye. Yeah, they're talking about the googly eye enemies, how they attach to different things.
basically. That means that they
It was interesting
just on all the
how
different
daily,
just because all the worlds have different
when
heights.
Platonic was discussing those enemies, how she kind of, because you know she wasn't around for Yooka-Laylee's development, she's in a way an outsider, like you know, really the perfect intermediary between us receiving the commentaries and the rest of Platonic giving them. She's both an insider and an outsider to the project, and like she just off the cuff asked the question, like, did you ever consider like making it so that the googly eyes could attack Yooka-Laylee directly and take control of them? And that was such a great question. I guess that's all I wanted to say. Well, but she has a few things like that where she brings a unique perspective to it.
I hope they become something of a
Okay, and that's definitely all I had to say. It wasn't much more profound.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I don't see why they should. I feel like they're already there just by virtue of the beginning of Yooka-Laylee. But
They're talking about the character
I hope
voices.
something they can do with.
I believe this is not until Galleon Galaxy, so maybe this will get addressed in the next conversation episode. But at one point they mentioned that the voice of the Blamphibian frog NPC that mans the strength challenge was not voiced by a member of Platonic, but of Team 17. So it was neat to learn that, like, kind of as broad a swath of people involved in Yooka-Laylee as possible got to contribute their voices. Like, I'm going to assume they didn't have to, like, physically get those guys in their studio to do that, although, you know, there's no way, there was never a point in which a Team 17 representative did not, that there was never a point where one of them visited Platonic in person. It must have happened at some point, so that,
I've heard from the little bird.
like, I'm imagining, like, Steve Mills or someone being like, hey, get in this recording booth. You're gonna voice,
now, Dean did say
I don't know.
that he smelled one,
That joke died.
which I thought was hilarious.
I don't know why I gave him,
Deal with new things in your life.
like,
Just immediately going to
the red letter media voice when they just talk about hypothetical people saying things. I'm gonna get off this topic now.
I don't shake hands, I sniff them. And that's probably why I don't make any new friends, but I think you're the last
Oh,
one,
and
Mitchell.
well, I guess kind of discussing Platonic's domestic life, they're talking about their offices, which was really interesting. Like the fact that they
So I will refrain from going
like, I knew that they didn't have their own, like, building to themselves. I think I saw a picture of, like, the building where they work from at some point. But, like, you think of
You kinda did.
what I assume is a pretty standard office building, and the fact that the floor above them, there's a prosthetics workshop. Like, what's that doing in an office building? I mean, maybe it's not an office building, it's some
Didn't do it. I'm glad you didn't make the
type of building more amenable to the sorts of businesses. And Platonic just happens to work out of a non-office building. I don't know.
What I needed you to do was now, Heil. You're not that bad. Everybody's good at something.
I have more journalistic integrity.
Heil just insulted Mitchell, saying that Andy Robinson was right to unfollow him. I meant to comment on that while I was listening to it, but I forget what led up to that. I think Mitchell insulted Heil first, and that's why Mitchell deserves to have been unfollowed. The Conversation is a good show. Talking about Royston. Yeah, this was interesting. How, like, the task of Royston was delineated among, at minimum, 3 people. Because, Ed Bryan designed Dr. Puzz. Gary did the animation, and, like, I want to say,
that does have implications.
like they mentioned, Steve Mails told Barry to put in Royston, even though Barry doesn't know who Royston is. Did I say Barry? Gary. Like, if I'm understanding correctly, like, Royston was not part of Ed Bryan's design. That was an after-the-fact addition. Like, that's not something I would have guessed that would be the case in the first place. That, like, Royston had to be added in after the fact, and then that it was, like, the person making the decision to put in Royston, the person who animated and potentially modeled him. I mean, I would think it would be, if it wasn't Ed Bryan, that it would be Steve Mails that made the Royston model and gave it to Gary to animate. But, like, the fact that all those steps were different people, you know, it's, again, this sort of, like, insight into the dev process. Like, I fancy myself as someone who understands development on who has a better understanding of development as far as people who have no first-hand experience with it. Like, I consider myself pretty well educated, you know, who always tries to keep in mind giving the developers the benefit of the doubt, all the different problems and just, like, tech issues, deadlines, like,
but I can kind of see like hair underneath the hat, so
you know,
I guess I see it.
so much of, like, conflicting things in a game's direction can come from, like, management being wishy-washy or, like, changing midway through development or whatever.
It just blows your mind.
Try to keep all that in mind, and, like, even with me coming from that hopefully informed perspective, there's things like that that I just, like, wouldn't have thought about.
More than 10 years. And then when that game was remade, they made the design of the character.
And then
it was
the
much
fact
more
that
obvious that his white hair was actually a hat,
like,
or brown hair. And,
the communication was there.
people didn't
Like,
immediately
females told
even
Gary,
agree with the
make
new
Royston tap 3
design
times, and he just
because
forgot.
it was so contrary to what they believed.
Like, there was the earlier example of the communication itself being lacking in the example of the little hallway in Tribal Stack, where nobody put something there hidden because they didn't realize it was there, or that the person who made that little spot in the level made it for that purpose. Like, this was in that situation, but it still went wrong.
Because Icymetric Palace felt contrary to me at first. I've grown to really appreciate and love that.
And now, the topic's on the snowplow, and this was another thing that kind of tripped me up. Like, I still don't have a handle on it. Like, the fact that I only just played Yooka-Laylee, how much changed in the various patches, especially the Spit and Polish patch, where, like, I listened to the initial conversation on Glitterglaze Glacier, where Hal complained about the plow's controls, and I was like, I mean, they were a little, like, the turning, if you were having the platform on it, could, like, send you off the edge, but, like, it's really not a big deal. But later learning, like, looking over the Platonic post when the patch was coming out and seeing the bullet points on everything they were adjusting, and seeing the plow among lots of other things that I had also heard complained about and didn't find nearly as bad when I played it.
He's good at Twitter.
I don't have a broader point there. I'm again just talking about Yooka. So how it's shaking up is that I have hopefully managed to talk more about the commentaries than anything else as far as time spent. But I feel like my just talking about my thoughts on Yooka-Laylee is coming in at the second most discussed thing, and Platonic's commentaries are heading up the rear. At least I'm not going on tangents to stuff that's, like, totally unrelated.
You put me down earlier, but at the very least, I can jump on this
I don't know.
as the snowplow. So,
I mean, this is going smoother than I thought it would. So, I think my second recording will be good.
They also have Gary attempt Kartok.
This is less of a, you know, quote-unquote journey than my last go at this, so...
Yes, this was a great idea, and I'm disappointed they haven't.
I don't know, maybe this will actually... my attempt to redress my past failures to
Gloomy Gem Grotto. Gloomy Gem Grotto, Mitchell, is
not
honestly probably my favorite
turn
platforming section of Yooka-Laylee. I think it's a really nice showcase
creative projects into being about myself ultimately.
And I just adore the aesthetic for it in general.
Maybe that's a misguided effort.
Like Glitterglaze Glacier as much as
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't.
Gem Grotto. I think it reminds me personally. So I live in Virginia. There is a theme park here.
I mean, I guess on the topic of things changed, another thing that surprised me is that because right now Hyle and Mitchell are talking about Gloomy Gem Grotto, that was a section that got retooled somewhat based on feedback. The note that they had put the different colored crystals to... I mean, I got that, it's like this was tripping up Gary. The notion that the crystals were placed to denote, like, points of interest at all. Like, I noticed that, but the fact that they, like, specifically put the red ones, like, near ledges, or near, like, points where... Because there's lots of... It's not like, if they put red crystals around every edge, then you would just be fenced in by red crystals the whole way through Gloomy Gem Grotto.
Why are unicorns a thing? They don't actually exist.
But yeah, the color coding went over my head. And Hyle was kind of like Gary in that, well, I mean, Gary had it pointed out to him. But, like, the idea of the crystals, like, guiding you at all. Didn't even notice, but, I'm sure it helped him even though he didn't notice, because like you said earlier, good design is design that you don't even notice, you're just being guided, you know, without having your experience interrupted by a character, like saying, the red ones, careful around those, whatever.
I didn't realize that after
Just
this game
communicating
called it,
things
they
audio-visually.
made it easier, so you didn't need to roll on all of the narrow pathways.
Going all the way
that
back to
only,
Valve's commentaries on the Portal
I don't like that
games.
they made it easier, Mitchell. I thought it was a
Like,
perfectly
that
fine
was
challenge the way it was.
kind of the first time I got an appreciation for that sort of thing. Like, they brought up how it's really hard to get players to look up in video games, which they need to get them to do because a lot of the Portal puzzles involve verticality.
Oh, okay.
And that's why we need more commentaries.
So maybe that's more fair, but I still
Them pointing out all the techniques they use to
yeah.
reinforce that player
What I
behavior.
didn't realize, though, was that
Even hear things like the crystals.
color-coded. This completely went over my head. So there's a
Which,
subtle clue
unfortunately,
the red ones are near the ledges to suggest danger, while the blue ones are near the walls.
came
So
back
just
in
around the dark.
kind of Big Gary because he was told the red ones mean watch out,
Realize that.
which he then took to mean
That's a subtle
the non-red
thing
ones
I don't know
like
if
go
it,
after
like,
them,
actually,
and he just like
helps
jumped
anybody,
off a cliff
but
because he
interesting to learn
saw
those
some
things.
blue
And
ones
a fan sent
that were just there for
in a question
decoration.
and asked why they had Yooka slurp fireflies to glow in the dark when they have a bat character.
Yeah.
And they could have just used Laylee's echolocation. And that's a good question. I was
What
like, oh, damn. The
I'm
team
saying it
that
again.
might have been discussed.
What are they talking about
They
now?
wanted to put the focus on Yuka's state changes. So maybe that's something they could
I really like this question,
I guess is a fine answer.
the one that led to the subject they're discussing now,
In-fiction level,
bringing up that
I kind of get it because
you have a bat character
Laylee sees what's up.
and you went out of your way to choose a lizard and a bat specifically for the abilities that they could
It still needs to be
bring
in
to
Yuka's head
a
in
platforming
order to
game,
immediately see
but
what
you
he's
don't
doing.
have the bat help with
Quickly.
Yeah, that's fine because again they have
navigating through dark areas.
body that's actually
You
doing
leave
most
that
of
to
the
the
legwork,
lizard.
so I think you have to put the agency on Yuka to actually get
And they
the
bring
job
up a
done.
good point
Talking about the
that
snowmen of the world, all the snowmen where you
because
have to find
Yuka's the
their
one
hats.
actually walking,
So,
that like
in-
even though
interesting
Laylee
here,
would
they
be able
have
to
heavily alludes to the idea that
echolocate
they
or
were
even just
original
have good night
snowmen,
vision
but they were cursed by
to
someone and became
be able to
snowmen, which
see
I'm
in
like,
dark
how
places
much lore
that
do you have
from an
in your
in-universe
head,
context,
Gavin Price, where,
you know,
like, only
Yuka still has to be
5% of
able to
this
see.
ever
It
seems
can't
to
just be
actually
Laylee because he's the
reflected in
one who
game
has to
itself.
do the
But you
platforming.
have like entire backstories for all of these ancillary
Kind of like with the
characters.
butterfly, I somewhat
It
disagree.
almost makes my job
Like the
really
same way
to, like,
Mitchell brought
figure
up,
out
like you can
how
abstract the act
they
of
exist or what they're like.
Mario, Banjo, or
If
Yuka
that
touching
just
a
had entire
coin,
documents
honeycomb,
detailing
or
the
butterfly
life
respectively,
of
and it just
the third
disappearing
snowman
to mean
who
like,
was
well,
the
okay,
adventure. Like,
they're supposed to be
I'm
actually
super
performing
impressed by
whatever
all of this.
action.
And, like,
In the
first
same
you can
way,
tell if he was
I
really
think you
shooting us
could
up and
like
down,
give
like,
Laylee a
sure,
move,
he was telling the
you know,
truth
an
about all of this.
echolocation move
They actually
that
do
kind
have
of
ideas for
lights up the
almost all these
area
characters.
or
It's cool
like
because you're able
adds
to show
outlines
them
around the level geometry or what, however
like
they
you were
would
saying
want to do
earlier,
it.
It's easy to just write a paragraph or a
And you know, that would just show up for you, the player, but like, oh, how can Yuka see that? But you could extrapolate that to mean like Laylee, even though no dialogue box comes up, she's saying like, okay, there's a platform there, jump now, whatever. Like Laylee is kind of
you can't do that without focusing
directing
on
Yuka
finding
to
your
do
hats.
whatever.
Right.
It's just
And that
it's
just
a
being
hat-based
another
gameplay
level of
mechanic, right?
extra
And maybe more
abstraction.
muddy the waters.
I think that would have been fine.
So it's good that you didn't just completely go J.K. Rowling.
And it's fine as it is.
Say like,
The
you know,
like
when
the
I was
idea of
5,
Yuka absorbing
I always loved the cold. But now I
berries
understand
and incorporating like elemental powers into his body is already not a
just
chameleon
Twitter
thing.
all the time, just saying,
Like if you want to take issue with it from an in-universe perspective,
ask, you know,
camouflage and transformation are not the same thing,
On the ground.
which is something that X-Men Days of Future Past also weirdly got wrong.
they were not
Like maybe this is just kind of a thing,
they were just
or
fine.
like camouflage
The way
and
the cursed snowman
like
culture used to go.
transformation or
Said it on
like
Twitter, so therefore it's canon.
assimilating powers or whatever are like weirdly conflated in media.
Why let anyone know?
Because in that movie,
Why let anyone know that that's how hard this was?
Mystique is
Even if
important
you
to the
think of
plot
it in your
because
head,
the
and
villain
I
wants
guess,
to
like,
use her
you have to think of it in your
to
head if you're
incorporate her
truly figure out how everything worked
you know,
forever.
camouflage ability. She doesn't gain new power. She just changes her appearance into the Sentinels,
Why say that?
so that they can
Some say
adapt
the
their
Hellcat
powers
family
to
still do.
fight mutants.
There is a funny bit
Which,
in
you
relation
know,
to the snowman,
from an in-universe perspective, really should have been Rogue.
they
Like, she's the
realized
one
that
who
the
can
wrong animation was
change
like
and absorb
Indiana Jones
powers.
styled snowman, the one with the whip.
And so,
that
you
goes
know,
back
Yooka-Laylee
to
already
the,
plays kind of fast and
Rush
loose
snowman
with the
starts
internal
to do.
logic.
And at this point, Gav freaks out.
In cases like that where it's
Yeah,
gameplay-centric,
I really love to see it.
I don't think,
horror of him realizing, oh my god, this game
that,
has
like,
been out for 2 years.
attributing
Now
that
the
to
animation
Laylee would have been a step too
And
far.
then they go visit the pirate snowman, and it does the same thing. It bounces.
Yeah, and there's this awkward sense of like, this is funny, and we're talking about it and we're joking.
We're almost to the end
But wow, we actually hate
of this
We
episode.
hate the,
Yeah.
we hate the animations are mixed
For
up.
me, it
I'm sure
is
it was
almost
mortifying to
done
realize,
until
like, this aspect of your game.
what for me might as well be tomorrow, because I'm gonna sleep and I'm gonna wake up still on the same day. The sun has now risen,
Still in there, and
but
you
it'll
have
be
to
like a brand new day for me.
it was never
But
fixed, and now
if
it's
you've
out.
listened all the way through to this point,
A fundamentally heavily
you might be
different
committed
system,
enough
and,
to
we can't
just play my second recording
it
straight
would
after
require
this
too
one.
much.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna upload it
I
as a
appreciate the
separate
candid
video or
moments, like,
anything.
that's what makes these
It's
worth
just gonna
watching.
play
Like, I cannot do it justice. You just
in a
need to
few minutes'
watch
time on
the
its own
videos
as part of the
and
same
watch
upload.
the horror unfold. It's like,
So
it's
buckle
like
in.
a car accident. You want to look away because you want to be respectful. You don't want to see any decapitated heads, but secretly, deep down, you kind of want to see a decapitated.
You're talking about Gary.
It's especially
Gary.
funny that this comes after
Gary
this
could have his own
episode
conversation
of
episode.
Gary Talbot
Yeah.
saying,
Like,
"Oh,
I haven't
actually
listened to the
didn't
next
animate that."
episode yet.
Just, like, talking
I don't know.
about various
I have
things
thoughts
he
on
didn't
Gary.
animate. So when he got to the first snowman, he's like,
I really hope
"Finally, I can
that
talk about
when I
this,
listen
like,
to the
famous
following
animations.
episode
I
in
found
however
out
many
all the
hours' time,
animations for the snowman,
they
and
give
all
Gary
have
the
same
attention
animation.
is due.
Uh,
Gary is
so
important
it's the one
to
thing
video
he was able to
games.
really talk about in the episode.
Also, it bothers me, and this isn't really related to the video so much, but it bothers me that the snowmen don't.
One thing
official
one thing they both bring up in
or
a little bit is the question of whether the
I
one snowman is a
Wiki
cowboy snowman
check
or
over
like an
time.
Indiana Jones
list the pirate snowman
tribute
as
snowman.
Sugar E. Timbers, which feels like a
This
very
also came up
Nintendo
on
if
the
you really
initial
want to
episode on
know
Glitter
that
Glaze
it's
Glacier.
I'm gonna trust Yooka-Laylee with
Who was
here,
the co-host on that
but,
one?
you know, in the past, DK Vine
Cameron
just
was the
made
first
up
one.
names for them,
Mitchell did World
but
4.
I guess we could just ask Daly now. So, hey Daly, what are the names of the snowmen? Thank you. Get back
Joe
to
was
us.
the finale. I don't know.
Kyle, if you were at gunpoint
Was
right
no
now,
Malik
you had to
was
pick a name
Moody Means
for
Marsh. Who
a
did
cowboy
Glitter
snowman.
Glaze Glacier?
What would that name be?
Is it a cowboy?
Oh, man.
Or is it an Indiana Jones?
can't really,
Because he has a whip,
um,
and the hat doesn't
I
really
reached
look
for
like
my
a
phone to
cowboy
pull
hat.
that
It
up real
looks like
quick and
Indiana
like
Jones.
skip to the middle of the episode and hear who was talking.
Well, he does a bow.
Like, I thought they,
So,
well, okay, but they all
Well,
do bows.
you know
so,
what?
Like,
I'm gonna do
refer
that
to
anyway, even
Yooka-Laylee
though
would be
the episode is
listed as a
playing for me
cowboy snowman, but
through my
they refer to
headphones.
it as an adventurer snowman. So the fact that they kept referring to it
Because
as an
there is only
adventurer
like
makes
2
me
minutes
think
left.
Indiana Jones, especially with the prominent
Yooka-Laylee
whip.
World 2.
So Indiana froze. Indiana
Harrison Fjord.
Harrison Fjord is very good. Okay, you got it.
Okay, the ACZ, of course.
And on that note, we should just
Um,
wrap this up. So,
yeah, I
and on
believe,
the high note, yeah. So, we're
the
gonna
ACZ
do
in that
this
episode,
episode,
Adam,
we're 3.5 hours in, so next time, we're just gonna skip due diligence.
thought
We're gonna go
that
straight
snowman
to
was a
the
cowboy.
world, like these snowmen, like this world. But it's gonna be a
But Hal was like, no, it's Indiana Jones, and I'm running out of time. But in Platonic's commentaries, they said adventurer, not cowboy. So Hal is right. Okay, see you in a second.
God, Mitchell, there's more banging in your attic than a V.C. Andrews novel.
This has been a File 2 production.
Que rico.
Sink, 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 sink. Conk, 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 sink, the sink shrimp. Conk, conk, conk. It's a really clever sink. The conk, 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 conk. The conk sink. The do 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 do.
My spirit is detached from my body. I'm a spirit, and this is an EVP. Sorry, conversation listeners. I didn't mean to scare you with my spooky ways.
Hello, and I don't have to say that. As I established what is for me yesterday, it feels like a good while ago at this point. It's 6:40 p.m. So yeah, I kind of intended to resume this recording 3-4 hours before now, but whatever.
So if you have not listened to the last episode, listen to that, and if you have
I
not
started.
watched
Okay.
the Playtonic
Oh no.
Yooka-Laylee developer commentaries,
Well,
please
okay, one
watch
thing
those.
to establish
Now,
right
we're
off the
gonna
bat,
dive
turns
into it
out
because we've got a lot
the
to get
YouTube
through.
upload of
I
the
promise no due diligence
second
this
commentary
time, but there is
episode
something I do have to
doesn't
mention.
have
We can now
captions,
fully
even though they're
reveal
auto-generated.
our entire
They're just
free coverage team.
the little thing to
Live
click
from
on to
Los
bring them up
Angeles.
is not there.
Yes. So, it's gonna be me.
So I'm working
as
with
you might
kind
have
of a
gathered,
handicap
it's
this
gonna be
time.
Mitchell, as you might have gathered,
Compared
as you
to
already
the
know
previous
this.
3 hours,
And
I've
it's
still
gonna be
got
Jeff
the
Owen
episode
for
playing
the
in my
first
ears,
time
of
ever out
course.
there.
I gathered that
So,
one too.
Yeah. And we can now announce
you know, when I need to get caught up in where the conversation is, I'll have to like actually pause and not talk for a little bit. I won't be able to fill dead air by reading out the captions, but I think that'll be okay.
So, 4 bed, 1 bed, what, you know, we're
For
gonna make it work
instance,
somehow,
Heil
but,
is flirting with Mitchell.
I'm not excited about that
So that's good.
specific part of the arrangement, but everything else is very exciting.
You know, I think the results.
I still feel like I started to say something
We can't help it. It just
2-ish
oozes out
minutes
of us,
ago when I
and
started
think
recording.
It'll be entertaining for
It's lost
everybody.
now.
So,
That's okay.
expect lots more on
Having
our upcoming
now
weekly
listened to
coverage in
this
weeks
episode
to come.
in advance,
But,
unlike
this is very exciting. We've never had
the
such
first
a
half of this
large
recording.
team out there to do E3. Of course,
I
we'll
know
be
that
there
they
for Super Job.
get
Jeff will be out
on
there
topic
for Cameron
very
will be out there
quickly,
in the network for his
which,
own artwork, but, you know,
as
we're
far as
all
I
gonna be
remember,
pitching
this
in
was
and, you know, doing some DK
like
Vine stuff
they
as
didn't
well,
record
so
6
it's-
hours all the way
it's
through.
great. And I'm really looking forward to it, and I don't know how those conversations are going to
Like,
work.
surely
That's gonna
there's
be
no
a
way.
goddamn nightmare.
Like,
But
even for Heil.
anyway, we do have some corrections too.
The only
about
person
from the
insane
last
enough to do
episode.
that was me
So,
last year.
I want to apologize
Um,
real quick. Sorry about the weird audio hiccups that
But yeah,
happened in
they
the last episode. We like
will
occasionally
probably be
drop syllables
getting
where
on
Mitchell and I
topic pretty quick.
jumped. So we don't
And I
have any
feel like in
explanation for
saying
what
all the
happened
things that
other
I've
than
said, I've
maybe
not
strange
even
supernatural electrical discharges
stalled for time
from
too
the
much.
theme song that seemed to occur last week. So hopefully things will go.
Although now that I
smoothly this
mentioned
time,
that,
and I'm just
I've run
personally
out
glad
of
that
things
there
to
were no
say
other discharges
and
during the
actually
episode. You
need to
never
kill
know
time
when it
Well,
comes
I
for
wouldn't be
another
talking about it.
30 seconds maybe
Yeah, right.
until
Now,
they start on the
it was
episode.
also pointed out to me that Playtonic actually does have a shorthand URL for their
Oh,
YouTube channel.
this is a
It's
fun
just
part.
incredibly
I forgot about
hidden
this.
because there is
Like, I literally re-listened to it just now. I, like, started the episode from the beginning just as I was making my recording preparations.
LTD
Yeah.
Limited.
Heil is...
So, you know,
Well, I'm gonna...
Limited will no doubt
I don't have a
confuse
headset mic. I'm having to
most
hold
of the people out there
a
somehow
USB
think that
microphone
Rare is
in one
actually
hand the whole
Rare
time.
Rare and not Rare Limited.
So I'm gonna have to do
So,
this
I have
one-handed.
set up a new
But I want to
shorthand
check this
URL
URL.
for the developer commentary playlist if you just want to jump ahead to that.
DKVine.
And that is
.com.
dkvine.com / here are the Yooka-Laylee developer commentaries, even though Playtonic does have a convenient shorthand URL for it, which you can find at youtube.com, and doc is spelled out D-O-T.
Developer
I'm just elaborating. Okay, let me
commentaries.
start over again.
Even though...
dkvine.com / here are the Yooka-Laylee developer commentaries, even though Playtonic does have a convenient shorthand URL for it, which you can find at youtube.com / and the / is also spelled out. It's not actually another /. You have to type
Convenient
but that's what I just said right now. Explaining that's not part of it.
shorthand
URL
URL
/ here are the Yooka-Laylee developer commentaries, even though Playtonic does have a convenient shorthand URL for it, which you can find at youtube.com / Playtonic Games Ltd. So, and that sigh, that exasperated sigh, that wasn't part of it either. But I think that
youtube.com /
what the hell is that?
Playtonic Game.
What do you think limited means? I don't know what that actually means
Ltd.
from a business perspective, and it seems
I
more
really
popular
hope I
in
haven't made
British
any
companies, but
typos.
I don't know if it's an only British thing.
Fuck.
It's limited liability is whatever.
It's a
Right,
404.
it means
God
that-
fucking damn it.
I don't know. I didn't take business classes, Mitchell.
It seems like
I
you're
don't-
starting to say something
Ooh,
interesting.
let me-
What's the you can take a loss on it? They can take a
I
loss
don't know.
without...
Well, I mean, limited
on, I
liability
wanna-
to me suggests all sorts of things, like you're not held.
Okay, I typed in
responsible
here
if you
the
do
Yooka-Laylee
blank,
developer.
but again,
Here
I'm not a
are
businessman,
the...
clearly. I can show you what I make.
Oh,
running
yes!
UK Vine, Mitchell.
Success. Okay.
When we booked the Love Shack, I was sweating profusely because I looked at my available
Oh,
funds
God, sorry.
for the rest of the month, and I went.
Thank you, Hyle.
You don't want to ask me what limited means. in
Okay.
business, because
Where are we?
my business expertise is limited.
Hyle says his business expertise is limited. He was talking about the definition of a limited company, which was a weirdly interesting topic of conversation, but now we're starting.
Characters and animation. Simon Gurgis.
Hyle mentioned something here that I was thankful for after recording the previous part. Well, actually, I had already heard it by that point because I had listened to the first half hour.
Identify who is speaking at any given time.
Yes.
Yeah, Hyle got confused about who was speaking when. So
by heart.
I feel like I am like legitimately bad at like picking out individual voices from each other.
There are too many British men here,
But
and not
the
enough
fact that it
distinction.
wasn't just me, at least in the case of the Moody Maze Marsh episode, that makes me feel a little better. For always, like every time, just about every time, speaking back to the Platonic commentaries, I would just kind of say a vague, like, Platonic said, whatever. Not the specific people. And not that I have their names and titles memorized or written down, most of them, which I could have done. I could have put in that minimal amount of effort.
So I actually had to look it up on their website just to get
Oh,
their
well.
titles right. So I went to the Platonic website just to properly credit them.
Yeah, we're kind of still on this.
Well, you know how you can tell them apart?
How's that?
How do I tell them apart, Mitchell?
An LLC can, like when it goes into bankruptcy, the members...
Oh, fuck. I forgot about that bit. God, this is what I get for listening to a little bit of this episode yesterday, before, like, recording the previous 3 hours and blotting out tons of stuff from my memory and then getting
that can be a benefit and
a short night's sleep
you know, it depends
in between.
on what kind of thing you want to do with the company. For a games company, you would very likely want it to be an LLC.
Mitchell
because
Ohio
you
have
don't
some
want
good
your personal
jokies.
expenditures and financial
One
well-being
running
tied
one in
to the
particular
success or failure
that I have heard the punchline to
any
before,
particular one game.
because even though I didn't listen to this episode before doing
Especially if you're,
my previous
a
6-hour
single
commentary,
so that
I
would be how you tell
made a point of pulling up this episode, going to the end, and listening to Hyle's specific wording about the challenge for someone to record their own commentary over Conversations commentary, and all that, just to make sure that
It was looking at me weird.
what I did would
It
fly,
upset you, and you just felt like you couldn't do a good podcast with that on your monitor.
that I wasn't kind
I
of
understand
misunderstanding the
that completely.
prompt
I'm all
by a
about
small but
the
important
images on my
amount,
monitor.
or in a
Of course,
small
usually
but
that's my
important
show
way,
notes
that
and
would
Twitch
that went
feed,
against the
but that's
spirit
pretty
of
much
the
it. But they're pretty happy, I can
challenge, even though I went against the spirit of the challenge anyway. I argued during that recording that I was in the spirit of the conversation by constantly going off topic.
Oh, it's so colorful.
Which, sure.
Business website, I'm sure.
Yeah,
But that's why I'm here, to
anyway,
do it right this time.
Alright.
And
yeah,
not
we
make
can-
it
we can
all
start talking about
weird
movies,
and
Mark.
depressing.
We can, yes.
Um,
I was going to do that, but you went.
Everyone's
back
been,
to
very, like I
business
said,
school, so I,
you know, yesterday for me, a few hours
the
ago
fart
for you.
bubble.
Everyone
They
was
call it the fart
super
bubble.
gracious
They call it
and
the fart bubble. So the fart
kind to
bubble
me.
is the move that Trouser gives
Um,
you in Highbury Towers that
yeah,
you then have to
it's
use,
just a me thing that
to progress in Moody Maze.
I
And they
take
apparently
issue with how I went
fart
about it.
bubble internally as
Um,
well.
So okay, there's actual
Including
commentary about the
Moody Maze
commentary
code,
going on
which
now.
You don't know how happy that makes me, Mitchell. That really tickles.
How's
my
happy
fancy.
about something?
Yeah, because the move isn't called that, but
No.
just the bubble itself
Okay,
does now have an official name.
That the internal
It's
designation
like, to go back to a
for
discussion I believe I had
I mean,
on
I don't remember the
conversation a
the
little while
move's
ago.
name. The
It's
fart
like
bubble
how
move
we
is
call
just
the Beatles
like
White Album, the White Album.
there's
even
some
though it's
file
called the Beatles, you
in
know?
Yooka-Laylee,
This is the fart bubble.
It's the fart album,
That-
yeah.
like
Right.
fart
So,
underscore bubble
I
dot.
like that 'cause originally,
Obviously not
Yuka
exe.
had
I don't
the
know.
farting noise when he did the move, and they removed
Um,
that before they.
Yeah, Heil mentions that
Fart, it's still the
they
intention,
removed
so clear.
the
Like,
there's an actual fart sound
has
effect always
flatulence
accompanying that
and
move. I
makes
remember
it
this
work
coming up
perfectly.
during the
That's all I
Toy
need.
Box
I just need that
episode
information, and I can sleep well tonight.
Yeah, this is like the one exception to the rule that
that,
Yooka-Laylee
like
use,
that.
moves that
The move as it
extend
existed
more
then,
naturally from
when
the
it still had the
distance
fart sound
of
effect
being
every
a
single time you did it,
that,
caused some.
or chameleon
It
specifically.
feels dumb to
that,
call it
because,
controversy.
to my knowledge,
but
chameleons aren't typically associated.
People were
with
divided on it.
They're not, although me not
yeah,
being an
I'm glad
expert
they
on reptiles, I can't tell
listened to
you what
feedback pre-release.
flatulence is like.
'cause-
how
I'll have
much
to Google
they
this
do
too
it.
now.
I mean, it makes me want to go out into the woods and find a salamander or something.
A sound effect is not a joke.
Close to its rear and find out.
Like,
I mean,
you-
I could do this research.
You can make
I took
an
50
actual
pages of
constructed
notes
joke
for these
about
2
farts.
episodes, so I kind of ran out of time.
That wouldn't
to start
be it.
sniffing the farts
Like, there are actual
of the little
constructed
lizards
jokes
I
about
find out in
farts,
nature, so I
like in
apologize.
reference to
I
the
let
move
you
in
down.
the
I didn't
game.
know what a limited
Like,
liability corporation
they
was.
balance
So, you know,
the- that
I
well.
try to do better.
Um,
I'm trying to improve as a person and as a podcast host.
Are they talking about
This will be
the
part of
Chameleon Forum yet? That is so
Well,
interesting.
Because I just looked it up. I'm on
Yeah.
ChameleonForums.com. Okay.
And
What's the aesthetic
More
like there, Mitchell?
looking
it's
things
actually
up
really
action.
nice. There's
Yeah.
there's a thread here.
Here,
called
I'm
The
not gonna type in
Chameleon
ChameleonForums.com.
And the first post in the thread
Chameleon.
saying it's
I
been a
hit
while
W.
since I've done the Forum Watch podcast. So I'm just kinda looking at
Unforums.
here. Dodola
Fart.
says, just wondering, because
I assume Mitchell just typed in chameleon fart into Google, and that brought up that results.
And then I heard
But
two
here it
tiny
is.
voices that resemble the voice of a you-know-what. I thought the four thing has a URI, but no clicking, no popping, no mucus present. The chameleon is active and eating well. I've never
Wait, is
experienced
this
with any of my
not the
chameleons,
same thread?
Although I do know that turtles do. this
Mitchell's
with
reading it out. That's not what I'm. The
And
thing I'm
follow
reading
up
says, just
response
wondering if they do
from
fart.
Kent
I have not
67, who
hurt
happens to
my
be a
cam.
retired moderator of the forum,
My cam toot.
says,
I
"I've
wonder if
only
Hyles ever
seen
said that
one
in
thread
reference to
title
Cameron.
making me laugh harder than this one. Congrats. As to the question,
Wait.
yes, I've heard it. Have fun. So chameleons.
Have fun.
Yeah,
There
have
are
fun. So
Okay, there are a
chameleons
few
can, in
threads
fact,
about this.
Thank God, because I would have to come up with a whole convoluted explanation why Yuka could pass gas.
Okay, I found it.
Chameleons couldn't fart.
Yeah, there are.
Hang on, I'm just checking how many posts. This
Okay, this one was the first. The one I was looking at was from 2012.
Yeah,
There's another
no,
from
this thread
2019. This is all the same forum.
26 posts.
Yeah, 2000.
And all of them are
8.
just like, this post is so funny. all of them.
Like, okay,
And then
enough
okay,
about
so
the post. The
original
fact
poster
that there is
at one point comes back www.chameleonforums.com,
www.chameleonforums.com.
and then they're
That
like,
that's
wait,
a
hang on,
thing.
girls don't fart.
and that it's still like
Yeah. So this
2019.
chameleon form,
Like,
precious
they're
stuff. Really.
okay. I'm on the home page. Oh my god!
Yeah,
So that's that.
I don't like,
Recent discussions.
describing what
There are no
particular
posts
gender does
listed
and
on
doesn't
here
do.
that are less recent than
That's
45
a little,
minutes. That's
outdated
incredible.
chameleon forum.
How has this
Sorry.
not been
Well,
supplanted
maybe girl
by
chameleons work different from girl humans.
r/chameleons
I don't know
or
those.
wherever you would
I'm not an
go?
expert. I really shouldn't comment on
Wow.
it, but
Two things I'm
before
not an
then-
expert on.
I'm
are
sorry.
chameleons
I'm not.
and
I'm
women,
not
for
playing
sure.
up this like
So-
enthusiasm.
Before
Like,
then, though,
I love this.
Before they took that turn, I really liked all the positive affirmation you would find.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Have fun
And
with the
this is
chameleon
so
parts.
funny. I love this post. I wish.
And they're
that
still
you
talking
would
about it, too.
forward
That's the
my
thing.
positive
Like,
affirmation. I will get there. I'm trying to guide everyone.
My enthusiasm is
But
perhaps
that's nice.
not quite the
That is
same
nice.
brand,
And, over such a small
but
chameleon
like
fart,
in amount,
stuff.
Hyla and Mitchell
Thank you,
still
Mitchell, for bringing that
match
into my
it
life.
because they're good boys.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
let's move on.
Changing.
They got a community question about why Moody Maze Marsh is a spooky swamp.
So they're addressing a question asked during the Platonic video. Someone asked how they arrived at
they claim it's a
the
contrast
spooky
between two, as they wanted
theme
it to stand
for the
apart
swamp
from the
level.
first two worlds. So they just decided to leave like the dark and spooky aspect. And
I'm not really
they
talking
had
about
the
this
jack-o'-lanterns
episode. I'm
mask to
thinking
help
back to
sell
the
that,
conversation episode
rather
on
than,
Moody
make
Maze
it
Marsh,
haunted or anything, which,
where
it was a little
Heil
confusing,
mentioned, and I
have
think
to
he's
admit,
talking about
why
the
there
same
were
thing right now,
jack-o'-lanterns, why there were
that
fucking
the
faces everywhere
spooky
in this world. I was like, okay,
theme to it
I guess it
felt
makes it moodier. I don't know.
tacked on
Yeah,
in
I
a
would've
way.
assumed that it would've been
like-
the other way around, where they knew they wanted
I
the
mean,
spooky level.
you can look at the level, it is
Because
literally tacked on.
that's pretty
There are
common
some
within
jack-o'-lanterns,
games.
and that's
Then
really
they
the
found
extent
a
of it.
swamp as a viable
But
container
like, that's
for the
enough.
spooky
That's
level.
enough for me.
Yeah.
Like spooky
So
levels.
it's interesting that
I
at least
I
from
probably
what
mentioned this
the
during my
questions were they're
previous
answering in a way
commentary at
that's
some
the
point.
opposite.
Yeah,
But
I feel
I
like during this,
Loved
development
Banjo
they would
and
often
Tooie as a kid, but never
distract
beat
themselves
Banjo
and
Kazooie
kind of lose
because
track
I
of
got
the
stuck at some
discussion
point,
and
and
never
then
gave concrete
not
answers
all
to
that
it.
long thereafter got
but
Tooie.
That's not a
And
criticism,
because
by the way,
Tooie
it's
had
still
so
quite
many
enjoyable to
more
watch,
abilities
but
for Banjo and Kazooie
guess
to
it
do, I
makes
just
commenting
didn't
on
want to
the
go back to
commentary a
Banjo
little
and
bit harder,
Kazooie.
which, I mean, how did they not know that people were going to do this? But
Yeah, but
they,
I never got to Mad
that,
Monster Mansion as a
it's called
kid,
Moody Maze
and
Marsh, so
I will
was it
forever regret
supposed to
that
be a maze at first, or did the
because
name just
I
lend
would have
itself,
absolutely eaten that
so-
up.
because
um,
the layout of Moody Maze Marsh, there
Like
is
I'm
a
not
maze in that one particular part, but
like
by and
it's
large,
a
it's-
good
it's
observation on Ha's part,
convoluted
honestly.
and a little
Like even though I kind of
it's not
downplayed how
actually a maze, but I do find
hidden
creepy
it was that
to navigate.
the spookiness of it
They do
was
mention that they originally
not super
going to
integral
add
to the level.
fog that made
Like I
visibility
didn't really think about
harder
it.
the
I guess
further
just because I was
inward into the
satisfied
world
with
you
some
got,
jack-o'-lanterns
but it just
that
made it too,
followed
difficult,
you with their
and that's
gazes
the reason
creepily.
they just eliminated that aspect, which
Um,
good call.
I am
there,
kind of
because
surprised that it
I don't know,
like
I find Moody Maze
bothered
Marsh
him.
to
I don't know.
gradually have become my least favorite world in the game.
Maybe as a
And
Ghoulies like
I think the
aficionado,
layout
like
is
his standards for that are just higher than
careful
mine.
with that. So to make it even more confusing to get around would have just, I think, made it an
So
unenjoyable slog. Where as
the
it is
topic
now,
now,
it's just,
it's still in
a
the
little
same
bit
general sphere in
hard to
that
get
they're
around
talking about
sometimes. If I haven't played in a while and I
kind
don't
of
have the exact layout memorized.
Yeah, Galleon Galaxy and Moody Maze Marsh have
concepts for the
they
level
both have a problem,
that didn't make it in,
at least I think
the
it's a
limited
problem
visibility.
with
I wonder if they had just
being
made that
of
change,
mostly
like
islands,
it getting darker
because
or
that makes it
fog
very
rolling in as
easy
you got
for,
closer to the center, or
for you to
maybe even
just
not the
design
center,
the
just
terrain
like
to be flat,
deeper in, further away from the
and
level
in
entrance,
both
whatever.
cases, it's
If that would have been
islands with
enough to
poisonous water, which means that like you can't even use
sell
depth
the
of the water
spooky theming to Heilmore.
kind of use the islands themselves.
Anyway.
and that has a similar feature to what we talked about last week with Tribal Stack Trovix, because not a lot's happening.
Okay,
between places.
Mitchell's
In
talking about
Rundstad,
level
it's
design.
like
I
a
also, I
minimal problem in
don't
the
recall
Marsh and
mentioning
in the
this
Galaxy. It's
during
a much bigger
the
problem
first
because
half
things
of this
literally
recording.
can't be between islands.
But in addition to, I know I mentioned I went back to the Yooka-Laylee's
There are new
Kickstarter
areas
page
that
and
are
refreshed myself on that just for,
That, for me, is also,
you know,
Moody Maze March is also
to
my
get
most
as
favorite
much
stage.
context for
I
everything
like the
surrounding
vibe,
the game
though.
in these episodes as possible.
I love that spooky.
I also went
vibe
back
that's
and
Louisiana,
reread
which
Mitchell's
is a place
review on
I
Super
like
Jump,
very much,
because I remember
to
I
think about and sometimes to be. But I also
don't,
don't like mosquitoes, so
because
no
I
racism. So it's one of those.
went
Well, I mean,
into
let's
the
not,
recording not
cast the
remembering
entire state
that
of
I had
Louisiana
actually
Under a
listened to
mosquito
part
net?
of one of these commentary
I'm saying, let's not, like,
episodes.
blanket it. Oh, Louisiana, it's in the American South,
So I
must
thought I
be
had heard
No,
Mitchell
sure, of course not.
mention it
But,
elsewhere
There's good
when
people
discussing
everywhere, Mitchell.
Ukulele
Of
on the
course.
show,
You've caught me
that
in
he
quite a,
kind
quite
of
a trap.
regretted how he approached that review,
It
because
has
he did it with
certain
the assumption in
problems,
mind
and
that
I like the way that they're haunted
it
houses
would-
and Cajun
that
food
everyone
are.
else would feel as warmly towards it as he did. So
So
with his intimacy
They actually are.
with
That's a real
knowledge
thing. Have
of
you been
banjo,
to,
because
Louisiana or New
the bulk of
Orleans
people
specifically
reviewing
or
Yooka-Laylee
Haunted House?
either never played banjo or never
been to,
went back to
New
it
Orleans,
in the
unfortunately.
intervening
So,
decades, or at least not more than like once,
but,
probably,
I will take
one
your
of
word
those
for
2
it.
decades
I've been
ago.
haunted houses.
I do enjoy some spooky nonsense in my life.
So yeah, to get more kind
to-
of
we're going to talk about Galleon Galaxy, obviously.
nitty-gritty with the design particulars.
The very least, Galleon Galaxy is structured.
I
where
feel
you have
like I was
the
going
lighthouse
somewhere
as
with
the
that.
central kind of
Maybe it's interesting enough to point out that I reread that review.
escalating terrain.
Maybe
you know, that
that's
ascends upwards.
worth.
Moody Maze Marsh, though, is
Okay.
pretty much flat. You've got the bits where you do the
Oh,
swinging
this is
and
interesting. The
whatnot,
topic
but
comes
by
up
and large, it is
of
mostly flat terrain, and it makes
the lizard
underground
lash
harder
move.
because you can't, like, look in the
I
distance
believe it
and
is
see,
around this
there's
part that
that
Heil mentions.
always, so I know
that
exactly where
the-
I am. It's a lot more.
Is
just
it flip flap or
stumbling
flippy
through
flap?
muck until you find your way.
Is the double jump in Banjo
Anyway,
Kazooie
they
named
bring
one
up
of those
these
things, and
trolleys,
then
or
the
as we call them, the
flying
jumping
move in
carts.
Yooka-Laylee is named something
so-
almost identical, or do
actually
they
get
even
into
share a
a
name? Are
lengthy
they both
chat
called the
about
flip
whether
flap?
or not trolleys
I've already
running up
Googled several things. I
canals
could
and
just look this up,
swamps
but
is a
whatever.
British thing. And I remember this being
He brings
a
up
point of
the
debate when
fact
game
that
came
the
out. I think it is
later acquisition of the
because
flip
I
flap
don't-
renders
I mean,
the
Mitchell, is this a
lizard
thing
lash
you're aware
redundant.
of? Like,
So as a trope,
Which is
no,
interesting.
I'm not aware of it as like a
In
common
my
thing
experience,
in the media, whereas
playing through the
that's
level
the
for the
butt of the
first
joke or
time,
something,
I think I ran past Trouser
it is
and
very
just
much a thing that happens because
yeah, I definitely did. I
literally
didn't
yesterday,
notice
I was on
Trouser
the
even
walk
though he was in a very open,
and I
obvious
looked
spot,
over from the side of
and
the road.
got
I was,
to
like, kind of on a
the
bridge
area
looking over, like,
with
a
the
ravine.
Dr. Puss
And I
transformation.
did see a few
And there's that
just
whole
in a
platforming
little
challenge
stream in the middle of, like, a
with the tree
one
branches
kind of
suspended
forest
above the
patch
water,
wilderness.
where you're supposed to
And
use the
I
lizard
actually
lash
enjoyed
to
that, because I thought it was-
navigate
really,
between
it's
the
a
branches.
issue, right?
but I
yes,
just
yeah,
used
well,
the
okay,
double
so
jump
I think it's
hover
different
ability,
between, like,
and that was
large
enough to
countries.
like get
So
me between
the
them
thing
because there
about
wasn't a
the United
vertical difference
States,
between them.
where
They
we
were
both
just
live,
spaced far
is
apart.
that
It comes back
and
to
really all North American nations,
that part in the Glitter Glaze
US,
episode
Canada,
where
Mexico,
whoever
it's
on
that
Platonic was
we're
playing
spread out,
demonstrated
ocean
that
to
you
ocean,
could get
know,
across
Atlantic,
the
Pacific,
gap at
or
the
Pacific
beginning of the
Atlantic,
level
depending on your point of
just
reference.
with some
'Cause I don't
slightly
want
fancy
to
jumping. You didn't have to do
insult
the
you as a
hover
West
move
Coaster,
that
Mitchell, by putting the Atlantic
that
first.
whole,
That's just my natural inclination, but
that the gap was supposed to serve as a
they-
barrier for to make sure
we're
that the
spread
player
out,
understood
so
it.
I think like there's more of a separation between
It's so yeah, it's
wilderness or natural
interesting that
landmarks
Heil
and
would point
shopping
to
centers where
the
one would find
flying
these
move
shopping
as something
carts
that
and
renders
trolleys.
that
So,
redundant,
while they do, I guess, wind
because
up there, as you saw,
from my
it's less of a
perspective,
common thing, really. What
like you
happens
walk
more
up
is that
vaguely
most
near
people use
the
them for
lizard lash
transport their
grapple point, and you
possessions
press
or
B, and
whatever,
boom, you zip
especially
up
in
there.
major
To me, that is so much quicker and more convenient than flying. Now, of course, you could just not bother with the platforming at all and just fly up to the spot where the platforms eventually lead to. So maybe that's more what he's getting at.
Yeah, it's gotta be one of those places
I want to say something like this. Oh yeah, during Galleon Galaxy, a similar topic of conversation comes up, so I'll get to that when it happens in 2.5-ish hours.
And also a smaller
My throat's
city, so
not giving me too much trouble yet.
urban to not,
That's good.
as to not have
It won't last.
wildlife nearby in that kind of way.
They're
So,
talking about the shopping cart
maybe
thing.
just that combination of factors
I'm trying to
doesn't
think back
exist over
whether
here as
I
much as it does over in England, because
found it odd,
it's just a
like
smaller
the whole
country,
focus
so
on shopping
I would
carts
assume, like,
in
every
the swamp
local
level.
place would be closer together.
I don't think so. I think I kind of got it. Like maybe if they were just shopping carts, I would have been more confused, because like I don't have the context of like, oh yeah, that's a stereotype about swamps. There's discarded shopping carts everywhere.
Not so much for what happens after.
But like
yeah,
the
so,
you know,
it just depends, I guess,
the
where you are
modelers
in the
on
US,
those
but it's just
NPCs,
not enough-
or maybe probably just the one guy
not enough
modeling
of
all
an
of them,
occurrence for it to
especially because they're
become
very
a
similar.
running
There's
gag.
just
So
little
this was
details
actually
are
my
different.
introduction to this whole notion of
Decorate them with
trolleys
little trash hanging
I love
off,
that for a
plastic
second
bags
there
and
you
stuff
were
like that.
you were
Where I
so
was like,
worried
okay,
about
got it.
possibly upsetting
They're
someone
just
that
bits
you
of
said that
pollution,
cooking meth in the
with
desert
bits
is
of
great.
pollution hanging off them.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, look.
It's great. It's great. It's great. I love
It
it.
was also interesting listening, or rather watching the Platonic video on it, where they spent a little section of the video wondering aloud how well that translated.
It's not fun, Mitchell. It's dangerous. You shouldn't do it. You
I
shouldn't cook
wonder
it. It's
if
dangerous either
they
way.
will
You
be
just
more
told me it was
cognizant
great. Okay,
of that sort of
I meant
thing
great in the hypothetical,
with
wouldn't that be
future
great if there were no
games.
consequences?
Honestly, I
So-
know Heil's stance on this sort of thing, and I'm with him. Like, I hope they just go full on as British as possible, because I loved the
They
fact
bring up
that
Dolly the trolley, the
it's
cart
not Chris
underwater
Seaver trying to put on
boat
an American
top,
accent. It's
and one
not
that basically says, "Leave me to
the
die."
banjo text
And
where
got
they
a
try to write it
question,
in American
"Did
English,
Dolly
but
the trolley really
every
die?"
so
And
often
they-
a character calls another
they seemed to,
cheeky,
wanted to
which
speak
is not
this.
really
They
an
said that,
American
"Oh, no,
thing.
The other trolleys, the other shopping carts probably got Dolly
Like the
out."
fact that Laylee says
I don't
the
like
word
that.
oi,
I think
like
it's
in the
funnier.
opening cutscene. I think when the one
It's
book
left
gets sucked
intentionally
away.
weak. I
I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure that happens.
I don't think you need to sugarcoat
And
like I just
it's not the
sugarcoated
only
in that
way.
conversation.
And
You
there's
don't wanna put sugar
later on,
the
of course, they'll
mess,
get to the
Mitchell,
topic
because
of
then it's just
the
gonna be super addictive.
of
Yeah, you're right. It would be less
shoot,
great.
what's the name?
Uh,
Starts with a T.
the thing with
Terry the
Dolly
Tentacle. It's not
Trolley, though,
Terry.
that
It's
I'm-
4 letters,
I
and also Terry's the
like
name
is
of
that
a
if-
Banjo Tooie boss, and that
if
definitely
they
would have
do
come
get
up.
Dolly out, that means that you have to imagine that in
I'll get
universe,
there.
the other trolleys swam.
Yeah, the fact that that's a
and
northern
I'm trying to imagine what that
stereotype,
looks like.
um,
And
which
B,
I didn't even place as northern.
got
Like, I
Dolly
know
out
that
of,
Britain's north is the vague equivalent to America's south.
specific, like,
Um,
trap, which
I'm
is-
that knowledgeable.
I would imagine
But when, like, a character
more
says me
dexterity
instead of
than any
my,
of the trolleys
like, if
have.
I concentrated on, okay, what
requires
regional
quite a bit
dialect is
of
that,
finagling.
I
So
could
if-
potentially
I would
land
imagine
on
there would be-
northern,
Well, I imagine
not
there would have to be a contraption,
Yorkshire
a
or anything that
contraption of some
specific.
sort, an apparatus they would have to
But,
somehow concoct,
yes,
and maybe it would
commit
be
to
a team
that for
effort.
sure. I
They would
love
have
it.
to weigh themselves down. So I would imagine a cart would float. I've never tried this. I've never done a David Letterman-esque. Does it?
Oh, they're
float
talking about the
a
whole
shopping
issue
cart,
of shopping
but-
carts floating.
right? Like, would there be?
I could not tell
Yes.
whether
It's
Heil.
not-
There would be.
it-
Obviously,
it's
he
not
was
about the
being
weight,
sincere
but
and
the
like not
density,
knowing
right?
whether
So it's
they
not that much
But
float.
it's full of holes.
But when he
That
said
is not how that works.
they're full of holes,
Look, I don't know much about business. I don't
so
know
that
much
makes them
about
more buoyant.
buoyancy.
You're not.
I don't
You're
know.
not weighing. You're not doing. The
I don't
density of
know.
The weight versus the entire volume.
Did
that
he-
a shopping cart can hold. You're doing it with the. This
Heil,
is not a funny part of
if
the
you're
podcast.
listening this far,
This is
Mitchell, I
shopping
was a
carts
English- I was
are
an
made
English
out
major, so
of
I
either
don't even
metal
speak the English
or
very
heavy
good.
plastic.
So I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know where this
my,
is
well,
going.
my basic way of
Okay.
here's the fastest explanation. You
Yes.
know how
This
boats
topic of
are great
conversation
until they
for
have
them is
holes in
going to
them?
last a bit
I
longer.
do.
Shopping carts are made of holes.
Was there anything?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying? Oh,
I-
okay.
This much is.
I know
this
the
much is
topic
sure.
of the
I
fate
really-
of the
I really
one
wanna
shopping
drive a
cart
swampy-
character
a swampy
that
cart,
kind
a
of gets
shopping
left
cart
at the
out into
bottom
swamp
of
now, just to see what happens.
the swamp
test
comes
this.
up. I don't know if
It'll
it's
really be
around here,
exciting.
if that like comes up later.
You should put it up on
Um,
the YouTube
YouTube
channel.
video.
Even though they're
We'll do
on the
that. We're in
topic of
Los
shopping
Angeles,
carts right
Michael.
now.
What are we doing?
Or
Hey,
maybe if they
gamers,
already
Kyle
brought it up.
Russell here to push a shopping cart into
But-
a swamp. Let's see what happens.
YouTube would turn on my
I
monetization
was going
so
to say
fast
something
that
about that. I wasn't just going to point out that I
it
remembered
would be
a
like,
thing
oh,
that they
wait,
said.
whoa.
This guy's got some ideas.
Maybe
Yeah,
Doing
no,
the
we need to
recordings
make sure he's getting paid.
in 2 days
So, okay,
was
let's
not a
move
good
on
idea.
to the other underwater bit, the
I
shoal
feel
of
like
fish
my
transformation,
previous recording
which
session
they say is
went
everyone's favorite
better.
in the game, and I think it is
That I was
mine.
less
Maybe
prone
not
to
play,
wander
but at
off
least
like this.
conceptually, this is
And I
my
don't
favorite.
think it's really the fault of
yeah, I
not
think so
being
too.
able to read the captions.
I think
Yeah.
it's the least like
the-
anything in either of the Banjo games.
Yes.
And is more exciting for it. Like
Okay.
you've never really
Moved on from the shopping carts.
become a swarm of something before.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird in all the right ways, and you can devour underwater enemies. which is
The
very satisfying.
transformation.
Really,
So-
really rough.
I
really
Yeah.
genuinely viscerally.
something that I was gonna bring up last time
Yeah, even though
was
this is, like, my least favorite world
I mean
in
I
the
talked
game, or
at
as
some
far as
length about
shaken out
it
to
being
be my least
interesting
favorite
listening
world, this
to the
transformation is
initial
still a highlight for me.
ukulele
It's just
episodes and
so
now these kind of
fantastic. And
unofficial ukulele episode
other things I like
epilogue
about
episodes
Maze Marsh, they bring
back
up,
to
or
back
they
how
get to in the video, the boss.
Highland Mitchell's
Rev
opinions had
the
shifted.
Tentacle. I'm not sure how you're supposed to actually pronounce that.
And
one,
in
but,
particular, this might come up
Kraken
more at
boss
length,
that-
and I will maybe notice
that
it
lives in- well,
later
we
on.
talk about the
But
structure
Heil
of
bringing,
it
assuming I
and
haven't
what
talked over it
exactly it's
already,
supposed to
Heil
be,
bringing
which
up
I
that
couldn't
when
really
they did
figure
that
out when I played
episode,
the game initially.
him acknowledging
And
that he
they
said
had
on that
discussion that
episode,
it's
"Oh,
supposed
Moody
to
Maze
be a
Marsh,
giant diving mask
it's my
with,
favorite so far."
the pipes
And now
coming
it's
out of it
at the bottom for him.
supposedly are supposed to give the appearance of it looking like an octopus
And
with tentacles,
in that same
but
vein,
this
the
isn't really
transformations,
clear unless you have a really high
I
depth
believe
which
that
is hard to do because
during the
there's not many
Capital
places
Casino
to
section,
hide it.
Heil mentions that that's his
I guess
favorite
you go back to the
transformation,
Flappy Flight when you get that, but
I can't
which
remember
I'll,
if I knew that while playing.
I guess,
think
discuss
it's
more when we
one of those
actually
things
get to
like,
that.
once it's explained to you,
Um,
you can't remember if you ever
For me,
know it.
right.
just running
And
through
then,
the transformations
actually discussing
real
the boss
quick.
fight, they had an early
Flower the
idea
snowplow,
where
the piranhas,
Trev
the
would
helicopter,
have little
and
octopuses
the
that
ship.
manage
Yeah,
to
the piranhas are
shore
by
and
far my
would
favorite.
have to beat up his
They
kids.
feel
So that would be
comparatively responsive
I
to
guess that would be
control
fun
in the
for
same
the
way
youngest
that
children,
Yuka and
although,
Laylee are, in a way that the
I
other
kind of
four
just like-
don't.
This is one of my favorite boss
Like,
fights in the
legitimately,
game.
none of
I
them.
found it really
Not even that I dislike.
mechanically satisfying, and I don't really have any complaints. Or
Do I
criticisms
dislike
about
any
it. I
of
like it
the?
kind of just the way it
I
is,
mean,
essentially. Well, what
the
about you?
flowers, like
Yeah,
they
I
know
do-
how
I do
slow
too.
and clunky it is, so they put the objective right
A
next
lot
to
of
the
boss
thing,
fights
and they're
seem to
introducing
play
you to the
around with,
mechanic.
camera angles. And this is
It's
probably
and
one
also
of the,
leads to cum
one
jokes.
of the strictest adherences
Which-
to that rule, because it is entirely top down.
I wholeheartedly applaud.
It doesn't
Sincerely.
behave differently, the controls are
Like
also
sneaking
the
crap
same.
past the radar is something I'm a big
But,
fan of.
But that's cool. It's a cool change of pace, and
But it
makes
feels
you
like
kinda think about
something
your movement a
of a
little bit.
waste still
I guess
for a
Breeze
transformation.
was the same since it was in
That
the-
it's
I do
just a
remember
way
House.
to complete
it
a
wasn't
specific
top-down,
task
but
and
yeah.
has no
No, I mean,
utility
but I
beyond
thought
that.
it was,
And that's true of all of them
Yeah,
to some
it was
extent.
it was another take on,
Um,
on changing
and the
it.
piranhas, like I wish you could
Yeah.
get out into the
But
waters
yeah,
surrounding that
and
one
then
little
they
pool,
discuss a little bit about the dialogue
and just kind of navigate the waters
what
freely,
Trev's accent
because
is
they're fun to
supposed be,
swim
the
around
written
with, and the
dialogue.
like
And
swarming
This was
enemy
helpful for me because
animation
apparently he's supposed to
feels
have
really
a
good to do.
Yorkshire
They
accent.
mentioned that it's like
And
legitimately
as an
like
American, I would have
uncomfortable,
never known that because
which
I'm not familiar with
was not my takeaway.
They really like poking fun at all
Little
the
jellyfish
regional
enemy
differences
just
in
like
the UK. Like, I've noticed that
poofs
as a
into
thing
a
with every
poof and
person
disappears.
I have met throughout the years who lives there.
But it's a really good animation. Good job,
Working with
Gary.
Matt and Joe on DK Vine, they're always doing
I'm
it,
90%
and
sure
I guess
the
it's more
Platonic
mean-spirited
commentary
here in
mentioned that it was
America when
him.
we do it. Like you just insulted Louisiana.
They have great Cajun food and haunted.
I'm talking over all their Louisiana jokes, which was another really good
Now, a lot
running
of those
gag.
haunted houses are the remnants of slave plantations, but let's not even think about it because they have great haunted.
That was me
houses
talking about
and Cajun
Yooka-Laylee, and
I
not
think part of the
this.
reason
Okay.
it has more of an edge to it in America is because we had a civil war, and
That's
so.
I mean, they have two longer.
Well, right
ago.
now they're
They've had tons of
discussing
Much longer ago, yeah. They tend to get over
different American
things
regions'
faster
hatred
here,
of each
though.
other.
We're-
I guess
we-
the topic of conversation is shifted to the boss
but
because they're
you
talking
can,
about
I'm
regional
sure, but
differences
I
and
think
how the British
more
attitude
broadly,
towards
culturally,
other
we don't-
regions of
we don't
Britain
forget here in
differs from,
America, and so it's just like,
as Heil just
we
said,
just hate each other.
Americans, we all hate
Dude,
each other.
Jazz parades, Louisiana, love it. I love
True.
it.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
fun
yeah,
for
I mean,
me
it's-
to commentate on.
I don't know.
That might be.
Oh.
that might be genuinely insensitive. I
Mitchell
think there are people that still practice voodoo. I don't know how.
There
didn't
are.
know voodoo
Are-
still
are-
existed.
are- Sure.
They
Okay.
do it in Louisiana.
Mitchell,
yes,
that's
they
more
have, like,
offensive than
Haitian
Heil
culture.
mentioning voodoo in relation to Louisiana.
To there.
You
it's
don't
part of
even
the
know that they're a
tapestry. I wasn't
thing.
trying to be offensive. I was just
How
bringing up things I
dare
know.
you?
About Louisiana.
Very broadly
How
about Louisiana, yeah.
fucking
Yorkshire is a small town in
dare
Louisiana
you.
That has, a very
My mother
specific
was a
accent
voodoo.
That Trev the
Okay.
tentacle has, and just the way.
Okay,
talks,
definitely talking about the boss
I
now.
knew that it had to be some sort of.
Because I
some
missed
sort
the
of
beginning, I missed
non-Scottish,
them mentioning his name.
non-Londoner,
And I would probably have to go silent
British
for
accent,
minutes at a time to
but
catch
I,
it.
you know,
Again,
I don't know the specific
literally,
words. It's kinda hard
I
to
can
know.
grab my
I mean,
keyboard,
obviously, I know like
Yooka-Laylee World 3
Yeah,
boss
I
with one
think I probably
hand.
would've got Liverpool.
Yeah,
It's fine.
but, yeah, the very minor things that we can.
Well, the
not living there.
admittedly shift away from talking about the conversation
But
that
they
I'm
have a
listening to
discussion
for a bit
about-
in favor
because in the
of
dialogue
Platonic's
he says
commentaries.
he's,
I like that all the discussion on Gary's part of animating tentacles in the previous episode on Glitter Glaze
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that
was
I
followed
would
through
never
immediately in
realize
this
there was
one.
any uncertainty about that,
Um,
because that is very
That he
common
kind of,
Yeah.
to an extent, got that section to himself to talk about
Right, yeah, exactly,
the
which,
process of
we will
realizing
not
that
be doing
boss,
on DK Vine Love
which is
Shack,
my...
sleeping in the same bed at least one night. We've got to try it, Mitchell. We've got to try it one night.
I'm trying to decide whether I
We
like
don't have to.
Come on.
him or
When are we
Capital
gonna
B
have this
more as a
opportunity
boss.
again? I mean, maybe next
I
E3,
think Capital
but,
B is
you know,
more
it's-
flawed. It goes on for a lot
Sony's back
longer,
out
so
at
there's more
E3.
room
You never
for
know what's gonna happen. What
me to
happens if
find things
Microsoft
about
and
it
Nintendo
to
backs out?
complain
E3
about.
could collapse on itself, and we won't have
Higher
this
highs,
conversation.
lower
The reason I don't
lows
wanna do it is just
for
it's
the
like
Capital B
can't
fight
imagine how
compared to
much
this World 3 boss
that
fight.
room would get with us all in the same
I don't
bed
know.
in
Let's just say
summer in
World
Los
3 is my
Angeles.
second favorite boss. I'll
Yeah,
get
'cause
to
nowhere in Los
my
Angeles
first
has air conditioning
favorite
unless you live in the hills.
later
LA is
on.
very hot, and by LA I do mean my favorite state, Louisiana.
Mechanically, it was a very good
Very nice.
like platformer boss, just like the general ethos of what makes a platformer. Like you move correctly through the environment to avoid harm to your player character.
If
And,
we have to, I suppose.
This Kraken boss fight, you know what?
Yeah.
Looking
We
up the
can even
character.
invite all of our
This
friends,
fight
all of our friends from Rare and
did a
Platonic.
good job of like starting out basic. There was just the tentacle sweep back and forth. It mixes it up with the tentacle at the top of the screen coming down on you, and then like
G-Man is gonna be there.
having
yeah,
to swim
no, let's go.
around, having later on in the fight a tentacle come up from the water and have to avoid like a tentacle from below you and one from above you, and like constantly like
was terrified
adding
of door-to-door
new
salesmen.
mechanics
Trev
to the
is
fight
irritated that
and
you're
blending them
interrupting his
together in
cup of tea
interesting ways that
in the
put
start of
pressure
his
on the player.
soaps.
Really
And
well
I
designed
really
boss fight
think
and
we
very well
need to point
presented.
out
Like,
a
credits
little
to
bit
Gary
more.
and
Andy Robinson really did bring a great level of mundaneness to these boss characters. To a lot
I
of
don't
these
know if
characters in the
he
game.
I can't
And
remember
that's
now
always been a
if
hallmark of Rare
he
games.
modeled
And
any characters really. Like I mentioned last time, he seems to have actually modeled Royston. I could be misunderstanding that.
And he worked there for
This whole time I've
years,
not been
and,
typing in the name of the boss.
but yeah, he totally.
But yeah,
nabbed
like,
that vibe of
presentation
these
is
are
something
all
I
kind of
really
freaks of
value
nature,
in a
but
boss
they're
fight.
living mostly normal existences that
I
we
mean,
can
just
kind
as a
of
general
relate to.
property of
And that's
games,
always been one of my favorite
but
things about just the shared Rare
especially
universe,
in,
that,
like, you know,
yeah, like
these
these are just
standout
kind
moments.
of
Trev the
they're crazy
Tentacle.
animals and
Okay,
monsters,
Trev.
but they are people.
I really
Sorry.
love onto that aesthetic of just like this NPC is just like doing laundry. I love that about Rare games.
Basically, what I'm getting at is that
Mario
tentacle
RPGs do that a
is
lot, like
modeled
that
so
kind of
well and lit so well. It looks like it
Sure,
has
but
a sheen
as
that
I
you would
do
expect
I do
from
those
I mean, and that's
a
why
cephalopod.
I've noticed that among Rare fans,
Animated so
a lot
well.
of the Mario games they gravitate to more.
It
the
almost-
most are the RPG games. 'Cause
In
I
a
think
way,
there's
it looks
kind of that
slightly
similar
too good. Like, it looks
philosophy
better
behind
than
it.
most
for
things
sure,
in the
especially,
game.
like,
It looks better
the
than
first
Yooka-Laylee
Marios or,
as you dodge all the attacks with
even,
them.
like, Superstar Saga.
Like,
that-
it's really, it looks like it could
just
have
taking
come out of, like, the Crash or Spyro
what we
remakes
know
on PS4 or
and
Xbox One.
kind of cranking that dial a
Which,
little bit,
you know, the
the
fact that it
absurdity
takes place in an
dial
enclosed
just
space
enough
might have
where it
been what
feels like it
allowed
could be
them
part of this
the
world,
hardware
but
resources to do that.
little removed.
I don't know.
So they give the control to Gary Talbot, of course, and this was a
Yeah,
gag
that was me
started,
ignoring Hyland Mitchell for a long stretch. What are they talking about?
Yeah. So once again, it doesn't go well.
This recording is definitely worse for me losing
Which,
track and just going,
This quickly became my
where
favorite
am
part
I?
of the videos,
And then
Gary
just pausing.
wailing about Gary in general. Just
They're talking about Gary.
endeared
Yes.
himself to me
How Gary?
quickly.
Yes.
I didn't know much about,
Thank you.
about Gary
I was
before
very. I hadn't listened this far when I made the last recording. When I mentioned that I really hope that they give Gary his due as like a platonic personality.
Well, not watch, but
Yes.
listen to. Watch, play the game.
The whole
So,
dynamic with
yeah,
Gary in these
it's always
videos.
enjoyable. And regrettably, there's no concept sketch
Again,
available of the
if I had-
boss's
if
body, but they just
going
design
on
several
and
tentacles with eyes
ahead with
and then
recording,
giant
just
eyes.
like staying up
And, you know,
after
I tried to kind of
being
reconcile
awake
this
for
Kraken with the
nearly
Kraken's
20 hours
foods,
to listen
but
to a
then I
3.5
realized I didn't
hour
have to
episode on
because
top of
this
that 20
Kraken was an
hours,
invention
and
of
then
the
record 3.5 hours
ghostwriters
after that if I had done it all in one go in the
so they
same
don't need to be
headspace.
consistent, even if I'm trying to, like, mash things
Maybe
up in the same world, that doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, and plus,
Lingering
the
in
things
that
the
frame of
Rare
mind,
universe, the Rare
even
shared
though I would be
universe,
completely
happen
insane
differently
by
in
the
different
point
geographical locations anyway.
of actually
Right, yeah.
recording up to this part if I had done it that way.
It's fine. I
There's 100 ways you could write that.
Maybe
right, exactly. And literally,
I
they
would
wrote it off because it was the ghostwriters who
articulate
you know,
my feelings on Gary's role in the commentaries a little bit more. But I'm very glad that Hyland Mitchell and I are on the same wavelength of, like,
and they're like, well, here's our take on it, and we'll just scribble this down.
single,
We don't know
because
which
again,
one wrote
I
Louise Marsh, but, you
I
know,
mentioned
and
in
then
the first half
that's where Trev comes
that
from, so
they
Did we ever get an answer? I know
often
on Twitter-
arguably stray
we
off
harassed
topic,
Daly
even
about
though
it.
they should not be
Harassed,
held
you
to
know,
a stringent
we pestered
standards
her
as
about
far
it, but,
as
I
talking
think
about
it's
the
probably one of
commentaries and
those
not
things that
the
Platonic
game
just keeps
itself
close
that's
to
being
their chest,
commentated
you know,
on.
because
As
you
I'm
know,
currently
Gav
doing
has
to
a
make,
million ideas for all of these characters,
not
and
make
he has
repairs,
extensive backstories
make
all mapped out,
something
documents, and his own fevered
not
imagination.
reprimands.
So
I'm gonna stop
I'm
this.
sure there's an answer one way or another about whether or not, you know, a ghostwriter
Anyway,
wrote
there
an
are
individual Grand Tome,
elements
and they all
of
just collaborated
the
together, but
commentaries
we don't know,
that they
and
kind of didn't
hopefully we'll find
address,
out one day.
which is 100% fine.
I am trying to let myself go and just appreciate.
Like, you can't talk about literally every single thing.
Ambiguity of
There are some little things I
what they're trying to
appreciated
do
that
building up this shared universe.
they
So,
prioritized other
try
things
not to
that I
have
didn't think to
everything
appreciate.
explained to me right now, or trying
We're
to
working in
explain
tandem,
it for
you guys
myself.
and me.
I can let go, 'cause I
But
know
I'm
they have
glad
plans,
Gary
so
was a
I'll just
shared pleasure.
sit back for once and let them do the work.
Gary is
I'll
important.
wait 13 more games.
What are they
but
talking about
that's
now?
it, man. After 13 games from now, I do want to know about the Ghost Rider.
I believe that they are discussing Vile, because they are likening the Platonic shared universe to the MCU, and I remember that being in relation to Vile.
23.
Yeah, they don't usually.
Or no,
end
maybe
their,
that kind of
phases
comes
on the
later.
one that
It would be
makes
not.
sense to end
Yeah,
on.
why would they be
Maybe
talking about
phase
Vile
two,
during this part? Vile is
the
not
second
revealed
Avengers
until
movie, and then Ant-Man.
the ending cutscene.
Right.
And
They are they're making the Marvel comparison in relation to how their succession of games will
Speaking of
progress.
spit,
Yeah,
they did this thing in the trees with the lizard
The
lash.
lizard lash, right.
Move.
I
really
don't.
like the lizard
I
lash.
missed
I
why
think it's-
that was relevant.
Like the biggest problem with the lizard lash is you don't need the lizard
Oh, here's
lash
the
to
part
get the
where
flappy
he's
flight.
talking
And really,
about
the flappy flight,
okay,
I
flappy
use this
flight.
apparently 'cause I keep coming back to the
Flappy flight and Flappy flight for
I enjoy
Yooka,
the
flip
flappy
flap
flight,
for
don't get me
Banjo.
wrong, like, it's fun to
This is so
fly
not
around.
entertaining
It's
to
just the
people
lizard
who
lash,
have played the game
once you can just
um,
fly up there, you know.
not just a week ago,
I like
who've
the
been
lizard
familiar
lash
with
'cause
this
it
stuff
reminds
for
me a little
literal
bit of
years
the
now.
Batman games. The
I already
RPG
addressed
games,
this,
just
so what am I going
fun
to
where,
address now?
little bit like that.
Well, okay.
So there is an amusing bit then, because they go to expand the Grand Tome, and then they go back. Talk to Bendy,
this isn't
and
important.
then they realize
fuck
that
this
they're
whole topic of
playing
conversation.
The build version
Jesus.
of the game on Steam and not the
Instead, I will
retail
talk
version.
about daily.
So at this point,
in
when
the
video
commentary
launched, the
video,
64-bit Tonic was not already out.
This is
But he talked
something
to Bendy,
I
and
hope
the
that they would
64-bit
address. I
Tonic
didn't
was
expect
on
them
the,
to, really.
on the menu
Well,
screen
Heil
there.
loves nature and
And,
animals.
They
Heil,
decide to
take
give everyone
Daily
a
to
preview
task.
of it, but it
Daily,
doesn't work.
noted frog
It's not actually
enthusiast.
implemented, so
Granted,
it's
this
just
was
like, wait,
these
we're playing
videos were
the
recorded
secret build
close to 2
version.
years
Oh, well,
ago,
let's just go ahead and show them the
but
64-bit
she didn't
Tonic
know.
version.
She thought chameleons
Eventually,
were
they do a
amphibians.
successful preview later in the series, but we'll talk about that when we get there. And
Sure.
yeah,
The next
they
10
also
minutes
struggle
of
to
this
find their
commentary
way
will
around
be
the world.
disappointed
So that was
silence.
nice to see, because again, this is a world, like, if I jump into it now, I would have a bit of difficulty getting around, and I would have to play for a while before I feel comfortable with it again. And they do have a frank conversation about how, you know, Pete the public
I hope
thinks that the whole team should
there
know
was
the
some
game.
humor in that.
You can
I
like
was
the back of their hand
catching
because
up
they work
on the topic of conversation, which
but
thankfully
they're
did
usually
change
focused
promptly.
on whatever it is they're working on.
The,
because the game is, you know, broken into chunks, and you're working on this and
Role
you're
of
working on that.
creators as far
So
as
they don't really see
knowledgeability
the
about
entire
their own
game,
creations.
so they're kind of unfamiliar with it, just like we are. And you know,
I-
it's cool to get that insight, because yeah, you would assume.
I'm
that
trying to
that's the way it
think, as
is,
far
but
as
you don't
like,
really-
because of course
or
the
at least I
point
don't really
brought up
stop
by
and consider
Platonic
those
and
terms,
discussed
because I
by Heil and Mitchell here
game
is
designer.
that
I
games and tons of other mediums, film of course, they're collaborative efforts. Everyone has their specialized task that they're concentrating on, largely to the exclusion of everything else about it. And so,
but I think, you know, I think that's kind of true of the creative process for anything.
you know, the people who made the game don't know everything about the
You
game.
know, I'm kind of a micromanaging obsessive at times,
Even though
but the more
Gavin
you
Price
have to do,
comes off
the
in
less you're going
the
to
discussions of
achieve.
these commentaries like this
Because you
all-knowing
just have
chess
so
master.
much- you're spinning so many
Has
plates.
everything planned
So,
out ahead of time.
It's actually much easier to be a
We're
fan
gonna
of
meet
something,
the
to
owner of
actually
Isometric
study
Palace
it and absorb it,
someday.
and then that's why
It'll be
fans
in
so
the shell
often know
game.
so much more about a product than the
Why not?
people who actually made it. And
But I was
don't know,
trying to
it's-
think, like,
even the
you know,
stupid
there are also
podcast
plenty of
Mitchell,
mediums
I get
where
people
they're not collaborative.
earlier
Novels,
this year, I got a message,
I mean, or the big
on
one, even
Twitter, and they
paintings
said,
potentially,
"Hey, in season 1,
where this still kind of holds true, where the even when there's a singular author, they will get fuzzy on certain like character details or scenes that like fans latch onto, and just like if there's one thing to know about this character or this, you know, whatever aspect, it's that thing. And the author, like something that kind of happens a lot is not remembering character names, let
alone 28 episodes into it,
but it's a weird thing where like the fact that you're the one having to make all these decisions and go through this whole creative process where nothing is final until literally it gets kicked out the door.
But I would also like to say, Nintendo, Rare,
where
Playtonic, that's why I'm always available to you as a continuity consultant.
Because you're the one who has to choose
you can't keep track of
all these details, and you might have gone a different way, like if you just done it on a different day.
There's super fans of this
like if you're just feeling a little differently when you got to deciding on that part. Just the creative process itself, even getting away from what Playtonic mentioned, which was a very good point, that people have their own jobs, their own little corners, where that was the stuff they worked on and not the thing as a whole, and it all, there's a separate art to bring that all together into something cohesive, even when that's not a contributing factor. Still, it happens.
And my whole worldview is shattered. So
fair enough, yeah.
Just like, you know, it's just like me when I'm watching a TV show and I spot a continuity error and I fly off the handle.
Well, they're
they missed that.
still on this topic, so I was
but it is much harder when you're
I could have potentially felt bad if I had paused there and they were on something completely different and I might have missed something.
Even with diligent
but
taking, even with
yeah, that was a justified use of time.
Document. I mean, that's why my show notes. You see the conversation show notes when you do these, Mitchell. I have all these little notes in here. Oh,
what now?
This is the way this is. This is the way that is. Keep true to this. Don't do that. It's because I have to remind myself, or else I will forget. So.
Well, remember the age-old adage.
The topic came up of applying
2018.
kind of fan
some people did. So, you know, you just gotta let other
particulars on their mindset towards certain things as applied to the conversation came up.
It's okay to lean on your fans. That's actually what they're doing.
As someone obsessive enough to do not only this, but this not for the first
To my
time.
delight, they forced Gary to play another part of the game. This time, the
I guess the only
roll
thing
the seed balls into their holes.
Yeah.
And
approaching like people getting persnickety with Heil about, oh, you said this thing, you promised this thing years ago as a throwaway joke.
Same here.
I thought you had to kick it like a
As
ball.
Heil suggests, would in fact happen. I was expecting him to list examples. He didn't. That must have happened before, because yeah, even something as insular and tucked away into its own little quarter of the internet as the conversation, that dynamic still inevitably plays out, even if it's literally just
and you know, Gary's bad
a
at video
few
games,
people.
as I established, or is it you established for me, so am I. But you know, it's like
the only
no worries. Well, anytime.
thank you.
times I kind of fall into that, and this is completely my own fault, is still getting like annoyed or despondent or whatever about like when I go back and listen to the older episodes about
Gary
like
does it.
He does it, yeah.
how dismissive they can be of certain games, like both
Yeah, so
in and outside of the DKU.
So long.
Well, okay, so
But, like,
Gary
of
does
course,
it. He does it on a
years
second
ago.
attempt, which is very impressive because again, it took me probably
So
an
hopefully
hour.
I have not contributed any.
But
I made
so at this point,
a
you give
few
him the electrified
criticisms last
maze to do.
episode.
And
I really hope I will
again, they're
never
just trying to
be
torture their coworker. This isn't even a developer
a,
commentary at this point. This is just let's break Gary.
contributor
But
of toxicity to
then he does it.
the general
Like,
DK Vine
He
sphere.
rises to the challenge, and it's a complete switch from his performance.
I'm glad this topic has come up.
And you're like,
Um,
oh wait, what? But
the
then it
topic
comes out
of
that he actually
how,
had the test plan for the world,
yeah,
and that's why he's so good at
well,
it, 'cause he-
on the topic of
just
criticism, just coming out and saying it, the
So,
Moody Ms. Marsh episode
thankfully, the
was
whole
my
idea
least favorite of
changing
Platonic's
Gary
commentaries.
is still on the table. He was
It
just
kind
cheating.
of settled into,
So
like,
near the
I
end
feel
of
like
the
there was
stream,
the
Wilson
least,
pops in,
like,
and
behind the
they
scenes
have a long
info
discussion
in this
about how he took
episode.
another
That
man's
the
sweaty
focus
pants from the gym.
kind
And this
of,
isn't the
like,
last time in these
you know,
commentaries
there
that
were 4
Wilson
episodes in, they
tells
got
a
kind of
story.
relaxed.
So-
It felt more just
It
like
is a
a
relief to me to say
laid-back
that
developer
Platonic
kind of let's
falls
play of
victim to
their
the same
own
kind of
game,
tangents that we do in the
a lot of the
conversation.
time.
You know, it's it happens. It happens.
Assisted
when you
by
get
the
people who are
Gary's
friends
challenge
in the same room, and
sections,
you can't keep them on
which
topic. And I
are
feel like
important
that's
to
what makes
video
it a
games.
lively, engaging,
As I must reiterate,
living
definitely don't
tapestry
take
of
issue
words,
there.
and it's not just a rigid,
Um,
and then we do this, and then we do that. I like
But yeah,
that
I
kind of
was. That was another thing I was wondering if Heil and
That's
Mitchell
why
would
I-
address. It didn't seem to
I
bug
know I'm
them,
supposed to
so
like
that's
NPR,
good.
Mitchell, but I can't listen to NPR
yeah. Hopefully it was
regularly.
only me
They'll talk
who
like this.
that
They'll have a
episode,
very measured
like, not
way of
even
talking that's very
rubbed the
well
wrong way.
balanced.
That's
NPR
even
is
that's
the
true
way they
dramatic.
talk. They stay
But
one
he
or
was
bullet
just
points
slightly let
to
down.
the letter.
Cause just I
Poop
love
joke. What the fuck is
when
wrong with
they
you?
go nitty gritty.
I love the NPR's joke hour.
To jump ahead
Oh,
slightly
have
for a
one?
moment,
No,
next episode
but-
I feel really
man, it would be
gets
great.
things back
Can you
on track.
imagine just Ira Glass or whoever
Gavin-
they are. Is that's the right one? I think that's
Somebody,
See, the thing is, I
somebody
feel like
with
we're
the
better
shared
broadcasters
Gavin
than
slash
Ira Glass
Hamish
because
slash Andy Robinson
And
voice,
I
and also
realize
possibly
people
Dean
may
voice,
hold him and us to
because
different standards,
later on they
but I'm
mention
okay with where I am in life, Mitchell. I'm
that
okay with
Dean
my outlook on life. For,
I hope I'm
think,
remembering
the
this right,
first time
composed the
since I
Lil
was a
Rextra
kid,
arcade
I'm in a
tune.
good place
And
emotionally.
I remember that happening
wow, that's really
with
sad. But really,
the Andy slash
you're doing right.
Gavin
all right
slash Hamish
Yeah, I
voice.
mean, money's tight.
So maybe there's
Hey,
4 of them.
YouTube demonetized me. I'm struggling
Here's
to
the
make
running
ends meet.
gag of
Emotionally-
of
Wait, that
Heil
was good, but
being
now you're
secretly
almost
miserable.
bad things.
No.
I'm wondering-
Emotionally.
That's what I was
spiritually,
referring
I'm
to
in a good
earlier.
place. I'm in a
I
good
don't have
place.
too much to
Okay,
add.
I'm
It's good.
happy.
Go
I'm
listen to the
happy with what
episode,
I'm doing.
as if there's
And
any chance that anyone
I
is listening to
feel
this
like
who
I'm in
has
a
not
good
listened
space.
to
I
the
feel
actual
like I'm in-
episodes at some point,
I have
even
ascended
just
to
the
this
once
other, like,
when they
level
first came
of-
out
of thinking
a year and a
as far
half-ish
as, like, what I'm
ago.
supposed to be doing with DK Vine. And
I
feel like Ira Glass really isn't with NPR.
Sorry,
If you
just
wanna talk about, we can stop
I listened to
talking
this
about
earlier
it.
today, but even
Are
like
you saying,
revisiting
like,
it this
I'm
soon is making me
emotionally,
laugh.
like, shattered right
Um,
now, and that I'm overcompensating. I'm trying to delude myself into thinking no, that's not
The-
the case, Mitchell. I'm genuinely great.
I feel like Platonic's episode on Capital
I
Casino
am no longer a cynic.
really turned things
I am a
around,
super
and
positive
I
fellow who
felt like
just
it
wants
owed
to
a
spread
lot to
cheer and love
one of
to
the
the
3 or
world
4
of the Donkey Kong
people
universe.
with the kind of youthful happy voice.
I like
So
how negative you've become.
that was good.
Got a dark
I hope
aura
over the
around you,
course
and I
of
don't care for
eventually
it.
getting
You know
there
what?
that I
You can be on
realize
the
who
other
that
side of
was,
the bed. I'm gonna
because
be- I'm
they,
gonna be
whoever it was,
stuck
had a
with
lot of
Cameron and
interesting
Jeff, and you
in-depth
can be on the end. I'll be in
type
the middle.
things to say,
Yeah,
yeah.
and really steered
I'll be on
the
the other end with Adam
Platonic's
Park.
conversation like
Well, he's
towards
gonna
that
be
a
soaking
lot.
Wet. He's gonna be soaking
Yeah,
wet.
no one wants to be in the bed with Adam Park in the picture.
Although
He'll
if
just
it's,
be way too
if
wet.
it's as hot
Now
as
they
you
are
think,
still
that might be
in-
good for cool down, you know, to get a little bit of the
Joking, they're
Adam
talking
Park
about the
breeze.
E3 bed.
well, Heil,
It was funny listening to this after having listened to those eventual
I'm
E3
smiling right
episodes.
now. I'm
That
skipping
Heil
through
made a
meadows with
joke about
butterflies
spooning
and
Jeff,
baby animals.
like specifically Jeff.
You wanna
when
talk about the end of the movie, maybe?
now
Yeah, let's do
that
that.
those
So,
events have
since,
transpired,
Sutherland
like
was
Heil and
there,
Jeff
I
did
don't know
share a
why I like to
bed,
call him Sutherland.
and he would go
Like,
on
it
to
first
make
feels
jokes
wrong
about
to me.
spooning
He's
Jeff in
Sutherland.
particular in
Since
future
he was there, they
episodes.
had him do his
Future
litany of
episodes plural,
voices,
I'm
and,
pretty
Gary
sure.
actually compares him to Michael Winslow from off of Police Academy, which never thought
okay.
of Chris Sutherland
So what now?
in the Michael Winslow realm, but I guess that is actually entirely apropos. So first they have him do Laylee, and then
They are
Banjo,
discussing
obviously,
Chris
and then
Sutherland
the Killer
to
Instinct announcer, which I believe is
yeah, I
his
mentioned that
career in that everywhere he goes,
both
he
a
gets
little
that
while
request.
ago and what is for me
it's
yesterday.
definitely the
Having trouble
most
telling
easily
people
quotable
apart. I did
one
say
because of
when
all
I
of those
heard kind
characters
of an
taking
older
up
sounding
such
voice that that was
Banjo
probably
said
Steve
words that
Mills or
become
Chris
racist.
Sutherland.
Fair enough.
Got you there.
Were
I'd
they,
love to know
again, I've not been keeping
is
track of names and
his
titles, were they
decision-making
on
process
any
on
episodes
going from
other
a
than
wordy
this
banjo,
one?
or at least a
I-
talkable banjo?
They might have
to
been. I might have not been
a,
paying attention
grunty
during subsequent
kind of
episodes
banjo.
rattling off at the
Grunt-
beginning of
grunt heavy, not
who
grunty,
each person was.
kind of banjo and Banjo-Kazooie.
It seemed like there was a lot of people on the last one, which was cool. So maybe they were in that.
Yeah, we should have asked them that conversation when we had them on.
But yeah,
Shit.
like you go in,
I regret everything now.
like kind of.
So-
I want to say the only name I
Yeah, in
knew
the end, though,
during
I think Moody
the
Maze Marsh
Tribal
is
Stack
my least
episode
favorite one of the
was
game.
just Daily
That's like
as the
retrospect,
MC.
like, I
and
thought
the
Moody
people
Maze
like
Marsh was
responding to the
refreshing.
questions
After
she was reading
Glacier,
off
but now Glacier is
were
like
people I
jumped
didn't
several
know.
rungs
It
above
felt a little bit
Glacier.
like they were
So what
building
do
up
I know?
to
But you know, hey,
like they were
you're
being
allowed to
smart
be
about like
fluid with what you
scattering
think. You know,
their
they
more
say
well-known
it's
names across the
flip-flopping when
episode.
politicians do it,
But,
I would rather have somebody who's capable
Steve Mills and
of
Chris Sutherland
assessing a
in
situation,
both
saying,
in the
you know
Moody
what, I
Maze
was
Marsh
wrong there,
episode,
and I admit it,
and
this
then
is the way
potentially
I
not in
you know,
any
there's
of
this
the
whole,
subsequent
like, notion that we
ones.
have to stay rigidly
I don't know.
held to our beliefs or else we're a fraud.
I mean, I'm sure
I
it just
reject
comes
that,
down to
and I
them
say,
being
Mitchell, maybe you would be
busy
happier, like
as
me,
the big
if
ol'
you
important
didn't do
people
that.
that they are in Platonic.
Yeah,
Clearly,
you know,
you're
So
known-
what
you're
are they
known for
talking
your
about
rigid,
now? We are
unflinching
at an
opinions,
hour.
Mitchell.
Yeah,
I'm,
pretty much
I think
just
you're
at the hour mark.
being really,
My throat's not
insightful,
doing any worse really than it
and I'll have to
was
consider that.
20-30 minutes in.
So I don't know. Like I enjoyed the world a lot more. You know, when the game came out. And I
Hal
don't
was
hate
mentioning
it. I don't hate
something
really
that
anything
he
about
definitely does not
Yooka-Laylee,
hate.
If I'm honest.
What is
But
that?
I think when Yooka-Laylee came out, I know I was just assuming it was going to be a one-to-one spiritual successor to Banjo, and I mean that's the way it was marketed, and that's the way. Oh yeah, Ghost
Everything
Riders,
he
the
is saying
pages,
after
the
that
pages,
sounds
so
like
on
he's
and so
just
forth.
talking about
But,
ukulele in general, and
you
he
know,
definitely doesn't have to clarify that he
Maze
doesn't
Marsh is one of the most
hate ukulele.
traditional 3D
Where you have to put
platforming worlds
emphasis
of
on the
the
word.
game,
I don't hate
and that's why
ukulele.
I don't like it as
He's
much.
talking about something else.
It's essentially just taking elements.
Oh,
from
he's just
Banjo
talking about the
and
level,
mashing them up. It's like Bubble
which
Goose
I
Swamp,
kind of
Flying
discussed
Cavern.
previously how his
Honestly,
opinion
those
shifted.
are some of my least favorite Banjo worlds,
Well, I guess
too,
while I
so
just have
maybe I just
to,
don't like
unfortunately,
dank
kill a
places
small
that are
amount of
hard to
time
navigate.
before they move on to the next
That's
topic,
why I stayed out of the sewer
I will
eventually.
rank my
But
levels.
I have a couple of adages I live by.
Heil
and one of them
mentioned
is
that
don't go in the
his
sewer.
favorite ultimately landed on Capital Casino, and I want to say Mitchell said that
it's right there.
he was
The
leaning
manhole's right
towards
there.
Capital
If you
Casino
fall
with
down
maybe
into it,
Glitter
I have
Glaze
an
Glacier as his
amazing
second
adventure
favorite.
in the sewage, and I say, you know what? You're probably not gonna be
And
happy doing that.
if
You're
we
probably
assume
gonna
that
regret
both their favorite
I
levels
think you can do anything
are
you
Capital
want.
Casino, then that makes three of us.
If you really try to be
I
really
hope
positive
that
right now,
Heil
because
was
I feel
not
like you're in a dark place.
dispirited
I am not in a dark- Mitchell, I
during
am in
the
best
episode
mood
on
I've
Capital
been in.
Casino back
I'm not
when
moody.
the game
I'm
was
not moody
new,
like the maze
that
of the marsh.
they
I
got 4 calls on that episode, which I
above
believe
the
was more
clouds right
than
now.
any of the others,
I'm soaring
and
like
all of them
Superman.
were just people saying that
Superman
Capital
would be proud
Casino
of
was
you.
trash.
Henry Cavill Superman, he's
After
like, "Rawr,
several
next
hours
step,
were
rawr.
spent
Why'd you
praising
say
it.
that name? Oh wait, Batman said that. You know, he was like Martha,
Yeah.
my mom.
Capital
Fight,
Casino.
fight.
That is
No,
a
I'm
good
like,
time.
Superman would be proud of you. Superman's mom would be proud of you. You are a bright.
During my
beacon of light
playthrough,
in a towering
when I
injustice
first got there,
of a
I
world.
was like, oh no, is this the point where the
not like
game really
Injustice
starts
Superman,
wearing
because
on
he
me?
was
Because I
fascist.
didn't really like it
Not
at
like
first.
Injustice Superman 'cause he was fascist. I don't
But
know
it's
that
got like a
story.
coziness to
But
it.
But the fact
I
that
don't
you do
know,
this
like the
shows
fact that
how-
you don't
how
have to
well-read
worry
and
about
insightful
not
you
falling
are.
into the
I mean,
poisonous
I said I was an English
water,
major, so of course,
like
Yeah.
in Moody
of course
Maze
I know
Marsh or
all
Galleon
about
Galaxy.
Injustice, which I do have a theory that takes place in the Mortal Kombat.
That it
trilogy.
has actually
It
very
does,
dangerous
but,
enemies
anyway,
roaming
it
around
should
in the
be
form of
held
the
by
inept
Mortal
units
Kombat
because
fans
you,
as part of their series,
unless
and I
you're
look
the
at Mortal
chopper
Kombat Wiki, which
transformation,
is not, and I'm
you
just
can't
dropping the ball. all over there, Mortal Kombat
killed
fans.
him.
But
The
who
way
am
you
I?
speak
Pretty
about
much.
Mortal Kombat's universe shows
There's
the
a lot of
audience at large
things that I
how-
maybe
how
shouldn't like about
wide
it,
your interests
but
are.
I
Are any of
liken
these
it to
compliments landing? Are any of these-
my favorite
No,
part
because
of Banjo
none of them
Tooie,
read
the
as
upper section
sincere,
of Jolly
and I feel like
Roger's
you're insulting
Lagoon,
me, but that's
the
okay.
little
I feel like
town.
that's I feel like
Like,
that's
even though
mostly
there's
just my voice. I don't know how to
very
do it.
little
I don't know
like
how to make a
gameplay
sincere
challenges in that
compliment
area.
sound sincere.
I'm used to people being
Like,
condescending
I want
towards me,
to
but you know what?
live
I'm
there.
happy with Kyle Russell.
Which
I
is
love
not the sort of
myself.
thing
Yeah.
I
I
say
give
too
myself
often
self-hugs
about
all
DKU
the
games,
time.
despite
I'm
how much I love
self-hugging
them. I know
myself right
that's
now,
a
Rachel,
frequent refrain
and
for
it's
Heil.
great.
Yeah.
I don't look at
So,
DK
yeah,
Jungle and
so
think
anyway,
I want
yeah,
to live
Heil,
there.
yeah.
You tell them.
Anyway,
You know,
yeah, but
a lot
I
of other such
gravitate more
examples,
towards
but
the
Jolly
roles that
Roger's
really do something
Lagoon,
different with
for
the
whatever
genre, 'cause I
reason,
feel like that's where Yooka-Laylee's strengths
I don't want to live in Capital
Glitter
Casino,
Glacier,
but
Capital
the fact that
Casino,
it's
and maybe to a
more
lesser
about
extent Galleon
like
Galaxy, but I feel
kind of
like,
just
like,
exploring
where
the
game
level,
veers to be
low
different
pressure,
from what
and
Rare
solving
has done in the past,
puzzles.
that's really where I'm like,
And
oh,
there
yeah,
are like a
Yooka-Laylee, check
good
it
number
out.
of like platforming centric
But, you know,
challenges,
I
and
can't
they're
hate
kind of for
Movie
you to
Maze
do at
Mark
your leisure,
entirely.
not
Love
for
the
like
boss
core
fight, and
world
it lets you
navigation.
gobble things up as
I don't know.
16 individual fish.
It all just
Count
kind of
them,
hits right
count
for
them,
me.
Mitchell. And that's
So I've definitely talked for long enough that they have moved on to things I should
That's what
probably
they
be
say
talking
Heil
about.
Russell. Very, very well researched, especially in terms of fish numbers.
I want to say at some point during that,
and very content
Mitchell
with what he finds.
right.
renewed his
And I think those are
expressions
two of the most
of
important,
concern for Heil's
two of
mental
the
well-being.
most important character traits you could have, and I'm really proud of you.
Absolutely. Let's check in with the
Oh.
live stream chat real quick.
Well, here they're
So,
moving on to Capital Casino.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes?
So,
Oh, checking the chat in the middle.
Jeff, who we're going to be cuddling with, come E3.
Oh,
Jeff,
yeah.
says that Bubble Gloop
But
Swamp
fuck
is
you,
my
Heil
favorite
and Mitchell, for
game.
not being on
Sorry,
board
but
with
Jeff's
Bubble
on the
Gloop
other side of the
Swamp.
bed. Mitchell, you're
Like,
back
come on.
next to me. We'll
You
get
turn
Adam Park.
into a little alligator.
We'll have him
There's a
hovering
big
over us
alligator
as
who you
our
can just see his
so
head.
he can be gripping onto us.
There's
All
Mr.
of
You
us.
go inside the head and there's
Stay
Mr. Vile.
cool
Is that how it
and
happens?
wet and
There's,
sexy
I know that
throughout the
there's the
entire
big
experience.
turtle that you go
I think
inside
Bubble
and
Gloop
Tip
Swamp
Tup is in there.
probably my least favorite
There's all
stage
these
in
like
Kazooie.
Yeah, we're
interesting,
definitely gonna
fun
cuddle, it's
things.
fine.
And like I
Oh,
know
wait,
that,
Gibbon.
and like
I am
in
Gibbon
broad
says that
strokes,
Bubble
I
Gloop
agree
Swamp is
with
the best Banjo.
Bitchell's
What is
frequent
happening?
criticism of
Yeah,
Yooka-Laylee
I don't think
that
it's
it
very open at all.
is
It's one of
the
most
level
linear,
design centers around lots of
stages in the
flat
game.
planes
It's,
and stuff jutting
it's
up
like a
from the
branching
flat
path
planes,
linearity kind of thing, but it's still
not economizing
follow a
its
certain
use
line,
of
do a
3D space
certain,
as well as Banjo-Kazooie did,
number of
because of
tests
course their
in
attention
order,
was on that
and,
because 3D in itself was still a
it
novelty.
can be kind of a
How
spot,
Platonic kind of
especially when
took the
before
simple
that,
joy of
it's
that sort of
Corner's
thing
Tavern,
for
right?
granted
That's
to
just
some
like-
extent.
That's a it's a water stage.
the Bubble
which
Gloop
is gonna
Swamp
be-
falls into that, but
gonna
I
have its drawbacks for sure. It's slower, but it's
don't
very
think
open and
that
very able to be
as
explored. And then after that is Free CZ Peak and Gobi's Valley, which are so
like I'm
fun
trying to
just
th-
go
like
everywhere
is
and
Bubble
have
Loop
fun.
really the only Banjo level where that
So,
criticism
Gibbon,
sort
though,
of
even though
applies?
He is also on Team Bubble Gloop.
I'm trying to remember.
He does say that
Like
I
I
Am
think
Right
so.
Justice is the new
And so it's
timeline
just like a
for
one-time
Mortal
thing
Kombat
where
based
this
on
level
Steam
is laid out
Universe.
differently
So
for the
in
sake of
Mortal
including all these
Kombat,
like fun, memorable
2
little
games
set
ago,
pieces
3 games ago, they
in
rebooted
context of the full
timeline to go
game,
back in
like
time,
constantly
Raiden
changing it up
sent
from
a
that.
message back to his past self to the original
Of
Mortal
course,
Kombat,
Bubble
and they
Gloop Swamp
changed
is a
things.
great
And that would
level.
have had ripple effects.
My God.
So when Mortal Kombat
Shame on
fought
you.
DC Universe, it must have also rebooted that timeline, and so. But then Injustice
Discussion
also
of
has
Injustice
multiverse
and
because the
Mortal
fascist sequence
Kombat.
is not from the main timeline. So
I'm
it's
assuming we're
it's a
cutting
thing.
this out of the episode. Because
No,
we
absolutely
have to.
not.
We almost have
Okay,
to.
now
Nothing
they
is getting cut out of this episode.
Then let's
So-
move on
finally
quickly.
moving on to Capital Casino.
Casino. Yeah, featuring Daly Johnson, engagement director, Ross Bullymore, designer, Kev Bayless, character artist,
mentioned-
Chris Sutherland, project director and software engineer, Dan Murdoch, audio director, and by the way, Dan.
Okay, yeah, I was
audio also
sorry, I got
sounds
momentarily
completely
confused.
balanced. So
remember
I think
the
he wrote
Daily
that for
was missing
himself,
from
so
one
he was
episode,
the
and I remember it being the
actual
second to last
source.
one. But that's because it was literally the second to last episode, not the episode on the second to last world. I thought maybe she was not around for this Capital Casino episode.
The move you use that you learned in Ivory Towers to get into Capital Casino is the
That doesn't matter.
Obviously.
Something,
they have a discussion about Capital B
because
as
Capital
banker,
Casino is a
of course,
particularly
one of the
relevant
feature of
bit for
Capital Casino
me
season
to
one.
commentate
And
over for the
actually,
next
the
hour-ish.
idea of him as the banker came very
Because it's
late
Highland
and
Mitchell
relevant because
talking about
during
Capital
most of that
Casino
time,
again, because
they
Mitchell was
had
the
mention
co-host
of
on
tokens,
the dedicated Capital Casino
tokens that
episode,
he collected to cash in for pages,
which,
but they didn't
as someone
actually
who
have
had
any
decided ahead
way
of
to cash them in.
listening,
They just assumed they'd figure it
having
out at a
completed the
later
game by
date,
then, the
and
Capital
that's where they
Casino
came,
was
and
the
they
part
hadn't actually figured out
he enjoyed the
what
most.
they came up with. But this was
Getting
the
that
reason for the
treasured
infamous
Hyle
bug
and
in
Mitchell
the world
dynamic
where players
for that
would
one.
be able to get every pagey, which,
Real treat.
in my opinion, is kind of the kiss of death in
but
any collectathon that
On the topic
promotes
of
itself as a
things that I
shameless
played that
collectathon,
level,
not being able to
thinking
actually
of course they
obtain,
would address this
of
thing.
every item because of a glitch.
At
is
one
just
point, and I know I'm not
dire. I
talking
remember,
over,
like, having discussions at the time.
I'm talking
how it
about
just
something
kind of
being discussed in
ruined
this actual
people's
episode. I'm talking
enthusiasm
back to a
for the game.
previous
They stopped playing at
conversation.
that point because,
That's still me
oh,
commentating over the
oh no,
conversation in general, so that's
I've got
something.
my file screwed up. Well, this just kills my mood. I'm done.
The criticism came up
the
that
reason for this
Capital B
apparently was
kind of
because,
gets
they wanted to have the music tick up with every page you got. So if you
well,
got
no,
in more
that
tokens,
putting Capital B as a
than just, like,
disguised
what would be required for one PG, they
banker
wanted,
for
you know,
the
they just
casino
wanted it to be one
was a
lump
good way
sum
to
of
keep
PGs.
him involved in
They
the
wanted
plot
it
so
to be
that you don't
progression.
kind of lose focus
But
on him
if
as the
you
villain
left
the
world
way
before the jingle was
Hyle
completed,
felt
or
happened to
before they
Grunty and
like, actually
Banjo-Tooie,
ticked it
because
up
there's
all
lots
the
of
way,
cutscenes early
then
on
it
about
wouldn't count.
the Big O
And
Blaster
I don't
and all
remember
that.
doing this, Mitchell, but it did
Then she
affect
just kind
me.
of
I was one of the
falls
unfortunate
off until the
people who
end.
lost out on
But
the beginning of
Banjo-Tooie
this.
with Witchy
And
World
this is something they obviously
did the
fixed
exact
with
same
the
thing
polished update, and that was the first
with
thing I
Madame
checked.
Grunty.
Do I have
Like,
my Capital Casino pages?
she's not in
And,
disguise.
I did.
But the
So
fact
it
that,
was a relief.
like,
But
I never had the issue.
even though
but,
it's weird that
yeah,
she
I
does
definitely
not
sympathize
immediately
with people
start
that do it
blasting
at the
them
time,
with spells or
especially
whatever,
because,
you can rationalize it.
because tempers were so
She's
high.
got her own
Is this a
plan.
good
She
game?
doesn't
Is this
maybe
a
want to
bad
mess it
game?
up.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We're trying to figure out right now. Then, like, of course, for this bug to happen right.
I
now,
guess
everyone
just
has to decide how they feel
props to
about it,
Banjo-Tooie
that's-
that Hyle did not give it
It
credit
was
for
the
during
worst
that
bug in the
episode, which is
game.
not this
The most
episode.
noticeable one,
I
the
should
most
talk about
obvious.
this.
And it was unfortunate, but
What are they
as
saying?
time passes, and especially came out on a Switch, and people aren't going to remember this. This is going to be trivia, and
For sure.
it really only affects.
They are
early
addressing the
adopters who played through it.
Capital
It had
Casino
happened,
page glitch,
and it happened. Usually the stuff doesn't
which
happen to
I
me.
could talk
So,
about.
that it did. I
have some thoughts on that.
Level-headed about it, and I was just like, okay, well, whatever. They'll fix it.
It is
and
weird to me that
it's just
someone
part of the
would
process, and
save
it's
up
not
all
like it was
of
back
their
in the
chips,
days
cash
where
them in
you
all
ship
at the
this
end
out
at
as a
once,
cartridge, no way to update it,
and then run
until
out
they
of the
do
level
a new software update and release a new batch of
before,
cartridges,
like,
then
the
what
fact
you
that that was a
got
common enough
immediately
thing
just ruined.
to,
And, I mean,
like, be a
I
big
had bugs
priority,
happen to
like
me on
that
the
Hyle,
older games. I remember
like,
there was
he
this
fell
weird
victim
glitch
to that
in
glitch
the
during his first
version of
playthrough.
Banjo-Kazooie where you would boot up the game and you'd go to your save file and it would show that the save file was empty, completely empty.
It's,
and you would
maybe my
panic,
play style is just so
I
different.
remember going to file 2 and seeing clear, empty. This was after I beat it, and I just
Oh, and now they're talking about the inept
my
fight.
heart
Okay, well,
fell out of my body. It tumbled out of
I
my
know I
butt
need to
and rolled
reprioritize
across
my
the floor,
focus
and my
on the
cat ate it,
conversation,
and
but I
it was
must
the worst feeling. I
talk
shut off the
about
game- I
my
shut off
other
the
reason
system in a
why
panic.
Capital Casino
And I
is
was
my
like, I need
favorite
to see what I
world,
just saw.
and that is
And I
that
turned
it
back
has,
on,
bar
and the
none, my
save file
favorite boss,
was showing
Inept,
properly that time.
and when I
don't know
Google
if I
searched it the
actually
other
selected
day,
if it would just register
not
as
even
one,
Google
and
searching
then
the
I would
fight,
actually
I
lost
typed
my
in,
progress.
like,
But,
Inept Yooka-Laylee or something into Google, trying to get
that was just a weird
information
bug, and,
on the countdown
Diddy
in
Kong
Galleon
Racing had
Galaxy.
something similar
And one of the
where
search
it
results,
would,
like,
lose
had,
your best lap time trials,
like,
not the complete race,
the
but
terrible
lose your
inept
time
boss
for
fight,
best
like in
lap
the
TT
title
had those erased
of
while
the
I was trying to
page.
do all the TT races
Oh,
to
God.
unlock
People
it. Yeah,
and
so
a
I had
few
to
of the
do some
callers
those
on
twice,
the dedicated
but,
Capital Casino episode
I just
mentioned
rolled
it
with
too.
it, you know,
People
it's-
hate that fight,
stuff
and I
happens,
don't get it, and I
There's so
don't
many
want
horror
to
stories of people.
be a hypocrite on what I said about
20
last
years
time
ago when
about
Pokemon
all
was
opinions being
still
valid.
new and
Like they had that experience, they didn't have fun, it was
showing-
frustrating for
Oh,
them,
yeah,
whatever.
but it was like half.
Also, Mitchell, I apologize.
That's
I realize
as
we're
valid
recording
as
this
my
on
enthusiasm
Friday,
for
May
it, but I
10th, and I'm
don't
taking
get
away
it.
from Detective Pikachu.
What
I
a
have an
great,
appointment to see it,
going
which
back
is
to
also all
Trev,
the
what a
ticket.
great spectacle. A minecart
exactly 3
boss
hours.
circling around the whole level,
Oh shit! Okay, oh shit!
fighting
This is
against
why
this
you're trying to
cool,
hurry me
like,
up.
bird
I'm not talking about
robot.
combat shared universes.
and
Well, we
it feels
started
like
this call
Kartos'
at
controls
3
were
o'clock,
designed
and
around that
it's
specific fight.
7:45.
I know it was
didn't
kind of the
assume
other
they
way
would run into
around.
each other, but I guess
Kartos
it's all
was a
possible.
stretch goal,
Well, luckily,
and so
I
after
feel
the
like
fact, they
Moody
were
Maze
like,
Marsh was the most
let's make one of the bosses a
diligent
minecart
undertaking I
boss.
did
Sure.
pare this stuff down. I
But like
got it
Kartos
down
Fields
from
is
50
designed around that
33
fight in a way
pages,
that
so
the
it
actual
tells me-
Kartos tracks
tells
don't,
me
like the way
we're doing okay.
that it's so
What I was
easy
saying
to
before,
jump
though, is that I remember
very
everyone,
slightly wrong
like showing
and
their
hit something
their
and
little
lose
brother or sister
gems.
or their friend, like,
And
hey,
like
it's a
dodging
Game
some
Boy
of
Pokemon,
Inept's, the
learn.
bombs that he drops can be
Do it,
tricky.
know a new thing.
I
And
beat
they
it on
would
my
have
second
their save
try,
files
just
overwritten,
like daily.
and all of their Pokemon would just
I didn't-
lost to time, and it was
Well, that's the
so
other thing.
sad.
It felt way
I don't
more
remember that ever
lenient
happening
than
to me. But,
the Kartos track that
very
preceded it. That's part of the thing that I appreciate
yeah.
appreciate about it too.
Why
Like by the time I
now
completed the Kartos track,
wild-based
Capital
stages
Casino, I was
because
just
I
so
feel like
done.
it's a little bit more
But then
standard,
suddenly,
battery
it turned
powered
awesome
boxes
out of
and
nowhere.
all of that, you know.
Like I love
Although
that
it
I
does
got to
make
have
me a
that
little
experience
uncomfortable that,
like
because
unspoiled
of those
basically.
bad saves, now,
I had seen
like the biggest
footage
games on
um,
Switch, Super Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild,
just looking
and other
around
games like that,
after
all
beating the
don't
game on
have
YouTube
multiple
for
save
like,
files,
you know,
because
to
the
see what
games
people
assume
around the
that
time the game
what
came
you're
out
gonna
had
do for
said,
multiple
or
save
even
files is just
like
have multiple
retrospectively.
profiles that the
Like I
system
saw a
That's
video
garbage.
clip and
That is garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
it
oh no,
still works that way. Like I can
I'm-
make a guest profile.
it's
and
bad that I saw that. Now I know
interact
there's a
with my
minecart
other
boss,
save
but I
files.
was not thinking about
But,
that. And so when Inept
there
came
should be
down, I was like,
something on the
oh
game.
yeah, this is great. This is so
they
cool.
they actually get a reader
Yeah.
or fan question
Okay,
about
I guess
if they had
that's
to
enough
do
talk on
Capital
that.
Casino with legal
God, I
fears that it would
did not
encourage
anticipate
gamble.
liking
this is the
anything
big
about
Casino
Yooka-Laylee as much as I
Royale
like
world,
that
they-
boss fight or some of the other
it does
things
take
that I've
place
talked
entirely
about.
in a gaudy Vegas
Man, oh man.
casino, which the team was inspired
It's
by
good
their
times.
trips to Vegas and just the sheer like tacky neon
Um,
garbage quality of Vegas.
Topic has come back to
Now I'm
Nevada.
shitting on Nevada, and I apologize.
In the
We're
context
just
of
ticking off those states one by one.
the Capital Casino being Las Vegas inspired, which is deceptively interesting.
Although I will say we synced
because,
up
of
our
course,
audio in Samoa
the
time.
American
So, thinking of you, American
baseline
Samoa,
idea of a casino. You hear the word casino,
but,
you think of Vegas.
They claim it wasn't an issue because they didn't really use
But
any hard
even
casino
across the
games
pond,
or
so to
gambling
speak, I
in
don't
real
know
slot machines,
if the
but,
level designers had
but
literally
you
visited
certainly
Vegas
feel the gamble
themselves,
with
or
real
e-
money.
if it's just
So they-
because you know
it
you don't
wasn't
have to
a
be
problem.
from a
However,
country for
I
a
pulled
city
out a
or
Gavin Price to PlayStation official magazine UK
monument,
from
general point of
February
interest, whatever, to like have
and I quote,
cultural
it says,
resonance
"It took
for you.
multiple Skype calls of reassurance to
the same way
2017
London
that there wouldn't actually
or
be gambling in the game."
Paris
Kind of throwing Team 17
or
under the bus a little
certain landmarks and
Well,
those places
I'm
and lots
sure
of other
there was,
places
because,
have
I mean,
meaning for
because
Americans, but I don't
Pokemon
know.
Heart Gold and
It was
Soul
interesting
Silver
that
had to
they,
replace their, slot
the
machines
Playtonic was
with
just like, yeah, Vegas, of course,
with, Voltorb Flip.
and not something
Am I
more
right?
Yeah.
Am I right there?
UK specific, although
That is correct.
we get to
Yeah.
Voltorb
a more
Flip is a
UK specific thing
weirdly
later when it comes to the
loved
disco floor, but we'll get there when we get
for
there, because that's also
slot
interesting.
machines, because
That's
the
what
slot
they said,
machines, there's a way to game the slot machines a little bit in most.
They're
Pokemon
talking
games,
about
but Voltorb Flip, it was just like an actual
basically
game that-
gambling mechanics within games as applied to Capital Casino, and how it really, despite being in a casino, there's
you know, and
no
then even the Japanese version of that
gambling
one had
mechanics.
Voltorb
And yeah,
Flip, and it didn't
right
have
now
any
Hal's saying the thing I wanted to address,
the slot machines.
that it
Now,
is
maybe this
weird
me
for
being
the
a big
ESRB
or never really
to
having enough
be
money to my name to ever
so
consider
uptight about
gambling as a
gambling
way to develop
when they're totally permissive of violence in games, that's weird to him in the same way that sex in video games is a way bigger deal. Not just in video games, in media, especially Western. Like, you can depict the most horrible violence and still get a PG-13 as long as you don't show too much blood. But you can't have a sex scene, or not even sex, like non-sexualized nudity immediately gets you an R rating if you're a movie.
Gambling, really? That's where you draw the line? Like,
okay. Yeah, I definitely agree with the criticism there. I would say the differentiating factor with gambling, and Mitchell touches on this, which I was appreciative of, is that simulated quote-unquote simulated violence in games is not simulated. The actual act is nothing like it. Like, the closest thing you get is a light gun game, really.
So I can see why they would make it different, but at the same time, yeah, like the ESRB hates sex and loves murder. So
people know, okay, don't run out and do this when it comes to murder. But like, gambling is legal, albeit regulated, but that's not a thing that people don't just know not to go out and try. And the fact that the gambling experience is simulated in the way that violent acts are not in games. When you have gambling mechanics in games like the Game Corner and Pokemon, where other than the fact that you are not betting real money, there's like literally no difference. Like that, because gambling is addictive. It is specifically designed to be addictive to prey on psychologically vulnerable people. Like,
yeah, I would have done just Banjo.
The scenario makes sense to me, where someone, whether they're a kid or even an adult, like, finds a gambling minigame in a game and like gets hooked, like, oh, this gives me a rush. I get big winnings. I could go out and do this for real.
Yeah, this is asking.
Like,
yeah, no. So, well, yeah, this is
that sort of thing can go on to have legitimate harmful effects on people in a way that sexual stuff in games, or for that matter, violent stuff in games, like the ESR, like, as far as I'm concerned, the ESRB are, which is funny because the ESRB has a very wishy-washy, non-committal stance towards loot boxes, where they reluctantly deign to include it in the rating, and that's it. And of course, the ESRB is not a governmental body; it has no power to regulate things, and no interest in not downplaying how harmful certain business practices can be, because the ESRB is like the Comics Code Authority. It is run by the gaming industry, so that the government won't come in and do the job for them and not let them get away with more stuff. So the ESRB is way too light on gambling in games, and that's my stance on it. Whether it obviously the stuff involving real money is worse, way worse. But the notion that having actual gambling in a game would affect the age rating makes so much more sense to me than almost anything else that would affect the age rating. So that's my piece on that.
I hopefully got some context for why she would say that.
On the topic of chocolate, which I am weirdly... It's funny, I mentioned kind of being left wanting by the Moody Maze episode of the Platonic videos, by how relatively little developer insights it provided, and when they gave airtime to the question of chocolate, something completely irrelevant, and it was fairly early on in the video from my recollection. I was like, oh no. But it was fine, and it was actually it ties into an interesting broader point, which is the cultural differences with this being a UK developed game and how that has ramifications for us as American players. Not as far as chocolate goes, but like again, later on the topic of UK Mexican restaurants and how that had an influence on a little bit of the world design in Capital Casino in a way that would not have been the same if Yooka-Laylee hadn't been a UK developed game, because America does not associate Mexican restaurants with cheap, dirty tackiness.
Love caramel. We should move on. So then the slot machine and they talk.
I also do not care for the white chocolate that I have had, but supposedly the more premium stuff that Nestle offers outside of America, at least, is a whole different beast, which I didn't know before. That might be something I am now informed enough to seek out at some point.
It's like either my second or first favorite level in the game, depending on how I'm feeling on a specific day. Those are really cool.
Yeah, and I like
now
that
they're
it's
talking
not
about
just down to a
the
Mario
game
Party level fiasco of
and not the commentaries. What else is something that's mentioned in the commentary videos
everything is skill based in Capital
that maybe
Casino,
they
which
skated
I think
over?
Once you realize that, it makes the whole concept a lot more palatable. It's not so like, oh, slot machines. It's no.
Okay.
If you pay attention, you can get it. You can do it. Yeah. So they jump into the infamous,
Okay, well, I
Cardos
talked at length about
boss
Inept in
sequence.
the Cardos
Well, you don't know it's the boss sequence
section in this level.
And, they finish
Due
the
length
regular
already
boss
earlier.
sequence
I forgot that
gets you into the boss
they had
on the second try, which makes me feel like
kind of
Inept's
split
trash at this game. But
this
speaking of
conversation
Inept, segue, the
into
boss appears and just as
two
the boss
bits.
appears in the video,
I guess the first
step
part they were talking more about,
upstairs of Platonic begins
you
to
know,
make
the fact
their
that
noise.
Daily got it on her
Speaking of
second
noise
try.
upstairs, hey, Mitchell, how's your air
And
conditioning?
now they're getting into the story ramifications that Platonic, well, I was going to say expanded upon, but they kind of, as Heil mentions, didn't really, they got off track in the process of answering the question and shifted the subject before realizing that they had never super answered the question, which is the sort of thing I can relate to.
Inept, though, they talk a
Like,
lot about Inept.
calling into the conversation and being nervous and self-conscious, like, oh, I hope this question isn't good, anticipating the sort of answers it might get. For me, as someone who has called in too many times, I have come to realize with not questions, with just, here's what I think, which seems to be a running problem for me.
So the concept of the boss.
The fact that maybe was not as good a jumping off point for conversation, as I called in with my thoughts on Impossible Layer or whatever, wanting it to be. Yeah, it just struck me as kind of funny and cute that Heil had a parallel experience getting his question somewhat answered.
Again, dripping with condescension.
Oh, Detective
It's okay.
Pikachu.
I'm in a good place emotionally.
Is
and
this
I'm
the
like,
first
"Hey,
point where that came up?
Pikachu, we're gonna get
That
through
Mitchell is on the clock?
They ask what Inept stands for. And
Another
and they
funny running
claim it's
gag.
set as his boss title, but it isn't.
While
And then
listening
they
to this
sort of drift away
episode,
from my
I was
question.
like, you
What's
know,
behind
in
this?
talking
I
about
didn't really need
the
an
conversation
answer. I was
commentaries
just
themselves, I should really pay due
And
tribute
I don't, like, again, I'm just
to their
letting myself
humor.
go, letting
Because, of
Platonic
course,
unfold
that's
the vast
foundational
story
to the show's
for
appeal.
me. But,
turns
they do
out
say that all
that
security
mostly
bots are part of the
involves
same
me saying,
family,
"Oh
and
yeah,
then,
this part.
then
That's
they
funny.
realize they don't
I
actually
like
have the
that."
designation for what
Anyway,
inept means in the toy box or
so
the main
maybe not
game.
so much for the rest of this.
And what I found interesting was originally the boss
But
was going to
no,
be
Heil, if you are
non-censor,
listening,
which I sort of love a whole lot
that
more
it
than
is
Inept.
super appreciated. And Mitchell too.
Yeah, I think
You are a very funny co-host
I don't
whose
want to
humor
scare- Inept
plays with
doesn't
Heil
mind
as well.
Connect as much as it
But I said
wants to.
Heil because
No, it
regardless of
doesn't,
the
no. I mean,
co-host,
clearly
like
that's the
that's
inspiration,
a constant
which I don't
quality.
have a problem with. You know, it's a funny piss take. You know,
So,
you know.
whereas the
But I think a lot
kind of
the
first inept
confusion
conversation
about
was
Inept,
about
the boss, and Inept,
what
the
was
character, and
happening in the video,
the drones,
and
I think
now
it comes from the fact that
addressing what
Platonic
details they
seems to
did give,
refer
or even just
internally
the
to
subject in
robots
general,
all
like
as
the
inept.
ramifications of
And
inept,
I think it's only more
inept's character
distinction
status.
that we as fans make that no, inept is the character from the toy box. These are corporate security bots.
Yeah,
But I think
Heil
Platonic isn't
saying
thinking in those
that
terms, so I think I'm gonna
it
have to
comes across that
readjust
Platonic
my
sees
way of
it,
thinking and
the
just
whole
think
issue
of them all
differently
as designated
than he
inept
does.
Well,
From what he
your
is able to
previous
gather
or
from
maybe
the
current,
scattered
I don't know,
comments he picks up
thing
on.
about Inept was that they're all either sharing the same
But
intelligence,
Mitchell
but all of
kinda
their intelligences are on
reassures
the same
him
network,
here
and
that
network is
the
Inept.
two are not
Was that what
as
you were
at
saying before?
odds.
I don't remember, but thank you, Mitchell, for remembering.
this gonna
'cause
lead
again,
into-
I can't keep track of all the details I say on this damn show, so I do appreciate that you. You glommed on
When I commented over the last episode, I remembered,
about what the truth there
and
was
I'm
at
recording
one
this the
point,
same
probably
day
still in the Andy Robinson
as
days.
I listened to all
Andy
this.
Robinson era, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I guess just
after
because
Andy
it's
was
that
just
I
like, oh,
listened to the previous
Yeah,
episode
a
mostly
little-
all
a
in
little
one
less,
go, and then hit record
completely
like right
ready and
after.
willing to
And
give
here
you
it was a
all the
lot more
satisfaction that you
interrupted
need vis-a-vis
because I
Lori
just
and
had
Andy
other stuff
Johnson.
I had to do today.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Andy. If you're somehow listening to this, if
But
somehow you
it definitely
accidentally
seems like I
hit the
am
wrong
not
key or
remembering
your computer or it
the
downloaded
contents of
to
the
your
episode as
iPhone,
well
I
as I
would
did
say,
last
I'm
time.
sorry.
So disparate
anyway,
quality between these
and then Daly is
two
the one
parts
who's playing
of the
it this
recording
time,
of
and she
this.
actually beats Inept
So,
in her second attempt.
apologies.
Jesus Christ, like
Yeah.
what? Daly, what?
Man,
okay.
I don't
Alright, like, I
want to do
wanna
a third
crawl
one of
under my
these.
bed and
I won't.
die, but I'm not going to.
Right up front, I will
Place
not.
Right now.
That will never
Emotionally,
happen.
Spiritually,
But
not financially, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm
I hope this is
fulfilled.
coming out
I'm
better than I am
fulfilled
being
with the time of my
self-conscious
life.
about right now.
Yeah. Yeah, just repeat that 60 more times, and then come back to me tomorrow, and
The,
we'll work on the next
Topic
bank
is
account
now
of my
a little
soul
bit
is
on
filled,
self-help
and I'm in the
books.
top 1%.
This is worse without the captions
self-help book.
that I have to pause to hear because then I have to waste time going, okay, this is what is being said right now. Even though I'm going to play the audio underneath all of this, people will be able to hear that for themselves anyway.
Themselves and
Should
they
probably
don't
stop
show
that.
it to anyone else, and they just use it themselves to be
I
self-help.
want to help others though, Mitchell. This is my calling. I want to help others through the power of Donkey Kong.
Come on.
Nice. Great.
Yeah. So
I hope it works
Okay.
out.
Next topic
it will.
is...
I already know. I already know it will.
oh yeah, the
uh,
corplets, I guess I'll get
yeah.
off the topic of the conversation
corplets
commentaries and
of
onto the
Capital
Platonic
Casino, they are
commentaries for a
taxi
bit, because this
playing
is
cards with, casino
more
chips,
centered
poker chips
around
for
the
arms
info
and
there.
legs. They have roulette balls for joints,
but,
and
I
dice for teeth.
remember,
Capital
this was
Fleet
kind of a
cards
pleasant
with
surprise I got while playing the game, because I had heard the complaint about the quote-unquote reskinned corplets being the only enemy type. Well, number one, there are a few more enemies, not nearly as much as Banjo. Obviously, in an ideal world, the enemies would be much more unique from each other. And not just in visuals, but behavior. Like, I agree with Heil and Mitchell that changing up the corplets' aesthetics goes a long way. More than it should, considering that they even share animations and sound effects. That it is literally just their designs that are different.
I love those ones.
I mean, on the topic of
they talk about, in the same vein as
what I think about certain criticisms leveled at Yooka-Laylee, like enemy behavior in Banjo-Kazooie, and I hope I'm not
and that was apparently
selling the game short by saying this, but the enemies were never complex, and even though they were unique from each other in terms of their character rigging and even the ways in which they would attack you, it usually didn't mean too much. Usually you would just hit the attack button and you'd be good.
Like I was already
as compared to like Mario, where like even in Mario 64 where the enemies are arguably at their most basic because the focus was not on the enemies, it was shifted to exploration.
Speaking of things being laid out weird, they mentioned that
even in that game, like, okay, Goombas you punch or jump on, Koopas the few times they show up you punch or jump on, but then you get the shell from them. The bullies are a really interesting, fun enemy that you have to knock off edges, and you can't actually directly kill them. Things like that. Like, that was never Banjo's strength. So, obviously not that the criticism that the enemies are kind of monotonous is invalid. Like, they are just quote-unquote reskins. But that didn't bother me because on the one hand, it's not a huge downgrade compared to Banjo. Not that huge. In that regard, and for another, like, I took the phrase reskin somewhat literally. Like, I think I also heard the term palette swap, and they're definitely not palette swaps. They're different models, or at least modified versions. Well, no, not even. Maybe for the tribal stat corplets, because they're just the regular ones with skull masks on, which is fun. But like the Capital Kashino ones, where they're decks of capital B cards, I don't think, by the way, that Heil and Mitchell, maybe they already knew this, but I loved the detail in the Platonic commentary video where they made a point of like stopping next to one of them and getting a good view, as good a view as they could get of the fact that the cards have capital B on them. Surely Heil and Mitchell were privy to that information already, and I just wasn't, and that's why they didn't mention it, because that's super cool. But yeah, they are new / tweaked models every time. They're not reskins, and in fact, if I remember correctly, I mentioned rigging a little bit ago. They had to rig the Capital Kashino ones separately because the proportions were slightly different. And this being in the late bug testing phase of development, like, that's crazy. They don't, Heil and Mitchell don't linger on that point for all that long. Not for this particular case. They give the topic its due in a broad sense, but like something like that could so easily go wrong, like the animation glitches out and you're already in the bug testing phase, you have other priorities, introducing opportunities for no bugs, but they did it anyway for that extra, because they knew it would be an appreciated touch that would go a long way, at least for people like me. Not for some reviewers and backers and people who played it at launch who were wanting more enemy variety. But yeah, again, little props to Platonic there for that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, the way it was done in Capital Kashino specifically, I thought it was clever, and it was also...
Yes, I'm glad Heil brings this up. That Capital Kashino has one of the... It's funny, part of the reason Capital Kashino was rubbing me the wrong way when I first got to it was that I didn't get that you could use the Lizard Lash to pull the slot lever. So I thought that all the slot machines around
What's different here? Moody Maze Marsh,
like we're locked behind the expanded version of the level.
I don't know. Guy and Galaxy,
That they because the levers were physics objects, and I noticed that like I jumped past one and brushed against it and it moved slowly. So I'm like, oh, I have to jump into and maybe attack the levers to get the slot machine to activate. Didn't even notice the little lizard lash grapple thing on it, which I totally should have. Like, this is on me. But anyway, I thought initially my first impressions of Capital Casino was like, okay, they really kneecapped this level to make the expanded version exciting. But it's actually probably, yeah, I would say it's definitely the second best use of the expansion mechanic in the game. Number one goes to Glitter-Laylee Glacier, because as I mentioned, it actually lives up to the promise of if you don't expand it, you get a Banjo-Kazooie world. Granted, when you do expand it, it does not then turn into a Tooie-style world. It is its own beast. Capital Casino is more in line with that, and I give Glitter Glaze the nod over Capital Casino because I don't like that there are certain things, like what I thought with the slot machines, that are just arbitrarily deactivated. There are the kind of bigger games placed along the walls. I want to say there are 2 pachinko games, and then one where you blow air to get a ball all the way to the other side of the board. Is there things rotating?
That's true.
I want to say that works, but the pachinkos do not. And I would prefer that, like, the main room of Capital Casino was in itself whole, and then expanding the world unlocked all the, like, side rooms with their own dedicated challenges inside. And for the most part, the level held to that. Like, the deactivating the pachinkos thing was the exception that proved the rule. And it was gratifying to hear possibly Gavin Price say during Platonic's commentary that, like, that was the guiding ethos towards designing the initial versus expanded version of the world. Like, initial version, you get the front house of the casino. You expand, you get to see, the back rooms. You unlock the casino vault that you help the Knights of Camelot through. Knights of Camelot, I'll get to them in Galleon Galaxy. Little teaser for later. So, what are Heil and... I don't know how to smoothly transition to... Anyway, let's pay attention for a brief moment. But what are they talking about?
It has this spooky quality to it, like a Louisiana haunted house.
Right, yeah, like one of those.
Yeah, I guess I can see it.
Oh yeah, this was weird.
But it's just like, oh, really?
Again, this is a gray area between commentating on the commentaries and just using that as the launch point to give my own opinions on certain aspects of Yooka-Laylee. But I wished that the little jingle for getting the Ghost Riders and that of getting the Pages were swapped. Getting the Ghost Riders, and in a way this makes sense, because there are way less Ghost Riders in the game than there are Pages. So it's weirdly more of an event getting a Ghost Rider than it is getting a Pagey, just because they're so much rarer, even though each one is only worth 1/5 of a Pagey. Like, I wanted the Pages to have the more beautiful, less goofy sounding, and also the fact that the Ghost Rider one plays for longer. Like, it seems like it's making more of an event out of it, like, as an intentional contrast to the pages little
Especially the rare fans.
where's
I
the
think.
Yeah.
pages
just on the
ding
way
ding 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 ding
like this world. Well, I mean, I ended up liking it, but like
Sorry.
just from that original trailer, all I had to go
I also
was,
don't get Heil mentioned
it's
how
pretty big,
the
it's
ladder,
just like a
the
square
Ghost Rider
room,
jingle,
not a lot of
has a
natural
spooky
medical,
sound because they're
whatever
ghosts,
stuff that I usually get a kick out of.
which is interesting because that was a complete coincidence
Looks
because
like it's just a
it was
completely flat
originally
ground.
written as a
Like,
placeholder.
just looking at
It was at
and
one
without,
point in the
like, really
PG
seeing how
jingle,
it
but it was never intended to
works
be, and
how
it
the
didn't
videos
wind
all,
up being that.
come together throughout the
I
level.
don't get any kind of
It's
creepy
really hard to
anything
see how
from
it
that.
is actually gonna
Like,
be.
it sounds nice, it sounds David Wisey. I just assumed that that was one of his contributions. But no.
I really like, and of course,
I guess it was Dean again? I forget. Good job on him. Is he... I know that Platonic had 2 in-house composers for Impossible Lair. It wasn't just Kirkhope and Wise.
Right? But
Is he one of them?
Louisiana is so much better than Nevada.
I like that.
Because...
I just like the look of Capital Casino. Like,
well, again, didn't write down his job title. I don't believe his main job was the 3rd composer. I could be completely wrong, and maybe he wrote a lot of tracks in Yooka-Laylee that I attributed to either Grant Kirkhope or David Wise. Again, just like the Ghost Rider jingle.
And I think I stumbled upon it by accident. They made it a little easier before the game launched.
Yeah, I don't know if he
even, harder to
stepped
do,
into more,
but,
if
but
the little
still,
compositioning work he did, if indeed it was little, was just a little side thing he did.
Why Laylee vanishes with
Kind of
Yooka,
akin
and
to
I
how
never pondered
everyone
this,
had their own roles,
that
and
it
also they
doesn't
all
make
voiced
any sense that
characters.
Laylee also disappears.
If they
And
realized, hey, this guy's a
they
really
talked
good
about whether there's
composer,
any discussion
let's give him
about
more of these
switching that up,
duties.
having her fly away.
I mean, if that is what
And
happened, good
they
call.
actually say that at one point they considered having
The
Laylee
non-David
crawl
Wise
inside
tracks in
Yooka's
Impossible Lair mesh with the David
but
Wise ones
getting
so
rid of
freaking
Laylee
well.
would limit some of the moves you could do while camo
So anyway.
crawls, and they didn't want to. So ultimately they just rationalized that because Yooka is touching
The topic
Laylee,
of
she also
invisibility.
disappears. And then I get into a whole discussion about what
This,
happens if you get a
to me,
haircut
is
or
very
you get
clear-cut,
food while invisible.
although
happens
I'm
to
going to give a
it's
wishy-washy
that,
answer,
the drop
which is
off.
that it depends
And that's
upon
something
the
I've
method by
considered.
which
That's
the
something I've
person
considered
turning
many
invisible
times in
does
my own
so.
life, which
Um,
I don't know why, but I have considered
I want to
that
say that
many,
in
many
the first Fantastic
Vividly.
Four movie, they
Yeah,
briefly
like,
hand-waved
that's in
why
the They Might Be Giants song, I Am
Susan Storm
Invisible.
can turn
They
invisible
wonder,
by saying that she's
like,
bending
when
the
I
light
eat my
around her,
lunch, does it disappear,
which
or do you
is,
see it
as far as
going
I'm
all
aware,
the
a
way
pretty
down?
common hand-wavy
And,
explanation
I think that's a genuine
for invisibility and sci-fi stuff. But yeah, if you're bending the light to basically not bounce off of you and only bounce off of whatever's behind you, so that only that visual information is what reaches other people's eyes, then you are also bending the light away from everything inside of your stomach. I guess in this scenario, like cutting your hair would make the hair visible, because it is now separate from your body, and the light bending, I mean, I guess this would depend on the light bending mechanism. Maybe whatever you're doing carries over to little bits of hair and stuff that you might leave behind. But yeah, something like that is typically how invisibility works at things, even if they don't give the bending the light explanation like the invisibility cloak in Harry Potter or something. It is shrouding him in invisibility, and therefore also his clothes and the contents of his stomach and stuff.
That's my best segue to the fact
Yooka-Laylee's a weird.
Yeah, the eye is missing in Platonic.
I want it to be like Monsters Inc., where Yooka is going invisible because he's not turning invisible, he's just camouflaging himself because he's a chameleon.
me just look up this guy.
That's got to be the intent,
I
right?
imagine it would be like.
But like light refracts through him in weird ways and makes lasers that you use to solve puzzles.
Text of hieroglyphics or like.
I'm really
little
surprised that
nuances,
Hyland Mitchell
probably
brought up
fly over my head, so, it's
like
amazing
it
that
being
it's
weird
that
that
close to
Laylee
being
also
correct.
turns
And you can
invisible.
just chalk that up
Although,
to, capital B
like
or
if it is
right?
Yooka just changing colors to blend in,
Screwing that
like
up.
of course that would
could be
not
a
also
universal
apply
mistake.
to
That's gonna be
Laylee.
a platonic speed.
Or maybe.
But the fact that
Playtone
they
is
caught on
something.
to that and not
Oh, like Penny is actually a
if
real
Yooka
character
is
in
just
the
changing
universe,
color,
despite what the
how
intentions
is
were.
he
There you
affecting
go.
spotlights
Well,
to turn them
can't
into
wait to
lasers
find out
the way
about
he's
Playtone.
doing? That
Who
seems
is
like he's
Playtone? What
literally
is
turning
Playtone?
invisibility
Oh my God.
visible through
Oh my
some
God. Are we doing
weird
this? Is this a
messing with
thing?
Playtone
the
sounds like
rays
a
of
Tarzan
light
villain.
coming at him way.
Playtonk sounds like what like a really shitty country western singer would refer to a woman's posterior as. I really like her Playtonk. She makes me go badonk.
Playtonk.
Great.
Yeah.
How many more lyrics of that song can you do?
I
No, that's the whole song.
Oh, cool.
It's 8
I didn't
seconds.
notice until the
they're
Capital
looking at
Casino
that.
episode that there even were
They're gonna have
hieroglyphics.
another, target shooting game?
Like my brain just
Yeah,
sort of
yeah, similar
filtered
to-
them out
to
as like, yeah, there's some light
psychedelics.
decoration. Like I
And
didn't stop and like
so apparently this was a very convoluted
focus
joke
in on them,
that
like,
because
wait,
ukulele is a
there are
successor
hier-
to banjo,
I mean, I would have
they were gonna
assumed that
a
they weren't
series of
actual
successors
hieroglyphics. They were just meant to
early
evoke
on
that
in the
aesthetic
same
the way
game.
in
Like,
Vegas you
several
get a lot
layers
of like
just
fake
nonsense.
pyramids and
But they
weird
felt
stuff
the
like
joke
that.
wasn't worth repeating the exact same challenge or the time it would take to implement it, and that it probably wasn't a funny joke, and that nobody would understand it.
I don't
Plus, they
know
use
where
several spiritual successors to
what
like, other
point would have
KGs in the game.
led up
Like,
to
all the
from
Karthus,
my bringing
I
up
guess
the
that's just a straight-up
hieroglyphics.
successor.
I guess I
That-
do
that-
just
that-
have to
that's-
keep
that's
talking.
just- yeah, that's just
Definitely
making the
doing
same
worse.
challenge harder
I'm gonna
and
stop
harder.
pointing out how this isn't going as well as the first half.
Slog of. Sorry, I hate Karthus.
Because maybe
I'm
if
kinda
I had
fine with
not
Karthus
brought
as
it
a
up at
character. I
all,
made my peace
people
with
would
him.
not have noticed
We
how it's
exchanged,
turning out
cards
differently. And
and
maybe
so
it's not
it
turning out
was
as differently as I
nice.
think.
Very pleasant.
Maybe
Nice.
by constantly saying,
yeah,
Sounds
but-
great.
I'm doing this
but
different and
yeah,
worse,
Karthus, I never
that
actually want to, like,
I
do
am
anything with
shaping
him again. Like,
the perceptions of the
we
people who
pleasure
listen
each
to
other, we'll
this.
see each other in social settings, you
I
know,
wonder how many
say
views
nice
this is
things,
gonna.
but, Karthus and I, we're never
Surely
going to,
less than the
we're
previous
never
one.
going to play a game together again if I have my way.
Fair enough.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So, a little more discussion about audio.
Like,
and
I
how
literally
they
will
wanted to
not
get
care if
everyone who
it's,
worked on the game
you
in
know,
turn to voice a character.
less than
And
20.
apparently Lee Jackson and Simon Gurgis
if it were
were
single
really
digit,
nervous
I'd
about
be
it, but then they got super confident and
probably
good
slightly
at it and really
disheartened.
came alive when performing. I feel like that's the way I would be
We'll see.
because I'm not a voice man.
Obviously,
I
a
have
lot
one
of people
voice and it's my own,
came
and
to
that kind of
the
Western singer I
previous
just did, singing about
recording
Playtonks.
from the fact that an
But
episode did spawn
I feel
from it,
like if I got drunk
and I
enough,
uploaded it, which was nice.
then, or I did enough meth, that great meth, with sugar on top, then I would really come alive.
And this
I
is the
would
point where they
probably
have
be a
audio
aggressive,
issues.
nonsense character.
They started out the episode
Twisted Regal says in the chat that Mitchell is twice
just
as
2
loud as
minutes in
Kyle,
or so.
any confidence
I
that
was
I
saying
have
sorry
in
about
voice
our sound issues last week,
what it was supposed to be
Um,
lost.
which
Twice as loud
obviously,
as me. Let me adjust the audio
whatever
setting
editing
here.
job
I
he had to do for that
apologize.
episode,
I apologize.
there was some
there.
episode that gave him a
Yeah,
ton
I
of
won't
trouble,
change
I
anything
remember.
with
I
my
wonder if it
recording
was that
setup
one.
as to not have the end of the show be different from the front of the show. But
I don't know,
it
hopefully
doesn't matter
last
'cause
the
I'm
previous
recording
episode wasn't a
on
big ordeal
separate-
for him, in any
I'm
case.
recording on a separate channel from the live stream, so
But it
what
brought
the
to
live stream is
mind,
hearing is just, here.
I
Let me
recorded
crank
the
my
first half of
audio.
this and hit
There,
save,
tell us how that
and
is
then
Regal. Now I'm like,
basically went to
damn,
bed.
Platonic. Now I'm gonna be the loudest.
I have not
speaking of people being loud,
listened to
Oh,
my
yeah, so
previous
there's a really
bouts of
weird
recording at all,
bits in this
and I'm
video
2 hours into
where
this one,
Platonic
and my throat's
staffer,
doing as well as
Antonia
ever.
Van-
This
how
is
do you
weird.
pronounce her last name?
I did.
But I hope
like
that no
Well, they didn't say her last name.
bizarre
Yeah,
audio
yeah.
issues happen to
Yeah,
this,
sure.
because I am going to skip
She
around a little
screams in
bit,
the other room,
you know,
and there's no context
prior to
otherwise.
editing these together and
No, like-
uploading them.
This
Of course
is
I'm
why
gonna do
she's
that, but-
screaming. You just hear this
You never know with
shriek,
audio.
And
There's stuff that can pass you by. This is just talking about me and my current scenario again.
With headphones in my ears, and I literally jumped whenever it would happen, because I thought like some sort of vengeful wraith had entered my office to drag me into the netherworld, or I was in a haunted house, for that matter. Like
the
it
topic,
scared me, because
there was some confusion about this Platonic worker's name. I've never heard of them prior to watching their episodes. They didn't quite remember. I remember it as Anathea, Anathea. They spelled it out on the screen multiple times. Probably misremembering.
Yeah, I didn't like those. They felt mean.
But,
they felt like they were mean to me.
You know, again, I hadn't heard of that individual working in Platonic. And the fact that I really like the humor of this didn't really land to me until I pointed out the fact that this coworker of theirs screams and seems to bang on things several times throughout the course of the video, and the Platonic people making the recording pointed out when it happens, but never address it or like explain what's going on. I'm really glad that Kyle called attention to that, because that is very funny in hindsight. And now I'm curious too.
How the Mexican food in the UK is terrible, which I have heard before, that they do not have good Mexican food there. So at the very least, we have.
Oh, and here is the discussion of British Mexican food, which was also its own, a little bit like what I talked about with Vegas earlier. Its own kind of interesting thing where I'm expecting.
It was so dangerous for me living in
I'm like overcorrecting in how different I expect British culture to be in some respects. Because when I first watched season
it just becomes like a real health hazard.
8, 9, whichever it was of The Office, there was a scene where Catherine Tate's character eats a taco for the first time because haha British. She doesn't know what they are or how to eat them. Haha. God, this latest season suck.
The music, the spin on the Capital Casino music,
and that like made me mad at the time. Like, okay, stop being so goofy about this. Like, of course, the British are more familiar with Mexican food than this. But Laura Dale, who I mentioned in the first half, British gaming podcast host, mentioned at some point in one of the earlier episodes of that she visited America, and while visiting, got to eat a taco for the first time. So that kind of put it in my head like, oh, our Mexican food's just such a rarity, like a Somali restaurant in America, where like there'll be a handful in somewhere super densely populated like New York City, where there's an audience for like anything, but outside of there you'll never see it. Which kind of winds up coming across like that's the case in Platonic's video, because two of them go on this whole thing about like in Britain Mexican restaurants are like this, we don't have good Mexican foods, and the places are not well furnished, and also the Cactus Pit was a front for some sort of organized crime. That's also something that they just kind of casually drop and don't address.
Galaxy?
Well, hold on. Red Crested Breagle says I'm still too quiet.
So hey, there's that. That was an unexpected point of interest.
I have my audio cranked up. I don't know why
it seems to be most pronounced in discussions of food in these Platonic commentaries. It really brings out the interesting likenesses and dissimilarities between our two cultures. Especially because they confuse their own coworkers who were not familiar with, like, wait, what? Shitty discos and Mexican restaurants? Or that seems to be because, like my Somali restaurant example, maybe, again, I'm kind of connecting the dots here, maybe Mexican restaurants are such a rarity in anywhere other than, like, London, that typically a British person will not be familiar enough with Mexican restaurants to even form a stereotype. I don't know. But now we're on to Galleon Galaxy. I am more than halfway through. In the sense of the passage of time, and again, the wear on my throat, I guess it's just because I'm not recording while I'm tired. I should probably stop that, but I also feel like it makes me give more interesting commentary, where I, like, under the influence of, like, when I get a second win, where my body pushes past the point of being tired and is just as tired as ever, if not more so, because I'm staying up for hours after I stop feeling tired. And in reality, I'm just getting more and more tired. But when I'm in that very slightly insane mindset, I'm better at coming up with substantive things to say. Maybe. Mitchell, why don't you talk about whatever? Why did he hand it off to Mitchell there? I remember that happening. I don't remember why.
Mitchell, why don't you start talking, and I will try to adjust my audio settings.
So, Galleon Galaxy is...
So this is interesting what Mitchell's talking about here. How, I mentioned last minute stuff in Yooka-Laylee's development earlier. How the aesthetic of Galleon Galaxy came together very late, because there was...
I know this is
technical issues with the way the water was rendered, and they had to go back and basically totally retool it at kind of the last minute.
I love Treasure Planet,
which totally caught me off guard watching Platonic's videos, because it that doesn't show. Like, of course, I mentioned before weird idiosyncrasies with certain character models or level geometry or textures even, or whatever, where it's like there was at one point in development a purpose planned for this visual element, and it got cut, but they didn't have time to go back in and change the asset. And that's, I don't get that at all from the Galleon Galaxy Ocean. It looks super cool, even though it's not constantly reflecting the whole level and making it render twice. Like, it kind of reminds me, I'm sure this wasn't an intentional influence, but it put me in the mind of the coolant that you find spilling out of damaged Covenant ships in the first Halo game. Where it has that same sort of luminescence that, like, it reminds me a little bit of the Sea of Thieves water, when there's a wave that's lit from behind by a light source, like the moon is probably where it's most pronounced, where it, like, makes the water glow. And, like, the whole Galleon Galaxy Ocean has that visual aspect about it. And again, it looks great. It feels very intentional. It feels very surreal and spacey, even if it feels all the more spacey to me because there's another sci-fi thing with Halo that it reminds me of, glowing blue liquid. Probably a coincidence, but, like, it meshes with the overall aesthetic, like, flawlessly. It's hard to believe that wasn't the intent right from the start. But there you go. In terms of... I mentioned last recording that Platonic pointing out all the little touches that they
Yeah, that is how that's.
were
those
not
wacky
able to
Beatles.
implement.
Uh,
Gave me a
so-
greater appreciation for the ones that did make it in,
This is,
just like by happenstance.
This is the world
And
where
in that same
they
sort of way,
could be assured from a design standpoint that players would have
obviously,
all the moves,
in both
so
the
they could go
commentaries
all out
and
with the
these
challenges,
conversation episodes on those commentaries, there's a lot of
and
focus
so you
placed
see a
on,
little bit of that, like,
well, actually, this
you
was meant to be this
lock
way,
up
and this
where you
didn't pan out, and
use
whatever.
changes for all the berries,
But
and
it's
you
like,
have,
for every one of
combine them
those,
and just
probably
go all
more
out,
than
you know?
Right. Yeah.
for every
Yeah.
one of those.
And apparently,
For every one
I
of
found
those,
this
there are
interesting. One
probably
of the goals of
multiple
this world was to give
instances
some of the
where
NPCs
it actually worked
closure
out and was
in their
seamless.
arcs, which I felt to be a hilariously
I don't know,
weird
it's cool.
statement, because
Again,
that is
changing
exactly the
perspective
thing I would
on
say
ukulele
on like an anniversary
as a
podcast of ukulele in 20 years.
finished thing.
You know what I really appreciate about Gallon Galaxy is that it really
But I gotta stop talking about this because now the topic is on Rextro,
I found that
and this
really
is important because this is
efficient and effective, and
similar
I really
to
felt
my
like
earlier
I
example
understood them as
of
characters
the
after Gallon Galaxy. Like, this is the
where
kind of
I
shit that would
expected
say
the
maybe
pirate
before
ship
most
in
games,
Galleon
you know,
Galaxy to be a
and
bigger
people would
topic of
mock me
conversation
because,
in the
you're
Galleon
reading way too
Galaxy
much into this.
episode,
There's no
especially as it
allegories.
relates back to the
There's
batship
nothing to be
crazy.
had here. Oh yeah, Donkey Country 2. It follows the Joseph.
And yeah, it just didn't come up.
Campbell,
Doesn't come up here,
quest,
but Rextro does. Rextro's little dialogue where he gets a little character arc.
Yeah, absolutely. As they make jerk off
you know,
motions while they're saying that.
Self-acceptance,
But,
as
hey,
Heil points out
Platonic is
in a little
forward
bit,
with my
or maybe he
wavelength,
did
so-
a little bit ago.
I think that's also
like, it
why
didn't
a
even
lot of
completely work for me.
fans who are
Like,
thinking about other games that would happen in the Platonic universe.
it didn't
and who
really
started
feel like Rextro hit a low
gravitated
point,
toward,
or
people
where
like
he
Shell,
was
because
like
they
trying
appear
too
in this
hard
world,
to
it's
get
really
with
only
the
characters
times.
that are new to Galleon Galaxy
It
that feel
sort of felt
they
like
can
it
have some
came out of
continued
nowhere,
things
where
everyone
he's
else
like, you know what,
does
I'm just
try to
gonna be
wrap up
me.
in Galleon Galaxy, especially
But like,
especially Shovel Knight, which I think is great because that's
even
not
so,
even
even though I think there was room for improvement there,
and the Knights of Hamelot,
it still
both have
stuck out to me and continues to stick out to me and will continue to stick out to me.
Rextro, I think, has some
like,
good lines.
even though I played Impossible Lair before Yooka-Laylee, I didn't realize it when like experiencing the game for the first time, but then after the fact I was like, wait, Rextro never showed up. That would have been great. I had the idea that it would turn out that Rextro was the surprise villain at the end of Impossible Lair, that he was behind the whole thing to get Yooka and Laylee to star in a 2D game.
So like the whole notion of Shell
anyway.
and the Blamphibians. I really
So like, I already liked
Amphibians
Rextro
and the
before
nebulous
even
world
playing the
of
game he was
Shell,
in to
and
any
not exactly
substantive
sure
degree.
what huge villain here. And they specifically
But even
say
though
Shell is a
I liked him
suspiciously
from the
overdesigned
outset,
character
like that's
with
a
an
little thing,
incredibly in-depth
even though
scenario. Like they're making light
even
of
though it
because
kind of
clearly
fell
they have
flat,
major
it's
plans
still
for Shell.
like,
Right.
oh,
Which, you know, a lot of fans
Rextro.
said, like, oh, is the next game going to be about
This is a little
Shell?
defining
And,
character
you know,
moment for me
who
that I'll
knows what's gonna
carry
come out
on
soon, but, like,
for the entire
from
rest of my
watching
life,
these
definitely.
videos, it's clear to me
Anyway,
that
what are they
don't
talking
just
about
have
now?
a next game in mind. Like, they
Have they moved on to Shovel Knight and the Knights of
games in mind.
Hamelot yet?
And
Because
I'm
that's
sure
another
one of
thing
them
that I
is
wanted to talk
absolutely
about.
Shell and maybe the Blamphibians and this whole weird interstellar war.
Still on Rextro.
So I'm glad that they like
Yeah, it's weird that Heil was
say,
self-conscious
that's-
about, like,
fans are right.
I mean,
like,
not
they're
self,
reading too much
I don't
into
know,
that.
maybe
That's
self-conscious,
a thing.
but the possibility was there for him that people would be like, oh, you're reading too much into Rextro's dialogue there, but like, he comes out and says it. Like, he might as well have said, this is my character arc. But the fact that Platonic addressed it in those terms as a character arc,
and then they all come together for the Avengers, which has got to be a Platonic Universe fighting game.
was worthy of mention to him
Do to
in
get
a way that
bunch
it
of
wasn't for
playable
me, because I was
characters
like,
in the same game.
yeah, of course,
So,
Rextro's little
really,
character
what we
arc.
need to start doing is really
In a
start
way
doing
that
games a
he brings
year.
up the example of like
Yeah, and why
Diddy
aren't you
going
doing
through
that?
a
Like,
Campbellian
why
hero's
aren't you
journey in
Yeah, it
Country
didn't occur to
2,
me until I was saying that
where people
how
like
lazy
argue
they must be to not
with
be
him
doing
against that,
Marvel
or have done
Studios
over the
has been
years.
doing it since 2008. Yeah, I mean,
Like, that stuff I can
You know
see.
what
I
always
don't
say,
see
if a
Yeah.
big corporate
people taking
conglomerate
issue
like
with the
Disney
Rickster
can do something
example
very quickly
and saying,
very,
that's not a
very,
character
at
arc.
a huge
Like, to me,
level
it's
of
pretty
quality and
explicit.
marketing.
But it's nice
Then
that Heil
the
got that
indie
little
game
bit of
studio can do
closure,
it.
even though
you know what? Not
that
only
bit
do
of
I always
dialogue
say
was
that,
not
I
something
always
they
say that
addressed
those were my first
him and
words.
Josh
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
Galleon
Even the
Galaxy
stumbling in the
episode.
middle of it, just
Yeah.
I say the exact same way every time.
The fact
Verbatim,
that
yeah. I mean, that's
little
really the easiest way
bit
to
from
say
Platonic
it.
here
It
had
just
some
flows more naturally that way.
special resonance to him.
So,
Like, neat.
they bring up
More
the
little
corporate Marines,
perspective
the
that
jellyfish enemies,
I didn't
and
have
the fact that
prior
they're
to
flying
listening to the
around in
commentary
air of
on the
this world.
commentary.
And they pretty much cop to the fact that it's just pretty cheap logic that, low gravity in space, so let's just put the fish enemies in the sky.
Oh, and now,
Like, they pretty much like don't
something
hide
else
that
I
it's
don't
like a
entirely
garbage
agree with.
ocean.
Either
Which I always appreciate,
Heil and
like,
Mitchell
hearing them,
or
like, say, oh yeah, like, that
Platonic,
was
where
a
they're
fish
like,
shoddy,
yeah, the
like,
jellyfish
whatever,
floating
no,
is
like,
kind of iffy.
They're very self-aware, which is
Or
just
it's like the self-conscious
but yeah, originally this
badness
world was also
that
going to take place on the surface of a junk
Rare
planet
has traditionally
during the daytime,
taken such joy
a
in.
very Star Wars kind of, I guess, vibe. Many junk planets
The
in Star Wars.
fact,
They ultimately
well, like
decided to
Heil
go
brings
all
up,
out
I
and
mean,
set it in
it's all
this
taking place
nebulous
within a work of
space
fiction,
ocean environment.
like,
And
even in
that
universe,
led
like,
to
it
an
doesn't
interesting back
have
and forth
to
about what exactly this
make
space
sense.
ocean
It doesn't
is.
even
Like,
have
it's
to have an
space
internal
ocean because
logic.
it's just so unnatural,
Like,
spitting
the
it out of your mouth.
stuff outside of the Grant Tomes
Yeah,
and
so
Yooka-Laylee,
space
by our
station, yeah, I think
standards,
it's the-
should
it's just too
follow
much
an
of the
internal
sea,
logic.
uh,
But the Grand Tomes have more wiggle room,
So they, speaking of
because
seas next to sea, when we're all in the same boat
there are
together,
other realms that are not even supposed to
lot of
be
rubbing
all the
up.
way real.
and it's, I can't
And the
wait.
fact that the presentation of Galleon Galaxy,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
weird.
can't
It's
possibly-
abstract in a way that
Adam Park,
is,
it's gonna be a magical E3.
Burritos, Adam
because
Park,
Yooka-Laylee
and
has a
those
cartoony
two
art style,
things only.
but like the art style itself is not
and the third
abstract.
thing that's funny. So
It's not
they use the term
realistic.
Space water, and they can't
But like,
agree
you look
on
at a thing
what
and
any of
know
this is
what you're
supposed to
seeing.
actually be.
And
So,
Galleon Galaxy,
again,
like the
that's
aesthetic
inherent
harkens
beauty,
back to like the
inherent
NES
Gale
days,
Free card of the
where there's
Grand
this
Tomes,
like
because it
surreal
doesn't actually
quality,
have to mean
and you're not
anything,
sure
so
what
long as
how to
whatever
interpret the
internal
visuals
logic
being
holds up
presented
in
to
the
you. Like,
world,
that's super hard to do in
it
HD,
makes sense
unless you have a
within
really
the
funky
universe
art
logic.
style.
And I don't know what this is supposed to
But
be.
this
I
whole,
didn't know back when I played it.
I'm
I
glad
saw
that
it, but whatever.
in the
It's
Platonic commentary, someone referred to it as like,
Treasure Planet
wait, what's with this water in space? And someone else is immediately like, well, it's not water. It's clearly something else. It's
and
glowy
again,
and
that's
it
from
hurts you.
Disney, and Platonic really should be at the Disney level.
They
and
really
the fact
should
that they're
be.
not shows that they're lazy.
And yeah, I remember in
Disney
the
was
episode on
nominated
it
for
that
the
Heil
2002
like kind of
Academy
defaulted
Award for
to,
Best
well,
Animated
this is all
Picture
happening on the
Documentary, so,
surface
like,
of a
Platonic
planet because there's an
not won
ocean.
Oscar.
But I like that
Did you
it's
not won an Oscar?
Get an Oscar.
You know,
Platonic. Why aren't you working for
the
that?
Platonic people seemed as confused about it as anyone else, which is fun.
Kev Bayless designed the brain corplet.
But the fact that there is that level of abstraction there that gives you enough wiggle room to be like,
design consistency.
like I
besides sharing
never,
animation and noise,
you know,
noises they make, but
I was thinking
I
like,
don't know, I like that variety.
okay,
Like,
they're
you can
drawing a
tell what they're
parallel
supposed to
between
be, and they're all
the ocean
visually
and
interesting
space
to
with
look
this. That's
at.
the whole point of this,
So,
this meshing of
I like
two
just the weird-
different
it's kind of like
aesthetic
a Star
themes,
Trek vibe, like the
where you're
original
kind of,
series, these alien
like the
corplets
transformation,
running around.
I believe, said is literally
So
called the
Dean
spaceship.
had a bar sign behind the bar in the lunar lockup, which got him in trouble.
where
the
in an
Lashes room, as they call it.
abstract
And,
way
could have
it's
very well impacted
like
their business
literalizing the
ideas
idea
really
of
had they
like,
not removed it.
because a spaceship,
They're also going to call
the idea
Twitter
that
challenge in the world the captain's
like
log,
a thing that can
which
travel
I feel like I
between
already knew about.
stars,
I feel like that
or at
I knew
least as
about
the
that
technology
joke
exists
at
right
the
now,
time, but,
Yeah.
to
yeah.
go
What do
between
you think
the Earth
that
and the
sign said?
moon,
What's
or to
that?
send satellites
The bar sign.
out beyond our
I was just
solar
gonna say
system.
bar, like I don't know, like
No,
it's
the
probably
one
gonna be
that
a
would have
pun.
got
The
them in
fact
trouble
that
with the
that's a ship,
Yeah, no, but it was
and
gonna just,
also
like, point out that it was a place,
a
like
boat
serve
is a
alcohol.
ship.
Oh,
Yeah.
for some reason that
does
didn't
not
click.
hold up under scrutiny.
Yeah.
But the Galleon Galaxy like takes its
Well, I
joy
mean, I
from
assume
like
it's gonna be
kind
a
of
space pun
taking
because, like, you have the
that
J's,
observation
and
to its
I think
logical
everything that's a
conclusion.
sign in this world is a
That
pun.
like
when you're
So,
walking
you're
down
literally
the street
sailing
with a
through
kid
space,
and
and
they
space
see a
is
bar,
personified
you're not
as an
gonna shield
ocean.
their eyes.
Even
They
while
can-
up in the
they can
skybox, you can
bars
literally just see
exist
space.
in video
Also,
games.
space is kind
And
of
ESRB is
the
so
thing that
lame.
you're sailing on.
When-
And also, when you turn
I,
back
like,
into
when I take a
Yooka-Laylee,
child
you can
to
jump
the
around
casino,
freely.
I tell them to
The
put
gravity
their
is not
entire
different,
allowance on
and
black.
so the
Yeah.
lower gravity
yeah,
explanation
it's
for
fine.
the
It's-
jellyfish
don't tell me
doesn't
how
make
to raise
sense.
a child I don't have.
I feel like you
ESRB.
can't view it in
I'll raise
such
every
literal
child.
terms,
I'll show
and
them all the
I,
bars outside.
you know,
I won't get
the
them
sort
in
of thing
bar.
isn't something I
I'll
would
just show
want
them the
in
outsides.
You're teaching them life lessons.
Banjo
I'll show them where they
3
cook the math.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
feed them math,
Um,
but I'll show them and I'll say
But like in the
this
specific context of this specific Grand Tome, like there's a real special joy
Right.
in all of this.
So anyway. Oh, and very good bit. They go to Dr.
And all of
Oz
this
and they
in
give Gary,
what's probably my least favorite level.
fish, not
I know Heil and Mitchell both put it right in the middle.
never let him live that down.
What I talked about earlier with Capital
Just
Casino,
during the Glitter Glaze
how
Glacier
initially I thought it
video,
handled its world
they asked
expansion
him, "Do you know the
badly
significance of that?"
by
And
just
he,
locking everything
indicates that he does not.
behind the
And this
expansion,
one,
which
I
was
think, like, they
not the
also don't
case.
talk about it. I wonder if they ever
That
told
is the
him
case for Galleon Galaxy.
after, these videos about why
So,
it's
I
important.
hope not. I
The
hope
pre-expanded
he's
world,
for
like,
everyone.
legitimately feels
'Cause it really doesn't even make
pointless
sense if you know.
in a way
It
that
doesn't.
the others
None of
don't.
this makes sense to me. I just
Um,
memorized
even
it,
for
I
something like
spit it
Moody
back
Maze
out loud, and I'm
Marsh
like,
or
hey,
Tribal Stack, where
in
the
rare,
execution
I want-
is not
I-
as
I want
clean as
TT
Capital
instead of
Casino or Glitter
freeze.
Glaze Glacier, where
Yeah,
Hey,
the
rare.
not understanding
expanded
but
parts are
memorizing
more
anyway is how I
sectioned
pass
off.
most of my classes.
I
um,
want a goldfish
like it
and
still
sea
came in
cucumber. I don't know
helpful
why I
in a
want
way that
these
I didn't
things. I
expect it
probably
to, being
don't.
able to explore
Probably
the
don't like
smaller
any of
versions
this.
of the
I'm probably
world
just
and establish my bearings
being a
before
character. I'm probably not even authentically
basically
real.
making
I
the
even
levels
seen Kyle
complete.
Russell.
Whoa.
They do feel
A
incomplete,
lot of
unexpanded,
Dread from your end of the
and
Skype conversation. This
but
morning.
Galleon
What are you
Galaxy
talking about? I'm doing great,
feels
Mitchell.
incomplete,
I
and you
told
don't
I'm
get the benefits really.
this isn't
It's the one
sarcasm.
place where it feels legitimately like it doesn't have value.
Smiles and rainbows
And there are other reasons why it's my least
A lot
favorite.
of the happiest people
It's
I
not
know don't
important,
need to
so I
continually
won't spend a
reassure
ton of
me
time
how
talking
happy
about
they
it.
are.
But it's newfound for me. It's a newfound acceptance.
But
and
hey,
drive
what's being
and
discussed
goal.
right now?
And so it's still new to me. Also, I might be having a manic upswing, and this might come crashing down in a couple of days.
Yeah, that
Who's
was
to
my
say?
fear.
Yeah, you know.
So
yeah,
the ship
you know,
has now
I mean,
come up,
bipolar too.
and it was
it's
really
fun when it works
interesting
out
to
for ya,
hear.
But then there's the other side to it.
So
Well, obviously there's the whole thing where it has
Yeah.
the 3 cannons, but you only fire out of the front
talk
one
about
because they
the
changed it midway
specific way
through
ship
for the
works. It has
purposes
3
of avoiding
cannonballs, and that was
frustration.
intended to be, 3 types of attacks,
When they first said that,
balls, ice, and flame.
I was
But
like,
they all shoot out from the
well,
front.
already I was kind of like on the
Should
fence
design it
about
another way, and they
whether
changed the
they should have
model
gone through with
inside.
that change or not.
Yeah.
So that's
I don't know. I would
how
have
the-
to play it for myself,
Yeah, I imagine that's
and see
annoying,
how it
annoying
interacts with the level
decisions to have
design
to make,
to
like,
see
oh,
how
we've already designed this, but it's not working.
the idea of having
So
to
we're just gonna
like
have to
face
pretend
to
like
the
it's
side
a thing
one way or
principle.
the other in relation to the thing you're trying to hit to
It's fine.
hit
But
it
I
with the
quite
specific
enjoy the
type of attack you need to
it's
hit
not
it
my
with.
favorite, but it's not my least favorite. It just kind of
But something that I remember Heil and Mitchell don't really get into, that was a big noteworthy point for me, is that they mentioned that Planet was originally supposed to not lock you into an arena the way the finalized version did. That it was kind of supposed to let you like sail anywhere and she would like pursue you, and like that scenario, and you know, that would have been more complicated to do. It might have, they might have run into technical problems that negatively affected the fight if they had tried to pursue that direction. Maybe it's better that we got the one that we got, but just as an idea,
Yeah.
Yes,
like
because of what they're
having
designed do,
to actually
you're
treat the ship
never-
transformation like a
it's not
ship, like a pirate ship too, specifically. Like having to line yourself up broadside and unleash cannon
There's always
rounds
a trick with the transformations,
and not
that
just sail
feels like,
directly at the
at
thing
this
you're
point in
trying
the
to
game
shoot.
especially, you have so
Like
much,
that sounds,
like,
it sounds
ability
more
as
interesting
you've been lately. You have so
and
much
like
ability,
thematically
you
on
have so
point
much,
for this pirate
just
transformation
capability.
in
In
this
general, you can do anything.
half
It
pirate themed
feels
level.
like your superheroes, you build up your
And
your
also it
reservoir
sounds
of
potentially
crits,
less
and
frustrating.
you can just get
The
over
fact
most
that
obstacles. So when you do
the
have to be
Planet
transformation,
boss fight in its final
kinda
form
seems
was
to
a
feel
bullet
like you're starting
hell
at square one again, and it kind
in
of feels a little,
a
at least to me,
boat
a little
that
frustrating
is not super
to
fast and
give up
maneuverable.
all of my,
Because
like,
bullet
my
hells,
gliding and my double
I don't
jumping
know of
and
any
my spring
that don't
jumping,
aim
my
to be as,
flash and my flying,
that give you
to
like a
do
Resident
one of
Evil
the
or
very few
Castlevania
things
style,
the
like
boat can
handicap
do.
in what your player
But
character can do
again,
to,
it's like from an
you know,
aesthetic
towards
point,
whatever
like a
ends
feel
that's meant to
point, it's still fun
accomplish.
to be a boat.
I don't know of an equivalent in bullet hells.
That's another one of my mottos. It's
Like,
fun to be a boat.
Tight,
Get out
responsive
of the womb
controls
saying that one.
where like you just press the stick in a
Well,
direction in a
that's
split
second.
second and you just go
Well,
there.
I'm talking for me. For me, that one was
The
fun.
fact that they
Gotcha. Well, I
took
can
that
see
sort of
that.
design and obviously eased up on it. It's nowhere near as demanding a bullet pattern as you'd find in an actual bullet hell game. But that's to compensate for the fact that the ship's controls are not suited for that task. And the fact that you have to point yourself at the points on her body that you need to shoot, like it felt in a way that none of the other bosses did, even bosses that I like less, that taking damage was unavoidable. Like I got it on my second try,
Now, I assume a
but it was a close thing, and it felt less, it felt the least fair. It felt the more interesting than like Rampo or especially Freeze Block. Is that the name?
This is on you.
I think
if you
so.
don't
Freeze
make it
Block?
now.
Freeze Block was my least favorite, then Rampo, then Planet, then maybe Capital B, maybe God damn it, I've forgotten the World 3 boss again. I keep wanting to say Turf. That's not right. Turf. Trev? It's Trev, isn't it? I think so.
I almost like
So
that
yeah,
in a fictional
probably
setting, because, like,
Capital
anything
B
can do
is my third place,
have
then
foreshadowing.
Trev, and then Inept.
So maybe you don't see
I probably shouldn't have
Restro's,
listed them out. That's
art
not super
imaging for a while
constructive.
in the first few chapters of the book.
But
Maybe it's written.
yeah, that was an
hears
interesting.
sort of 8-bit sounding
I don't
tunes
know.
in the distance.
I would
Yeah, sure.
certainly. There is, like I mentioned, potential for this to go wrong.
I heard it.
But like in a sequel, if they wanted to do something more on the surface,
I gave you so many
janky,
compliments today, and you
like
accepted none of them.
having the different sides of the ship transformation be locked to
I
the
like way
different
your
attacks
voice
you can
is
do.
on podcasts. Take it.
Okay. All right. I'll take
I
it.
would
Thank
want
you.
them
Alright.
to explore ideas like that
Sometimes I wish
more,
my voice
and
was a
they.
little deeper, you know.
It's like the only
Regular
lesson
voice, but I don't wanna sound
that
like
they
Ira
seem to have
Glass,
taken the
so
opposite lesson that
I
I
am happy with
would
who
have
I
liked
am.
them to.
I am happy
Which,
with who I am.
like, if that's the only
Yeah,
thing,
me too. I'm happy
then
with how you
we're
are.
looking good for Yooka-Laylee.
They do bring up how outlandish and giant. some
But hey,
challenges
what's
are
being
in the
discussed
world,
now?
you know, blowing
I
up
say for the
planets
umpteenth time.
and knocking off the rings. And Hamish thought everything should be a gigantic spectacle because they're in space. But you know, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Yeah, everything did feel like absurdly grand. It was a weird.
I suppose Heil is just discussing the general theming of the level right now. He, when I started listening, he said I didn't have a problem with that, or something to that effect. It seems in reference to it being such a change up from Capital Casino, which strikes
But
me
I
as
like
odd.
that
Like he just said, that's a good thing that
varied from
it's
world
such
to
a
world
change
to
of
world to
pace
world. It's
compared to
not
what came immediately
ever
before.
the same thing.
Yeah,
And
totally agree. And I don't know why the notion
I've embraced that.
that it would not be a
I
good
will
thing
say
even
for this
came up.
reason,
And if I had
Guardian
been
Galaxy
listening a
was
few
by
seconds
far the
earlier,
hardest world
you would
to
probably make
collect
more sense to
all
me,
the
because I
things
don't
in.
remember this sticking out as a
There's
weird
just
thing
so
while
many nooks
I
and
was listening.
crannies for little quills and pages to hide in, and I did end up having to look up where the pirate
So?
treasure is in this world because I could not find
Oh
it.
yeah.
Difficult,
I
for sure.
I can't remember if I had to or not.
The Flappy
I
Flight,
don't recall.
I mean, more discussion of how the Flappy Flight
Yeah,
renders
so they do talk about the Flappy Flight strength.
certain other
and
strategies,
How did they settle on that
comes
and
up
letting
here,
players fly anywhere? 'Cause, you know,
which I already kind of
usually
said my piece on during the
those are
Moody
usually
Maze section.
the flight paths. So it was
As far
kind of limited.
as,
You can only fly
I guess now that we're on this
flight
topic,
path.
breaking down the
And
lessons that
They
Playtonic was
wanted
able
let
to
players fly anywhere,
learn
but again, it
from
didn't get implemented
the
until
development
very
process
late
of
in the process.
Yooka-Laylee.
So they didn't quite think through how powerful it would actually be. They
The fact
eventually
that, because
settled
it
on
does
it
very
being
much feel
fine.
like
It was
the
fine.
levels were
But,
not
Hammond
designed
explains they
around the
rationalized
Flappy
it would
Flight.
be, a shortcut
And,
if that's what the players wanted
like,
to
they
do.
basically come
I'm
out
not
and say
sure
that that
if
was
I
intentional.
agree with that or
Like,
if
their
that, like,
mindset
settles
towards
for
it
me,
was,
but
Yeah.
this is the last ability the player gets. Let's let them break the game. Let's let them
okay,
explore freely. Like, okay,
that's still my biggest hang-up
break
is
certain
Flappy Flight
things,
and how
but there's
powerful it was.
merit to
The thing is
letting
that,
them.
like, you need the Flappy
Kind of
Flight
like
to access
implementing an
the
official,
world
like, no-clip
in
mode or
Galleon
something.
Galaxy, but then
Or,
the expanded Galleon Galaxy world has
I mean, yeah.
tubes
Um,
and teleporters, right?
So on the
That
one
take you
hand,
everywhere, and you don't ever
I
need
mean,
to
like
use
basically everyone else, I'm
can just fly
of two minds
to
about
any
the
island
Flappy
at
Flight as a
any
move.
point in the galaxy. And
I mean, like I just said,
it'll
it
be fine.
does
It won't be an issue that
kind
you
of
didn't use
break
tubes, and
the
it takes so
structure
much longer
of the levels
that,
when you
it
can go
really
back to
does
any
come
of them and
across that
fly
they kind of didn't think that
past
out.
all platforming obstacles that a certain
Yeah, I
Pagey
don't know.
challenge
I
or
like
whatever
the
was
idea
designed
of
around.
saying, like, hey, there's ways to do these things, but if you can think around it, and you
But it
as
was
the player want to just do whatever you want to do anyway,
such a versatile,
yeah.
like, what a thing to
that's
hand to the
agency.
player.
But on the other hand,
Like, it's pretty ballsy.
It's not hard
Again,
to
I'm
think
not saying
around
anything
flying to an
that
island
hasn't been
instead of
said.
those tubes, right? It's just
But, like,
you have
such a
this
bold
ability
move
go
to
anywhere as fast as
just
you
be like,
possibly
okay,
can at
go
any
ahead,
point in
players.
the game. When do you not use that? You know, like
So
when
ultimately,
do you
I'm
not?
good with it.
No, for sure, for
Only
sure.
thing is,
Speaking of the tubes, though, Gary wanted
and
to add a Bill and
the
Ted-esque,
Playtonic alluded to this, but I would have liked to see more emphasis on it as far as lessons for them to learn, fixes for them to implement in future such endeavors. Maybe not even Yooka-Laylee, just like many other future 3D games they might make and how they design them.
Affection on it, just the
Yeah.
The fact that,
one thing
because
I am curious about,
as they do
rewatching
mention,
this,
the Flappy Flight was only decided
video,
upon
and I
late,
wonder if this would
and
have
so
been
as a
brought up had
result,
Daly been there,
even this
is
last
that
level
why the yellow or red star pattern
was
on the
not designed with
lighthouse
it
and
in
so many
mind,
other areas of
and it
this
has
world
kind
look
of all the
so much
same
like Diddy Kong's
pros and
shirt,
cons
and if that was intentional, if
as
that was
far
an
as
intentional
how the
homage
move
to
interacts with the
Diddy,
level design goes,
because you
as
look
all
at
the
it,
other
it looks
levels.
very, very similar
Um,
to the pattern on his shirt.
I would have.
the yellow stars on red
I
background.
feel like I might be a lot less of two minds about the whole thing if there was just the one level where they showed off what they could do, like
it's got a very
genuinely
Pizza Planet Toy
designing a
Story
level
vibe to it,
around
those
that
colors
mechanic.
design,
Oh, okay.
which are
Obviously, the way things shook out,
talk
that
about
just wasn't in the
big,
cards.
3D adventures
And
in
maybe they did
1995,
ultimately make the better decision by
Disney.
putting the move in
made by
there
Disney,
anyway.
just like
But
Donkey Kong Country 2. Same year as Toy Story, and I
Yeah.
think same vibe in a lot of like, how
hope
you do
to
really
see
stuff. And
But obviously, Donkey Kong Country 2 was so much
more
better and influential than Toy Story. Because
I don't know. I think I said my piece there.
yeah, like Buzz Lightyear saying, like, what is it, like, to space and more. wouldn't catch on.
There was...
But yeah,
and that's why Tim Allen went to jail.
I didn't have these long
Not for
pauses
drugs,
Right.
but because
I got
he was so
sidetracked a
inferior to
lot
Donkey Country 2 that they just
in the
Had to walk
previous
Yeah,
recording
Donkey Kong
session.
Country 2 is usually a pretty good metric of
But
whether or not
my
you could go to
brain
jail
didn't just go
or you
fully
as a
blank
person
on
better
me
in this video
like
game.
it's done a few times
And,
here.
we should all be in prison.
I said I would
really.
stop
Well, that's
pointing
why
out
America has
my
such a problem with the
shortcomings.
prison system right now.
Oh well.
I never thought it through like this. Oh no.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong Country 2 is a problem
Oh hey,
for us.
yeah, I
Oh, no.
okay, I remembered.
Planets,
Mitchell
the
brought up
boss.
the point
So a
that
question if planets,
the
giant
inclusion of the Flappy Flight
planet,
renders
or
the tubes
planetoid,
that you
if
actually use
she was
Flappy
based
Flight
on
to
the
access
1902
redundant
French silent film,
because
Pictures of the Moon, because she
you
looked very
can
similar to
you don't have to activate the move in order to teleport between islands. You can literally just fly between 3D space between the islands yourself.
knows what this
Um,
is. And I was aghast.
Yeah, that's,
Getting
that was
at-
surprising to me too.
Well, getting at
Like,
kind of what
I
I
can
was just talking
understand
about,
never
like
having actually watched it,
making
but it
the
is
whole
such,
world a
like,
series of
people know
islands
what they're talking about.
that you
The
do like
classic
legitimately
image of the moon
need
with the
to
rocket in
use
its eye, like,
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it. I don't think
like
I've actually seen the
putting
whole thing,
Flappy
but-
Flight to use.
So a couple years, several
Because,
years ago
like,
now, the band
legitimately this
Air
time not in
did
the same way as like the gap at the
soundtrack
beginning of
for
Glitter
it,
Glaze.
and they
These
actually,
expanses
like,
you
released
have to
a
use it
colorized version of
to
the
get from
film
place to
with the
place.
soundtrack.
That or
And
the
so
ship
that is
transformation.
actually how I first watched
I
it,
think
and
Mitchell,
I
you might have brought up the
wanted
Sea
to
of
go back.
Thieves comparison,
Well, I mean, it's from 1902, so you're like,
making
wow, all
the
these
ship
people
transformation
see
more
that.
of a utility
But once you get past that
by
little existential nightmare,
making the act of
it's
traversing
about
the
this
large
weird
stretches
stuff.
of water,
You
either
always
through
have
the
that feeling
transformation
when you're
or
talking
Flappy
about, like,
Flight,
old
like
presidents
a
or
bigger
something.
focus.
No,
at
but
the
And all
end,
that is really
I'm with
good, stuff
people
I
who
hadn't
gives you
considered.
existential dread about
Only
how
thing
dead
I
they are.
take issue with is
No, well, like,
he says
a certain level of dead, like if
that
it's,
just
if it's recently
flying
deceased
between the
situation,
islands
not a problem.
directly
But if they're like
is quicker
dead
and more
before,
efficient
like,
than using the tubes.
I don't know,
Which-
like there are degrees of how
No?
dead they can be before it gets weird for me.
Sorry.
Is it because it's a movie and you think of movies as like modern things?
Yeah.
Maybe there's one or
Yeah,
two
yeah,
exceptions,
So, yeah, so because 1902
but
is just
it's not like
so
there's a loading
far that
screen
realm.
every time you
Like,
use one of the
before
tubes.
1930 or so, then I'm just like,
You hit the
"Whoa,
button,
get away
does
from
the
me,
iris
you
out, then
ghost
iris
from the
back
past.
in,
I don't want any
and
part
you're
of
at a
you."
different place.
So, Planet,
Flying
though,
Takes
Kev
longer.
designed her, and
I don't know what else to
they
say
get
there.
into this discussion about Mooney, her
Like in that
husband,
respect,
and they call
even
her
though
flying ball bag.
Galleon Galaxy is
And I believe the term
probably my
chillhead
least favorite
was
world,
dropped, didn't get bleeped or
I'd say Glitter
commented
Glaze
on,
is
but I
my
did hear
second least
chillhead
favorite.
in reference
It's
to
not a
Mooney.
super wide
That
gulf
didn't
between
escape
them.
me.
I love
And
the idea
then,
that that's just such a commonplace thing.
Moody
in
Maze
your
and Tribal
audience,
Stack would
obviously,
be
yeah,
the
of
middle
course,
ones,
you know,
and
we
Kashino
modeled
at the
it after
top.
a Chodehead.
So they clearly
Um,
remarked that Mooney looks like
But yeah, even though
scrotum.
this is
And
one
now
of
I
my
get
less
see
liked
that.
levels,
Hadn't considered that beforehand, but now
that sort of
it's
thing
all
is
I
not
will
the
see.
stuff
So
I
thank
take
you
issue with.
again, Playtime.
Might just point
Movies
to
are very,
myself and
like,
Mitchell having
spherical.
different
It
priorities,
has-
like I
it
wouldn't
always
have
looks kinda weird.
thought to
a little lumpy, a little misshapen.
thought of
Yeah.
the
needs to be
criticism
fluffed
he
a bit,
had
you know.
of
You know about
how
I wonder
the
if they're
game
going-
uses
yeah, I'm not-
horizontality
I
versus
wonder if they're
verticality,
going for the same thing in the
and how
design of the
Banjo's
game
was a lot
that they were
more
going for in the Pterodactyl Land,
less just
like,
a lot
Mummies,
less
but
disjointed,
difference between the
making
shape of the
more
ground.
use out of its 3D space.
oh,
Never would
yeah,
have
just
occurred to
going
me,
for that
and that's a
same
great observation.
kind of like, well, if you think about it, you think about it, kind of thing.
Maybe I wouldn't put it past.
So
them,
now the
although,
topic
you know,
of Mooney
I
comes
think
up. I heard Heil mention Pterodactyl
they tried
Land.
to
I didn't
deny
hear him
what
mention Mooney,
Pterodactyl
but I
Land
heard him mention Pterodactyl
shape
Land, and I'm
looks
like,
like.
oh yeah, that's the thing they're talking
Really
about.
bad.
Because I listened to this ahead of time, and I remembered, and my brain is
You know what
capable
you did.
of
Well,
filling
I
in the
mean,
gaps like
in
this.
their defense, they could totally
That was a
just
nice
forgot.
feeling yesterday,
Within the last,
and just
month
now,
or so, I found
and
a
basically
old-
at no other point during this
I found an
recording.
old notebook that I had from like middle school. And I opened it up, and there's at least 20 penises in that book. That
I
I
did
don't remember
not,
drawing, but I definitely did.
Like Kyle and
So,
Mitchell,
you know,
See, I
that's-
remember
Which kinda
every
surprises
penis
me.
I've ever drawn.
now that it's been pointed out
Vividly.
that Mooney
Yeah, I mean, I guess
looks
I'm
like
the
a
word
scrotum,
so.
that none of
Nothing
them,
weird about my life. Again, I like
anyone
who
on
I
the
am,
conversation would have
Great.
picked up on it.
So,
Just a few more times, and then we can start with the next.
Because I didn't know about the pterodactyl and penis until, like, hearing about it on the conversation. Then I went back and checked and like, oh wow, that's blatant.
Luckily, nobody else is buying that. And in defense of what happens here, it is an accidental murder. And
So I
accidental
didn't
murders are a proud
think
tradition
Mooney
here
looked
at
like a
Black
scrotum, but I did notice.
Donkey Kong Country 2,
And as far as my
it's
gripes
an
with the game's
accidental murder.
presentation,
Damn near the entirety of the Kremlin race. Banjo-Tooie,
I would also
Banjo
kind of
Tooie
extend this
with
to
the
Shovel
ice
Knight.
cubes,
I would not.
The
count that as
materials that they
accidental.
used for him
mostly accidental.
don't look like
It-
what he's supposed to
well,
be.
they
He does
never
not look like...
expected, what was it, George or Mildred who got melted?
He's got
by
craters,
falling off.
I
think it was
but the
George.
way the light
Yeah.
plays off his character
So
model,
George
it plays off of it
did a
more
good
like
job. They
skin.
intended
Like,
that
it kind of
show.
plays
They were
off
trying
it
to
the
get it
same
back to the
way
nice side of
as it
Hellfire
does
Reach.
Yooka-Laylee.
They don't love
And, like,
Satan.
I know
Okay,
that,
what's your excuse
They were
for
trying-
Mildred?
you know,
They,
their version...
they didn't realize that they were gonna
or-
cause her to explode entirely.
that,
They thought they were
like,
just gonna chip
you
out
know,
the
there
gym
are...
a little
Capital
bit.
Casino is a good example in the environmental details. There's lots of shiny gold things,
I do not
lots
buy
of, like,
that.
reflective,
It's
metallic
only when
looking
it's clearly
surfaces,
intentional, like
where, like,
Comfort
they
and
clearly
Peace,
have the
that it
capability
crosses the line
of
and makes
utilizing
it
materials in their
like,
surfaces
I find with Whoops, I
to
accidentally
more
killed
accurately
you,
convey what they're meant to be made
That's
of.
fine.
But Shovel
Most of my
Knight
heroes have committed manslaughter.
doesn't look
But
very reflective,
when it's a straight
even
up
though he's wearing
deliberate
armor.
act
It's
of malice, like the
shaded
Pixar
again
hero,
more like skin.
That's when I draw the line and I say no.
It makes sense for Mooney
Conqueror's
in a
very
way it
hard to
doesn't
start
really
with
for
people
Shovel
who
Knight
actually like
because,
of what he did to Bluebee.
I mean, in a
But Yooka-Laylee
weird kind of making allowances sort of way,
accidentally
but he does, unlike Shovel Knight, he's not, you're not just seeing a set of armor and there's a guy underneath. Like, you're seeing
No, I don't really
what
care
is for
mass
him
production
skin,
modeling
even though
for
it's supposed to be
me,
rock, and like he
for
changes facial expressions and all
clarity
that.
isn't
Like,
overwrought
he
in my,
moves kind of like skin would
Sure, yeah, no, we can
move.
just talk about how we don't like. I don't like Mash.
I just realized how
I don't like
creepy all this
NPR,
talk of
like,
like
you know.
skin is.
So I have okay.
jokes.
So I
Throw in
have
the poop
I have
jokes.
an hour in my
But I
schedule
mean,
just to talk
when I
about
first
Mash.
saw him, I was kind of
Start-
creeped out by
start
him.
now. We can just
Like,
get into it.
not even
Alright.
recognizing the scrotum thing. I'm like,
Korean
oh,
War, that was only 2 years. That
what
was
the
on TV
fuck?
for like
Is
10
he
years.
some kind of like
I have a
shellless
theory, though,
turtle
about that, and
who's all
why
weird
there
and
seems to be
wrinkly?
a
And
time
oh, they're
dilation.
oh, he's an asteroid. Oh, or a
okay,
moon.
Okay, so
I mean,
Social
asteroids can
noises
become moons.
happened.
well, okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
they're
he's
talking
well.
about
Planet
these,
has that line of
squishy
dialogue.
bathroom noises of the character pooping.
Do you know how long it took me to attract a moon?
Beat this NPR.
Which is funny.
So apparently,
In most cases, moons are literally asteroids that get attracted, quote unquote, to planets. They get sucked into the gravity well and fall into a sustainable orbit.
His pants are always falling off because he's lost a lot of weight. And I
But
can relate
anyway,
to that because I gave up soda for the most part.
I know I touched on Shovel Knight and said I had things to say about Shovel Knight and the Knights of Camelot in this level.
And I've never been like a big
Okay,
guy or
Hal's
even-
talking about soda,
I've always
so
been
I
a
feel
kid,
okay
but
Yeah, I was gonna say
lost-
I've always known
ignoring
you
what
to
they're
be,
saying for a little bit
pretty
longer.
Yeah, so I lost.
I'll keep
20
it quick.
pounds
I really
and
liked
it's
how
caused me to
Shovel
gain
Knight
weight.
and the
I
Knights
can't
of
put the weight
Camelot
back
were
on,
handled in this
so
level.
none of my
Like,
pants fit.
the Knights of Camelot in
Which is gonna be
particular, I
fun
don't need to be
for
sold on Shovel
Yeah,
Knight.
I have the
I have played
opposite
Shovel
problem
Knight before.
where
It's a wonderful
I eat
game.
Pants.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's
maybe I should try that. Maybe I should try that then. Just
yeah.
But the Knights of Camelot I liked more and more as the
Yeah,
game
you'll
went
gain more
on,
weight and,
which is
you know,
weird because when I
if
saw
you end up
them,
not gaining the weight
I was
back,
like, their
you lose those
aesthetic
pants.
does not fit Tribal Stack
there we go.
Tropics.
And then
Is there
also
going to be a
on
more
the
medievally
audio
level
stuff,
later
Dan talks about
where
how
they'll
he's
look
used ice cubes in his
at
hand to
home,
get the sound of the
and that'll be a
melting
whole
for
thing?
all the melting effects.
Never happened,
And then,
which
but
should
he ended up ruining his
worsen
hands
my
for
opinion
days
more
with
of them as the game goes
ice
on.
squishing
But
cold
instead,
ice
their
and
scenarios, I
making
like how
it
much they had their own little
adds up
story
over
going
time.
on.
Oh yeah.
So,
Where you,
I
as
appreciate the
Yooka-Laylee,
lengths
are
he did
just
with
an incidental
Foley in
detail
this
to
game,
them.
like getting it just right, 'cause it
Like they don't even realize that it's Yooka-Laylee helping them complete their tasks in Capital Casino. And also it was neat that like they disappeared for 2 worlds, like almost half the game. And then suddenly you see them again, like, oh wow, I didn't expect you guys to crop up again. I'd forgotten about you. It was a neat little surprise. And then the fact that Galleon Galaxy pits its NPC characters against each other is, again, something I expected to come up in the episode on the level.
So they also show off the 64-bit tonic here.
I mean, obviously, Hyla and Josh discussed that section.
Where they finally got it working.
As I recall, they critiqued it for not making much logistical sense, because how is Shovel Knight hidden from them? He's in a cave with a giant entrance feet away from them, and they're searching for treasure. How have they not like found him yet? And the treasure right there that he's standing next to? Oh, that's totally fair.
I mean, it doesn't look Nintendo 64.
Good that
it looks PlayStation.
It looks PlayStation
they
1.
sorry, I
it looks PlayStation 1, which
paused
is,
to listen a little bit.
Also low poly,
But
really a completely different style.
This really is turning out more and more like my first commentary. But
it looks good for what it is when you
yeah, it was good to get that added bit of perspective on that. Especially Josh, like Josh, when he played Samus Returns, he mentioned in a video that or not even a video, I think it was in the comment section of a video, that the final boss of that game, like he didn't even stop to think about why they were there. He's just like, oh hey, a thing to fight. Where like all this contextual stuff that Heil really gets into is a different focus from his, but he might have been the one who brought up that point of criticism, which was interesting.
In N64 games. And if you looked at Spyro, which is another like open world 3D platformer, kind of like Banjo-Kazooie, you
but
have
yeah,
smaller,
the way that the Knights of Hamlet and Shovel Knight, like Shovel Knight, even in Tribal Stack Tropics, was kind of like that.
You would assume that, like,
Where he's like, basically, hey, I'm stopping in from another game. I'm hunting some treasure. Got my own thing going on, and I also really like how it paid off. Like there was the one line of dialogue from, I think, Lady Leaps a Lot, the last one you find in the treasure room in Tribal Stack. And she's like, don't tell that brute with the shovel. So I thought that was a nice touch, and I didn't expect it to pay off later, because like Kyle, I didn't expect Shovel Knight to show up again.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, it looks more like Spyro than Banjo, and
yeah, the fact that that actually becomes its own like momentary subplot, I thought was super cool. And really brought home Shovel Knight's utilization in the game as, on the one hand, an NPC that is not treated appreciably differently just because he is the star of another famous game, but also that the way they use him has its own flair. The way they use their original characters have their own individual flair.
The PS1 was just so much more influential in how we designed consoles from then on out, that what we have now is
Did
more like an advanced version
Planker
of the
didn't
PS1,
show up in
even on Switch than the
Capital Casino or
the Nintendo 64 was essentially an evolutionary dead end.
Galleon Galaxy, did he?
Love it on DK Vive.
He was in the first three.
I would argue,
And so you're thinking like, okay,
the GameCube took a little bit from
he's going to be a once a level thing,
and
and then he just drops off.
But the
Am I
Wii
right
U
about
is
that?
very much like all the other computers. All the other.
Well, now I'm definitely talking about Yooka-Laylee and not what they're saying. They were discussing the 64-bit Tonic when I got momentarily distracted earlier. I'm really glad that they said that they picked up on that it's definitely PS1 aesthetic and not N64, which came through very strongly for me, so I'm glad I'm not a weirdo being overly particular about how the aesthetics are.
Have you tried it on Switch?
No, I have.
And hey, the fact that it
Switch
changes up
physical
the
version
visuals
Unlimited Run,
as much as it
but
did,
I've kind of just
even
been
in this
saving,
commentary
playing
video,
it for a while.
where they hadn't
I have a
retroactively gone
master's
in and
class right
put
now.
the
It's ending, so my
N64
finals
low poly
are
models
on
of
Monday.
Yooka-Laylee
So after that, I have
into the
some free time
64-bit
thinking
tonic.
about just going into Yooka-Laylee on
It's
Switch,
very impressive
64-bit tonic and everything.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
it kind of at a glance does look convincingly like a PS1 game. And it's just a filter. I mean, it's more than just a filter. They also like disable lighting effects and mess with draw distance and weird stuff, which is another reason it looks like PS1 and not. I mean, there were tons of N64 with blatantly low draw distance, where like the object would just kind of form in front of you as you moved closer to it, but that's very much not Banjo, or Rare, like N64 era Rare in general. Like even in DK64, where draw distance was more of an issue in a way, it was not for Banjo. Like they still gave a little animation to like Cranky's building popping up out of the ground. It's weird. In a way, it calls more attention to the fact that, like, wait, it's not drawing in. Like if it had just literally drawn in like games with less resources to put into those touches did. The fact that it has its own animation,
I agree with you completely. I would say that
in a way, it makes it weirder.
Galleon Galaxy is my
The
third
point
favorite.
being that the low draw distance of the
Right in the middle.
64-bit tonic,
Definitely had the potential to be
even
my
though
favorite
it's
just the way it looks and
debatably
sounds
not
and
fit
everything.
not fit for purpose,
But yeah, there's
it's
just
neat
some,
that like it has such a profound effect on the
the
aesthetics.
design of this particular world. It's got the same
Given the
island
fact
issue we
that
talked about with the Marsh.
Other than putting in the impossible layer low poly models for Yooka-Laylee afterwards, it didn't involve like creation of new assets. Like they mess with the resolution, the frame rate,
I looked this up.
the draw distance, and the lighting.
Oh.
But
It
like
is not.
Okay.
that just
I tried
messing
to,
with
I tried
that
to look
stuff
at
was
their
enough
Twitter
to
account. It looks like they
so
just sent this in the
convincingly
chat.
Oh. So they're just trying to trick us.
create that illusion.
Like
So anyway,
Yeah.
rumors and innuendo.
it's
Is
been
Red Crested
fairly
Breagle
long
Carla?
since
Hi,
I've directly
Carla.
addressed anything they've said.
No, Red Crested Breagle is Captain
Man, oh
Breagle,
man.
aka Zach.
Oh, hi Zach. Sorry, I called
Yeah,
you Carla.
Red Crested Breagle is the one who let me know. that
Homestretch.
when
Oh,
the
I
Nintendo
apparently
Power
stopped to
Supply
listen
episode,
at just the right point because it seems like.
So,
A fierce compatriot.
Let me pause the check.
yes.
Let's-
So Homestretch,
yeah.
Mitchell. Capital B Showdown. We're
Okay,
gonna get you to
well,
that detective
it's more drawn out than I
show.
anticipated, but I
Gonna
think that
solve
they are in the
mysteries.
process of
Maybe we
transitioning
can
to
figure
from
out
Galleon
in this
Galaxy
episode,
discussion
Conversation Season
um,
6.
to
Maybe
discussion
Pikachu
of
can
the
figure
last
it out.
video
Capital
Platonic
B
did,
Capital
the
B
Capital
Showdown,
B
featuring
fight.
Daley Johnson, engagement director, Gavin Price, studio head,
Yeah, it's interesting
designer,
how just said it
Gary
feels
Talbot,
like
Ian Lockwood,
the
designer,
staff are
Simon
kind of
Burgess,
goofing off
software
more
engineer.
than the previous
And
ones.
this is-
When I would say that
video
this is
was
still
mostly them just goofing off
more on
because
point
it's
than the
just
Moody
a
Maze one.
fight and then the exceedingly long Lord of the Rings
they
expanded
kind of
edition
kept the
with
subject
credits
more
with
on,
all of the backers, but
there's
still some cool nuggets
providing developer commentary and not just commentary, if you want to put it that way.
Asked the question, did
Um,
Dr. Quack have a boss fight?
I'm coming
planned?
down very harsh on the Moody Maze
Yes.
Marsh episode.
He was
I don't
a
mean to.
quiz
I liked
fight
it.
a la
Barry got
Quirko's
lo- er,
fights in
Barry
2E.
got-
So nothing
Gary
like spectacular,
got lots of screen
but
time.
we were going to fight him at one point. And,
Speaking
Gab
of him,
alludes that to the
I didn't
sexual
mention it at
tension
the
between
time,
Capital B
but
and
there was a
Quack,
great
which
little
Platonic has
moment
alluded to many
that
times in the past.
Hyla Mitchell did not address, and I didn't even catch when I watched it for myself. But I looked at the comments afterwards, and thankfully someone pointed out.
And,
They're
I'll say,
discussing,
we definitely need more, like, gay, bi, trans,
like Dr.
non-binary
Quack's dialogue
characters
is
in
playing,
games.
and
It's
the question,
rare
came
Platonic
up.
Nintendo, like, it's
what's up with
something
Dr.
that's
Quack? Was he
woefully
originally
underrepresented.
supposed
So
to
it's nice that
be a
there's
boss
someone there,
character?
even if they are, like, the villains of the story.
And they cop to the fact that, yeah, he was basically going to be the Klungo. He's going to pop up a few times.
Right.
At which point Gary interjects
Well,
with like,
okay,
oh, what was he going to
it's not
do?
like in 2000
And
you
I
had
don't
Jolly
know who it
Roger
was, but
and,
someone
Lady
replies,
Maggie in
he was going to
Banjo
hurt the
Tooie.
player,
And
Gary.
that was like played just for campy laughs, like ha ha ha, you know,
The
gay people, am I right?
The-
Yeah.
But
Not
Gary
necessarily
dynamics,
destructive
man.
as a presentation, but
we
the
need it.
fact that their
This is
stereotype
what
is
we
the
need in
only
the year
thing making their
2020.
personality is probably tasteless.
and I mean, I admit.
Oh,
I found
here's
it
something
funny
I
at the time,
briefly
but, once you realize there's
remembered
some
that they
jokes
talked
in the
about
role-
Sure,
a little while ago,
Yeah,
but I was like, I
mean,
need
and it
to
was pretty
pay
actually
attention when they get to the next
progressive for the
episode
year
so I can address
2000
this.
to
They're
have
talking
an
about,
openly gay character in fucking Banjo Tooie
I mean,
on the
basically
Nintendo 64.
representation.
Like that was, I don't want to ascribe
as
too
far
much
as
weight to it. Like, oh,
the
that was groundbreaking,
ambiguous
I was
sexual
6 when I
signalings
first
of
played
Capital B and
Tooie,
Dr.
so, like, I
Quack.
had to have, you know,
And they're
I
bringing
definitely
up the
wasn't
Banjo
mature
2
enough to
example of
not
Jolly
understand,
Roger.
like, hey, these jokes here,
And yeah, good.
or sorry, I wasn't
Just as
mature
I
enough
was
to
finishing that
understand
sentence, Heil
these
said,
jokes here maybe aren't the best
he pointed
jokes.
out that
And I found it
Mitchell
funny, but we
got,
are a lot further past that
like,
now.
I'm surprised you even
the
knew
Jolly
those-
Rogers
what those
Lagoon
jokes
gay
were.
jokes at the age
Definitely
of
didn't know all of
6.
them. Definitely did
alright,
not.
alright.
And in
So,
2000,
what
when
kind
I
of
would have been
life did
playing,
Mitchell
I would have been
lead?
8.
I knew some of them.
no.
Like I definitely remembered that being what
I
those
had-
characters were.
I didn't... How did
Yeah.
he know...
I think like they did do a good
Like,
job later on of
I don't know, as a
making Jolly
6-year-old,
more well-rounded
like,
character,
picking
and
up on
they
that at all.
incorporated him essentially
Maybe I was a very
into
sheltered
Banjo
child.
as, starting with
I mean, I
Banjo
was.
Pilot, and,
Definitely.
like,
So I guess that's
eventually,
it.
Like, being gay was not his defining feature. And I like that, like, he became friends with
I get-
Banjo
well,
Tooie, and I brought this up before, but it was important
on the
that
topic of
Tooie never
LGBT
once
representation, that's
insulted
all I have to say.
homosexuality or
But I
identity or
thought it
all
was
this
a
kind
neat
of
little coincidence
matter of fact, and Kazooie
that
insults
Bane the
everybody,
Bear,
but she didn't see a problem with it, so that
his
was
call
you know,
um,
but, yeah, I just think
during
you know,
the
we need more of
final,
this. Sea of Thieves
the
is
Beyond
really
World
good
5
for
Yooka-Laylee
allowing
episode
players to you know,
was about
customize their character
the
however they see
potential
fit,
ship teasing
and
between
expanded
Capital B
literature,
and Dr.
do a
Quack.
very good job with representation.
It's
It'd just be nice to
fucking
see going
ridiculous when
forward,
I say it out loud.
especially more than just the villains of the story.
Oh god,
having
it's so good.
Possibly, you know, tendencies
Like
that
when his
aren't
name came up on the
very
screen,
easily
like
in
while
games,
that dialogue was
especially
playing,
games of
I
this
really
nature.
thought it was going to be a repeat of the question.
But, you know,
Turned
I
out not to
definitely
be. It
trust
was
this
about
team,
Dr. Quack,
and,
but otherwise unrelated. It just happened to also be Bane the Bear.
they bring
But
up
yeah, that was
Vile,
neat how
the
those
organization that,
two things kind of
Capital B is actually
coincided.
subservient to and a member of, and they say that it stands for the Villainous International
Okay,
League of
very glad
So
I
that's
wrapped
one
that up there too,
acronym
because this is
we
something
have mapped out.
I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Heil and Mitchell are so confused about, and I'm about to say, how can you be confused about that? Clearly, the yada yada. I'm going to try and pull up real quick, if I can, with one hand, Dr. Quack's specific dialogue. Dr. Quack, Yooka quotes.
One of the many members of, like,
Yeah, Mitchell says that
shareholders of
he just said,
I don't know if
oh man,
shareholders would be the
I'm not
word
getting
here.
Google results for
Like,
this.
no,
I can't look up his
where-
exact
where
dialogue.
capital B is implied to be one
It's
step
fine.
below. But in other
For
ways
me,
that
it's not
I've heard
ambiguous at
Tom
all.
talking about them,
Like,
they don't seem to
they,
acknowledge that Quack is
seem
higher up than capital B.
to be
So
under the
I'm not
impression
sure if that's
that
the
Dr.
correct
Quack
interpretation.
is part of Vile, like on Capital
No,
B's board
that's
of
the way I
directors.
interpret it, the way you just said.
I didn't get that at all. I
That's
didn't
the
even
only
get
way
that
you
he
can
was
read the dialogue.
above Capital B
So
on the
if
pecking order.
in
Haha,
the
duck
next,
pun.
Yooka-Laylee universe game.
I got,
Because
like,
my assumption
even as a
from the way they
subordinate,
talk
you
about
can
this here,
report
was
someone
that,
who's above you
like, for the next
to
few
someone who's
games or
above
whatever,
them.
If you have multiple games planned,
That's all I took that as. Like,
the main boss of each of
well, I
them
mean, Dr.
would
Quack
be a
does say
different
that he was
shareholder
specifically
of
tasked by Vile
and that's kind of what they
to,
were setting up.
you know, report on Capital B
but-
back
See,
to
I
them.
think Vile is
But he
gonna
doesn't
be
need
this,
to
thing that keeps
rank
popping up
above Capital B in
throughout
order to do that,
Playtonics
and
games,
like
kind of like
we see all throughout the game.
I don't think it's
Capital B bossing him around, and including after this little bit of dialogue, the dialogue I'm referring to actually does not occur until after the boss fight, so forget that part. Now my throat's starting to feel
as this thing that
oh
should
boy.
keep coming up as a villainous, mysterious force in the universe, and the fact that they seem to want to
and they've
come
already
back
moved
to
on,
Dr.
and I'm
Quack
still
and
belaboring
Capital
this.
B.
But hey, Heil and/or Mitchell, and anyone else who might have been confused on this topic, if you still feel that way towards it, my interpretation is that Dr. Quack is straightforwardly Capital B's subordinate, but that he just tells on him to Vile, basically. Which, as I think Mitchell pointed out, that would line up better with how Platonic talks about the subject.
Not much. I just went on a Wikipedia binge once. Sort of like Power Rangers. That's
Yeah, and on a similar track,
Alright, great.
Yeah.
Shoot, what was I gonna say?
Also, I saw the Mortal Kombat movie when it came out, and I quite enjoyed it for the cheesiness that it was.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. So yeah, what did you think? Real quick.
Shoot,
I know
I'm
we're
so
short on
sorry.
time. What did you think of Quack's
They are
quizzes?
now discussing the
I thought
quizzes,
having them between levels was maybe excessive.
which
And
I guess I could give my thoughts on the quiz. I know I'm just abandoning the thing I was just talking about, and also still talking about Yooka-Laylee, and not there talking about someone else talking about Yooka-Laylee. But my take on the quizzes is that
but a lot of people play games while listening
to me
music
the
or to
quizzes in
listen to
Banjo,
podcasts
they
separately, and
were
they're trying to like multitask, and they don't end up multitasking.
they
because
were
people are
a
not
worthwhile
good at it.
part of the
Pay
game
attention to
for
less
the
in
fact
general.
that you did not expect them, and that they just kind of
So,
popped up out of
having
nowhere.
frequent quack
Making
quizzes
quizzes
might have been, like,
into
the
a
way around it,
tradition
like,
feels
to
antithetical to
only be
that.
asking the player about their
And
immediate
as I was thinking about this earlier before I started recording,
memory,
like kind of going over this point in my head, like this is something I want to address.
into your long-term memory.
But then I kind of realized, well, no, that's not really true. That's the perspective of someone who played Banjo first. You're not thinking about the fact that this dates back to Donkey Kong Country 2. Like, as far as this like lineage of rare developers, like it is a time-honored tradition, and what you're getting out of it in terms of its novelty is
You're right.
not invalid,
I
but
will
it's
cop to that. Like I like
it doesn't line up with the facts, basically.
Paying attention. But
Even so,
you're
I
absolutely right about.
and I didn't mind the quizzes
modern
at all.
games and modern life being different
I mean,
than
I
it was
like
back
them in
the
the same way that I like the Banjo ones, but maybe getting not having them, and of course they were a stretch goal, so this wasn't in the cards, similar to Cartus.
I'm always distracted by something. So, maybe
But-
if you're a kid, it's different, and you're playing ukulele. I don't know.
Because I do, obviously I'm curious about how Klungo-style Dr. Quack boss fights would have gone. But I like that he, in both character and like gameplay role, is totally different from Klungo. More of that, less
I like trivia.
less
I like being
direct modeling on the Banjo-Kazooie structure and formula.
I think
Again,
maybe the fact
not a
that
profound
there's
thing
no-
to point out at all.
When
But-
you bring your child into the bar,
No,
they
only
can
the
see-
front of
they
the
can-
bar. We discussed.
well,
this.
they can hear me successfully answering trivia questions.
Oh, while they're chained to the stop
The
sign
topic of
outside?
the ESRB has come up
Right.
again.
Well, you don't want them, I mean,
I'm with them on this one.
chain around them.
Hopefully I
That's just-
didn't
that's just good
lay into
thinking.
them
That's safe.
too harshly
You
with
don't
the
want your kid
discussion on
running off from
gambling.
outside of the front of the bar.
But
But
No.
I
yeah,
think maybe something
the
that would help these
acknowledgement,
quizzes
not even,
in, categories,
for one
like
thing,
the
not showing characters
quizzes
drunk.
had.
For another,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
even
Like different kinds of
specifically
questions,
referencing
that
alcohol,
will come up. They're all
but
basically
just
the
like
same
the
kind of
existence of a
question,
bar
but a little
in a
repetitive,
game.
which
The
I know
idea
that
that
that's
can
asking
raise
to,
the
like,
age rating.
increase the
And maybe
work
that was
required
just
to write these quizzes, like 10
whoever
times. still would have
whichever Platonic
Mitchell, how
higher
far
up
away from
like
the theater do you live?
vetoed
I am
that
good.
particular
It's like on
aesthetic
an
detail
hour
in
and a half,
Galleon Galaxy.
so
Oh, okay.
we're fine.
Maybe that was just them being overly
I'm just making
paranoid and
sure,
it
like,
actually would have been
you don't have
fine.
to make a 30-minute
But if not, if that is something that was actually in
Yeah, no,
danger
I like the idea
of
us
upping
trying to
the age
race against the
rating,
clock to see a movie.
it was
But
silly.
I, there was
I
never any actual danger.
agree with Heil and Mitchell there.
Okay. I'm just gonna eat a burrito after
Um,
this, so I don't really have any plans.
Heil
Capital B
brings
fight
up how
itself,
Platonic points
so
out
point out the
that
visual
it's silly
hilarity
that Capital
and
B
stupidity of him drinking a tonic,
sizes
you know,
himself
being
up.
slightly bigger.
Well, I mean, I was
So
just talking
they
about
decided
Klungo.
they had to
Like,
scale
when
up
Klungo
to
drinks a
make
potion and
it
grows
more
giant size, it's a
intimidating
dramatic
and
difference.
fight more
And I remember,
opposing
like,
thing. And that
the
was
first
their
time playing
workaround.
Banjo
We'll just
Tooie
have
as a
him
kid,
drink a tonic and he'll become slightly bigger.
Yeah.
experiencing that for
But,
the
you
first
know,
time,
it's
feeling
better than having
genuinely
him magically
intimidated.
change size at the end of the game, like,
Even though it didn't
Google
have a
motion
super
store.
profound
And this is less of
effect
a
on
example,
how
but, you know,
the
Bowser's
fight
always
worked.
fluctuating in
There
size
were
in
other
games.
potion effects he would
So, you
do
know,
that were
at least they have a reason
that made
why
much
this
more
is
of a
like-
difference.
Like, I have to like rationalize and retcon that. Oh well.
Klungo makes himself a bigger target, and otherwise the fight's the same, basically.
That's also why he has a
But
toes inside
the fact that Platonic pointed
Plus, on
out
64, you're playing on the map screen, so the size of things
that,
is going to be embellished.
like, the silliness there, it didn't, like,
you're playing on the map
click
screen
with
unless
me,
you're in the world,
because I wasn't really paying attention to Capital B's scale, like in the cutscenes prior to the boss
We'll
fight.
talk about that later in the year for the 10th anniversary.
And then
But,
when the boss fight
yeah,
started, I
and
was immediately
somebody
like, okay,
asked,
what are the boss patterns? I gotta analyze this. I gotta come up with a strategy, whatever.
as well.
I wasn't thinking about the fact that, well, wait, he's not that big, even though he just did that thing. Like, it was already out of my brain at that point. So I appreciate the Platonic commentary for lingering on that point and stuff like that. I brought up a previous example of
Yeah, we'll have very elastic
something that was
t-shirts,
funny
it's fine, and
getting
we'll
pointed
sell
out in
them
hindsight,
merchandise
and my appreciating that. The same deal
to
here.
have more capital to invest in that because YouTube. So why no health pickups?
Also,
during the
Gary
fight?
mentions that
Because as
Capital B's
is
wings look, in
clobbering
his
them,
terms, a bit
Gav
naff,
regrets this,
which is a
like
great
that,
turn of
you know, 'cause
phrase.
in other classic boss fights, sometimes pick
He
up
also,
different
I didn't
areas and, make that an
get to this
option.
during the Galleon Galaxy section,
They did
but
talk about having
the
checkpoints
shell
during the
quest,
fight,
where it ends with
Gav
you
goes
blowing
on to
up
elaborate that
the
lots of
thing
people
in
were
a Star Wars
apparently asking
homage,
for a mega tough
and
final
like the
boss.
Saturn ring
Because of the
falls
fact that
down
due-
and like
due to
forms a
them looking at the
path
stats, they know this. Very few people actually ever reach the final boss.
to a higher point in the
They felt
level.
that it was
Like, describing it, all that sounds great. Like, I like that there is a quest
dedicated
that has a permanent effect on the level design like that. But the presentation, and Gary points this out, didn't go into it too much. I would have been curious to know whether that was like originally a placeholder animation. They were gonna go back and touch it up later. Obviously, it's something that they would improve upon if they had the time. But if that was literally a placeholder, like, that looked straight up bad, and I'm glad Platonic acknowledged it. Like, it just kind of, looks like it's using
that unfair. Whereas
the
this
physics engine that, like, the golf balls and stuff use. It has that, like, Havoc floatiness. I don't know if Yooka-Laylee uses the Havoc engine for its physics, but it kind of just vaguely descends and then kind of bounces off, like, the terrain it lands on. And that's it. It looks like something out of Sonic 06. It's so awful.
There's all similarities there.
So, in the interest of not just being negative, I brought up Gary's criticism of Capital B's wings. It was interesting that that was an after-the-fact thing, that, like, the B character flying was not something they planned ahead of time. Because that was, like, a fun surprise for me. Like, oh, he has wings. He looks weirdly, like, fairy-like and whimsical, flying around, trying to murder me. This is, like, a fun little, like,
tough fight.
Hey,
but
forgot he was a bee, did ya? Like, it felt like they were intentionally with playing with my expectations.
Anyway, but hey,
I mean,
Gab's able
I still think
to
that's
do it
a
on
valid way
his
to look
second
at that,
go,
but
although
the
he
fact that it
almost spoils Playtonic's
was
next game because he says
kind of a late addition.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, that would.
But yeah, that's another thing that I get. It's similar to the Galleon Galaxy example with the ocean, where it feels like that was the intent all along. Like that was something that just kind of happened to come together,
maybe not a
and
racing
what to
game,
me
then.
was
Maybe not
a
football game. Yeah,
really-
Probably
I don't
not
know.
a fighting
Well,
game or a racing game where the control scheme's dramatically different.
in a way that really benefited the
unless he was
game.
just trying to drive
And
around,
I don't even
Gab's
agree with
actually
Gary
quite
that they look
stupid.
a.
I don't know. He seems
I
like
guess
a
I
smart
agree
man to me, so.
Yeah,
now
he was
that
trying to
he
do a Tetris
directed my
spin,
attention to it, that they
of
look a
course,
bit
Yooka-Laylee was
naff,
not able to do
in
that.
his words.
Yeah, so I think
But,
I think we
they
can
look
at
fine,
least
honestly.
ascertain that there is some sort of physical movements that is.
So
at
what are they
least
talking about now?
notionally
We're coming up
similar
on the
to
end
what's
here,
done in Yooka-Laylee. I
so
don't know. But,
that might be
yeah,
the
yeah,
last
he's able to
time
beat Capital
I
B
say
on the
that.
second go
Probably
around,
not,
which, is impressive.
but we're getting there.
Granted, I mean, he is the studio head, so. But
Let me
again,
check
as
to
we've
make sure
established,
Audacity
you know,
hasn't
just because
crashed.
you work on a
Nope,
game
good.
doesn't mean you're good at the game.
Man, I'm 3 hours
watched the
in.
ending, they talk a little
Just
bit
got a
about
little
the
ways to go.
possibility of them having done 2 endings, one without getting 100% and one with, but it never seriously became an idea that they stuck with. And then they
It's I mentioned several times previously how changing his opinions from the initial batch of Yooka-Laylee episodes. Here he takes the stance that getting the Ghost Riders involved in Capital B's defeat would have harkened back to the Jinjos too much, in a similar way to how I was just saying that making Dr. Quack a recurring boss would have made it too much of a clungo, or that saddling him with the quizzes just kind of diminished the quiz's appeal, at least to me.
That's really when Yooka-Laylee comes alive for me, is when it just doesn't.
But I thought that in that actual episode that he did with Joe, that they had a really good idea that like the Ghost Riders, and this would require paying them more lip service within the plot. Like I don't think any character ever actually, like definitely in the final confrontation, Yooka never says to Capital B, like, you're a monster, you murdered all these authors. Nothing like that. It would have required explaining what the Ghost Riders are in-game, which never really happens. We only know that because of, like, Kickstarter backer updates, basically. But the idea that they threw out in that episode was that the Ghost Riders would come out of the tome and pull Capital B into it. And that, I think, is a really good idea. Like, you know, it's not the Ghost Rider innator. Like, I want to say the Platonic video made that joke. Like, something like that, definitely. Don't do that. But I thought hewing just that little bit closer to Banjo in that regard would have actually been to the game's overall benefit. So I'm gonna disagree with Heil on that one. Is this Angry Ancestor calling?
Celebrate. Let's get crazy. Completely nude in my bed right now.
Calling principally about Royston.
I've never lied on any of my calls.
On paper, that's mostly what he's calling about. In practice, he's more calling about
I'm sure you guys
analingus.
gonna talk about this.
And I really like,
in part
I guess we'll hear it
B
in
of the
just a
developer
second.
commentary,
But I really like coming out of the call
they talk
Mitchell,
about Dr.
that he just
Fuzz,
like kind of breaks down laughing a bit.
and the goldfish. Yeah, remember that? That was pretty
Amplified my
crazy.
own reaction
They
to
pretty
that
much
whole
say
concept being floated.
Gary Talbot was like, yeah, I was supposed to make
That he says,
goldfish
I don't want
happy
people
pets
to
on the
literally
glass sometimes, but I
stick
guess
their
they did.
tongue up my hairy
Now, the
bumhole,
question is,
I believe is how he phrased it. He said bumhole?
Is that I mean,
sure.
I know you guys have considered Yooka-Laylee DKU for a long
I don't
time.
literally want them to do that.
Well,
Well, I
because
don't
of the
know.
rapper,
I've never tried it.
the DK rapper and Royston.
And I like that
Rapper's
Heil
not
pursues
using
that for a bit.
You should delete that part on the forum, in the forum description. Get rid of that shit, because that doesn't even
But
make
I
sense.
guess I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm talking
If there
about
are
their
any
reaction to the
naysayers
call while the call's still
at this
going.
point, I think
So now I have to
that is
kill a bit of time.
by the developers saying, yeah, it's supposed
Well,
to. He's supposed to
maybe
hit his
not.
head on the glass.
Call's about to end, and Mitchell will
So
laugh.
If there's anyone who doesn't think that's Royston at this point,
Now.
they can take their tongue and stick it in my hairy bum hole, you know? I would not enjoy that. Maybe I would. I don't know.
I re-listened to the very last thing Angry Ancestor said in his call. I didn't catch it, even re-listening to it. So maybe he was specifically laughing at that.
Heil, isn't your birthday in November?
Yeah,
November 22nd.
fun
Mitchell.
little interlude there.
Thank you, though. I mean, that
Much
look,
longer.
the
I
sentiment
know
was nice.
I can
The
see
sentiment
on
was nice.
Audacity how long I've been recording,
Because I
but checking
imagine
the
you're gonna
episode,
get
I
some-
have
some on your tongue.
12 minutes to
The
go.
core of this call is...
Or am I gonna get some on my tongue?
To skip
But,
ahead a little
yeah.
bit, Heil says he kind of skates over the last section of the
them
video.
talking about the goldfish in Dr. Puss's bowl.
Says remarked
being-
upon the fact that basically half of
or not tapping
the final
glass when
part
it's supposed to have tapped the glass 3 times.
is the credit sequence and the Platonic guys just answering questions over that.
Does that prove it's Royston?
And how his immediate instinct was to be, well, I don't have to sit through this, do I?
Look,
Even though
obviously,
they were
what they
answering
never
questions the
say
whole
is
time.
Royston. Royston is a beloved trademark.
It at least had the
of
potential to
Microsoft.
be as substantive as any other part of the commentary. I don't know.
But yeah,
It just kind of stuck out to me.
It's something they can at least allude to. And I think the friendly.
But going back to what is being discussed currently, which is
makes it okay. You know, it's never going to be challenged.
Royston.
Platonic's probably
That makes
not going to
sense.
be
We're still in the
using
aftermath of the
Banjo
phone
at the
call.
time, but, the folks at Rare
Do I
that know
have
about
anything else to
Royston
say on the
are
topic of
definitely
Royston?
going to be nice enough to maybe turn a blind eye, not tell the
well,
the
I
lawyers
guess
at Microsoft about it.
I can.
It's a fun thing that they can do together.
Oh, Heil is saying
Because ultimately,
Platonic
so
is
little
essentially
people care about
another
this.
Rare
It's
team,
just a treat for weirdos
which
like
I
us. Really, that's it. That's
discussed
it. I mean, and
in the
except,
first
like,
half of this.
Platonic is essentially another.
It's kind of neat
development
that
team
even
at Rare.
though
If you think about in the old
that
school
whole
days,
issue
they would have multiple
is not
development teams
really
in different bars. This is kind of what
broken down
Platonic
more
is.
right here, it just
And
kind
we
of comes
grant
up in
them
passing
the
that it
same word of God,
did
the
come
same
up at all.
hierarchy that we do at anybody still at Rare. So yeah, this
Echoes.
is what it is, and you know you
pretend
you can say, well,
that had
legally,
some profundity
but-
to it. Are they still
Yeah, right,
talking
like
about
Ed
Royston?
Bryan put in the goldfish in Goldilocks and Little Bear, and we consider that Royston
Yes.
too. He can't say it
Okay,
is, but clearly, I mean,
he's
Ed Bryan put
talking
in
about the
Royston,
fact that
so,
Right.
Royston
like
is a
that-
shared
this is
joke
the weird
not
thing, like, so
only
many of these
between
developers now are in on the joke
the
that
fans and the
we made
creators,
for years,
but
we've
now
known for
that
years, like, it's
Platonic
become a thing,
is a
partly
separate
because of
entity
the
from
fans
Rare,
becoming a thing.
that they're also
And
kind of in
just because they
cahoots,
put Royston
and
in
like
the Ghoulies and we,
nobody at
ran
Rare
with
is
that,
going
and
to
then
tell on
it
Platonic
kind
to
of snowballed into
Microsoft
just egging each other on at
about
this
putting
point.
Royston in the game.
But that's just the nature of the internet, and that's the nature of 2019, and fans.
Yeah,
have
just
their
that acknowledgement of like
So,
the continuing
Yeah, if you still have a problem with this,
like,
you hate fun. I'm just gonna say it.
interplay
but
between the two
it's fun.
studios.
It's fun that even though Platonic's building up their own
how
shared
in
world, there is this
a lot of
connection
ways I
between
do agree,
this and the
despite
Rare shared universe, so DK
how I
Vine,
said
literally, it's
before
consider them
that I
just
fell
different
down
parts of the same.
largely on Chad's
yeah,
side when
like
he
a fair
I'm
took
never-
issue with the
I'm never
idea
gonna
of
bludgeon
Platonic
and say, like,
just
well,
being an
Platonic,
extension
you
of
need to
Rare.
adhere to this because
But in
It's Mr. Pants,
a
this was
lot of
established, but you're
avenues,
clearly contradicting it,
they
and
kind
you're
of
part
are,
the shared Rare universe. I'm never
and
gonna
as I
hoist that on
elaborated upon when
I'm gonna
I
respect, you know, their
discussed the
own
topic,
shared universe,
like,
but in my own
that's
lore,
cool
in
to
my
me,
own little wing
and
of
hopefully
fandom,
cool to them,
absolutely they're the
that
same, so.
framing of it.
Yeah,
I
thank
bring
you for
this
the call, Angry
all up to
Ancestor.
say
Happy birthday to you.
that I am very glad
To Heil.
that they
No matter when those
did
dates
pay,
set,
even though
we're happy to hear
Heil.
about 'em.
And happy birthday to you, Mitchell.
Oh
I'm
wait,
sorry.
did he already?
Thank you. I wasn't gonna say anything. But...
Yeah, no,
Okay, so they're wrapping up now. They're
I'm trying to
the
become a better person. I'm growing.
the
I'm
video
evolving.
has
Happy
finished.
birthday, Mitchell.
Thank you.
As far as their discussing of it goes, I guess I talked over
Yooka-Laylee, Mitchell. Like, we've discussed
the stuff they had to
Yooka-Laylee
say
so
about
much in
the
conversation.
credits
You
portion of
found
the
DK Vine
Platonic
because
video.
of the discussion we had about Yooka-Laylee on the conversation with Chris Sutherland.
But
So, I mean, Yooka-Laylee's
like them searching for Greg Mills in the credits. Like Platonic searched for Greg Mills in the credits. Heil and Mitchell gave that attention, even though they kind of skimmed over a lot of the actual questions that had some interesting answers. You know, that's okay. The episode, as it wound up being, was 3 hours and 20 minutes. I can't accuse them of not doing their job, paying due time and attention to things. But I like that the Greg Males thing got some focus, because I also, when I played the game a week ago, I searched through the credits. Like, I found Heil and Chad's names. I looked for Jeff and Joe. I don't think I found either of them. I did see Cameron. Yeah, just looking out for names I would recognize. And it occurred to me, did Greg Males back this game? And so I love that me and Platonic did the same thing there. Yeah, that was a great little funny thing on its own. Made all the better for me that it's coming so soon after, like, my having this parallel experience.
I'm not gonna put all my hopes in that basket. But
I love how much, how like they got, the Platonic guys got so into like looking at the different names on the screen when they would like pause it, like just for the sake of like letting a question get read out and giving them time to answer, so that the entire credits wouldn't get fast forwarded through in the span of answering just one or two questions. They would pause it, and then the people not answering the question would be staring at the screen and being like, wait, that's a really cool last name, or like or like, oh, these people, they were like gaming the system by like putting their like replacing, if their name started with a vowel, like replacing it with like a version with like a little accent mark over it or something, or like an @ symbol, so that it would show up higher in the credits. They actually said at the end they posited that the people who put brackets around the first letters of their names did so specifically to get to the end of the credits. I feel like they were trying to do the opposite. I think they were in the rush to be first, and that kind of backfired on them. That pursuit landed them right at the end, which is better than just being lost in the sea in the middle. But yeah, just funny. So now they are discussing, I mean, wrapping up, kind of, I mean, like I said, these episodes act as an epilogue to, like, basically the show's relationship to Yooka-Laylee as a game, which is interesting and not something I, number one, would have anticipated, but number two, would have stopped and realized if not for my doing this and this obsession with, okay, am I talking about Heil and Mitchell right now, or am I just talking about what they're talking about, and being like, well, here's what I think. My opinions matter.
Very optimistic about it. I think it'll be.
But it puts these episodes in a neat little place that, like,
and you know,
this kind of serves. But you know, obviously, DK Vine will famously never let anything die. They will be discussing Yooka-Laylee for as long as they have, at the present point in time, been discussing Donkey Kong Country and Banjo and all the rest.
like, well, where would this team go with another 3D platformer?
But
That's
in
exciting. But
a
honestly,
looser
I'm excited
sense,
to
that
see
this is
anything because,
kind
this
of
group
the
weirdos,
conclusion to
I
the
really
conversation's
admire.
relationship to the game.
It's such a good
And the
time to be a fan
it's
of
something that
Rare
we just
Playtonic.
wouldn't have gotten
And
outside
I really don't
of,
understand people who can't see that. Everybody's entitled to their
and you
opinion,
know,
but I feel
maybe
like when you just
at some
wallow
point in the
the
future
negativity or your own
there'll be
preconceived
Yooka-Laylee
notions
retrospective
or
episodes that also fulfill this
wants,
purpose and
you can't see how
demonstrate
good
that
we
I'm full
have
of
it
hot
right
air
now.
making this point.
Mitchell, I can't even imagine
But
5 years ago when
that
we
if
were,
Platonic
just
hadn't
at
done
the
these
absolute lowest
commentaries,
point after
then
those layoffs at Rare
this whole
and
little arc of the
Connect
show
Sports and
wouldn't have
just,
been brought to a close
it's
like
Rare on
this.
its last legs, and all those talented creators who we've loved since childhood.
It's neat
and
seeing
off, and,
all these little
oh my
ramifications
God,
play
like,
out.
the dream is over. And then 5 years later, everything is
What
just
started
magical
out
and
It's good.
as
full of
one use
possibility. Yeah, I mean,
gags
it's
like
you wonder
Heil
why I'm so
spooning
positive,
Jeff,
Mitchell. This is why.
or
You do seem
Heil
very
being
happy
self-conscious about
I
Mitchell having pointed
am.
out to
I'm just
him
bringing my step, but I
that
really think
he
it's because,
is,
my
according to Heil,
development heroes
the
are doing so
worst
all
at,
right for themselves.
like, the least skilled at playing
Yeah, I'm
games
not gonna
on
predict what
the
next
DK
game's
Vine
gonna be
staff.
because I really don't know. I don't want to
And
know,
how that
really. Like, I want to be
those become
surprised,
running
and
things. And speaking of
I
running
want
things,
to see that, like,
we're
first
coming up
trailer
on the
or
end
whatever,
here.
like, oh, like,
And he's
that's
going to
cool,
end it
or I
by
didn't expect that. So yeah,
paying
that's
off
all I gotta
the
say
running
about it.
gag throughout this episode that I mostly
it's been a fun journey
that I addressed first time it happened, but not really the repeated instances where it became a running joke, and it was really good. It was the perfect way to cap the episode.
I really like this game, and I don't think it's fair, like the drubbing it got from some
But
when it came out. I feel like that's just.
I
Like said last time,
suppose
it's just
I've
our
said
hypercritical nature and
all
expecting perfection, but we can't
that
ever let
is to be
ourselves
said within the
enjoy
scope of this endeavor,
a product,
if only because of the fact
despite
that
its
this
flaws,
second recording kind of
not everything has to
went
be
off script more than the previous one.
because that is not, again, that is not life, Mitchell. We grow as people. We grow
Shoot, what
as
was I saying?
entertainment products.
Oh no.
Everything gets gradually
Now
better.
he's at the ending part where he issues the
Absolutely
challenge.
right. So, yeah.
I have
I don't have
possibly
anything
less
to
than a
add.
minute left,
No,
Covered a
you're,
lot.
you're
and I
free-
left that
you're
whole
free
thought
to go
dangling.
to
I got
the
lost.
Pikachu,
No.
and,
Okay.
release the
This was not nearly as
tipsy.
physically and emotionally
Now
painful,
Mitchell's
even
gone,
though the
I wanna
emotional
say
pain
that
of
we
my
just
previous
did
attempt
something
legitimately helped me work
completely
through some
inane.
stuff I was going through at the
6.5
time.
hours of
Um,
podcast about roughly 7
I don't mean
hours
to
of video game commentary.
throw in allusions to heavy stuff at the last minute.
I'm throwing down the
Um,
challenge. Who will be the first to do
But
a
yeah, this was fun.
6-hour or so
I don't regret
commentary
that
on
I
these
did this
podcasts?
again.
The first to do so
Um,
for real and at us with
And
it
yeah,
on
I
Twitter. We'll get a
hope
shout-out on
that
the
anyone who
conversation,
might have
and we'll
listened
get to
all the
choose
way
a
through to the
topic
end like
for
this,
us
or
to
at
talk
least
about this season,
skipped around through
so long
it,
as it's related to something Vine would normally
and
talk
is listening to this,
because I'm a
hope you
big,
enjoyed.
generous spirit, and my heart is filled with love. And
so,
contrary to what Mitchell says, I'm
I
fine.
leave you once
I'm
again
fine.
by saying,
2 production.
this has not been a File 2 production. Que rico. I didn't do as good of a job of it that time.